One of the best quotes that's ever come out of like a Death Battle cast or live stream or whatever comes from you, I think, Chad. You were answering a question. The question was, how many fights does it take for people to call us biased, to consider us biased? And you said just one.
Yep. The best example of that is Mario vs. Sonic. Because if you guys remember, like, especially with Screw Attack's like OG roots, and like we were always known as like the Nintendo fanboys, right? It was so funny being branded as like the Nintendo fanboys forever. And then we put up Mario vs. Sonic, and literally it comes out and everyone's just like, well, they're just a bunch of Sega fanboys. They're just a bunch of Sega fanboys. And I was like, this is hilarious. I was like, it's how many days does it take to go from Nintendo fanboys to
That's
Sega?
a lot of days.
Just one.
I'm so tired.
Oh, man. Yeah, me too, buddy. Well, hello everyone who's decided to tune in. Yep, you can hear the traffic in the background, which is awesome. Alright, so the first thing we want to get out of the way, because we know there are new people watching, is that a TATL is a low-effort podcast we just record in our living room. There's not a lot of editing or like fun visual stuff. This one will have more visual stuff than normal, because we want to show a couple of visual aids, just to, show things, but you can just listen otherwise. Yep, aside from that, it'll just be pretty much the LittleZbot background, and we're just going to be talking, is pretty much what this is going to be. This is going to be in two sections. The first half is going to be the Q&A, and the second part is going to be our actual behind the scenes, where we talk about making the video and the whole process and stuff.
Very general, just conversation about what it was like to make this.
Yeah, and the next thing I want to get out of the way right away is just, letting you all know again, we are not making more death battles. In fact, this is the last death battle video. We are officially done after this. We only ever wanted to do one, and after what's happened, which we'll get into, we are very set in only doing one. We normally do silly gameplay content, and we, for anyone who subscribed, thank you. We happily invite you to check out our upcoming supercut, which will be in line with what we're planning to upload in the future, along with some, shorter, more edited gaming videos. And if it's not for you, feel free to unsubscribe and stuff. That's perfectly okay, but that's what we're going to be doing going forward, because that's what we love doing on LittleZbot. This was a one-time special. I am just saying it for the millionth time so that there shouldn't be any confusion, although there will be.
So let's introduce ourselves quick.
Yep. I am Dain. I am the co-host of the video, replacing our friend Obi-Wan Kenobi, who couldn't make it. Thank goodness, I guess. And
so he wasn't involved in all this.
Yeah, and I am also the video editor, and I am also the composer. Those are my contributions to the video. Aside from that, the only hand I actually had in the script was giving each new draft of this, and there were many, a couple of lookovers, talking to Joseph, saying, this thing doesn't make sense, him going, oh, you're right, and then changing it.
And I am Joseph, also called LittleZbot. And I wrote and researched this episode. I was the creative director, I guess you could say. Mm-hmm. I told Dain, here are the clips to use. Oh, we want that compilation of the Super Mario Galaxy 2 credits theme going over the history of his games as he's constantly ascending throughout to grab a star and heads to new adventures. Things like little stories and bridges and things like that all throughout the video. That was me with input from Dain. And then all the stuff that people watching the first half of this hate, which is the research, is also only me. So don't blame the other guys.
Although, we are going to address some of that hatred, of course. Because, what we have to start with is the Q&A. Listen. So, we said this in the commentary, but we'll say it here. When we say the video wasn't meant to get popular, we really do mean it. Look at our channel history. You will see that this video is so many times more popular than the second most popular public one. We average a dozen views per video. 15 views in a day used to be good for us.
Yep.
This went from we want to be YouTubers to okay, so we're doing this for our friends, and hopefully at some point it gets picked up. The right thing gets picked up that we normally do, not a death battle.
Yeah, but if it was one of our one of our gameplay videos, especially one of the ones that we have coming up the stream here, that got picked up, it'd be stressful, but also kind of thrilling.
Yeah.
But this video specifically was supposed to go under the radar.
It was. This was a passion project we'd worked on for a long time, although the final script and edit were done in the I guess the whole last stretch here. But yeah, we were very much going, okay, yeah, I think this will max out at 200 views. He thought 35. And then just thousands watched it, and suddenly our hobby is now under intense scrutiny and a lot of rage. To be clear, some of you have been nice.
Yeah, that's true. We do get a good amount of nice comments, which is very much appreciated. And
yeah.
We do get some comments that are like, oh, I didn't like this part, but I did like this part, and those are also
those are really appreciated too.
Yeah,
like we're not opposed to criticism.
Mm-hmm. And there's also been a lot of really bad stuff.
Really bad stuff.
Like people we've had to ban and things that we've had to remove from visibility. Like, including, but not limited to, hate speech, bullying, attempted harassment on our social medias, death threats, and racial slurs.
Yep. And this has all gone down in the 3 days the video wasn't unlisted with 7,000 views.
Yep.
That's how much happened with that microscopic of an impact on the internet. We are obviously never doing this again. This is insane, and honestly, a lot of you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, like, we kind of discussed ahead of time, we're not really gonna be nice about people who were angry at us over this video, because we were very clear in the video about what it was, and a lot of the behavior is just not excusable.
People seem to treat these sort of versus debates as if they have some sort of, I don't know, impact on the characters themselves.
Yeah.
Or like on the stories of the franchises and what they should and do mean, which just, I don't know. I don't know how it is to you people, but those two things are just never been further from my mind. I used to do like regular Death Battle fan scripts. I mean, I still do, but I'm not going to tell you guys where to find them anymore.
No.
But, like, I had my favorite fictional character of all time in one of those scripts, and she lost her fight. Like, this... But that's one of my favorite episodes I've ever done still. This stuff, like, the winner does not affect how I feel about the characters at all. And how I feel about the characters doesn't affect, in my head, the winner. And I assume it's the same way with the regular Death Battle team. They've been extremely outspoken about that on their podcast many times, and about their confusion with people who are naturally biased towards winners based on their character preferences. Because at the end of the day, all it is it's a big jigsaw puzzle that you're trying to put together for fun that also happens to give tribute to characters.
Exactly. We tried so hard to make it clear in the video that it was a tribute to Death Battle, to Mario and Sonic, and that we like the characters. Even when we didn't expect to get many views, we're like, yeah, let's really push this vibe. And I just don't even know what else we could have done except for scream every 20 seconds in the video, we like Mario. So many people thought we hated Mario, when there is like more evidence against that than anything else in the video. You could look at our channel for 2 seconds, you could look at the video for 2 seconds. I don't know what to tell you. If you thought that, I'm sorry, but that is completely ridiculous and on you.
Well, let's address right away for the Q&A questions that we're not answering. Mm-hmm. Those kinds of questions that automatically assume bad faith for us.
Yeah.
Okay. We're not answering those. And your insistence on characters being more powerful based on dimensional tiering scales. There are a lot of those, and people who use dimensional tiering tend to think that it's the universal power system, and that people who don't use it are unenlightened. But
regardless of what we think about it, something that we'll probably repeat many times, this is a Death Battle fan episode. We followed the rules of Death Battle. They do not use dimensional tiering.
Yes, they have been extremely clear about this several times in their own fun debates on podcasts and stuff. The only times they use dimensional tiering is when it is explicitly referenced and mentioned as part of a character's story. For example, some DC cosmology stuff explicitly uses dimensional tiering. I believe Gurren Lagann explicitly uses dimensional tiering. They use it for that kind of stuff. Everything else, they go by author intention in terms of cosmology scaling, which is pretty much always just based on feats, story, and authorial intent. And that's it. No 5D, 6D, 7D based on specific feats or overpowering specific dimensions, when that clearly was not what was meant to be understood by that story.
If you were looking for that kind of analysis, you would never find it here. And we tried to make it clear with, one of our notes.
One of our very first notes. Before we even started on the Mario analysis, we did directly think, we're not doing dimensional tiering because Death Battle doesn't do it.
Yeah, to address the notes really quick, of course they're small and you can't read them in real time, but we did say to pause and read them, and we understood that most people wouldn't read them. However, we did explicitly specify that those who were really into this matchup or these characters could read them if they wanted. We are going to assume for the people who really liked or hated this enough to ask questions that they took the notes into account, because we have to, because that's what we said you should do.
Oh, and just to be very explicit, Mario and Sonic have, they in their own stories have never addressed things like dimensional tiering. In fact, they both have, there's a lot of evidence going against that power system. There's a lot of changing spatial dimensions, especially in Mario games, but also in some Sonic stuff, that explicitly does not define power levels. So so it seemed best and most faithful to Death Battle for us to just not take it into account.
Yes, faithful to Death Battle being the key word here. This is a Death Battle fan episode, which is something that a lot of people did not grasp. Sorry.
I know. How could we have made that more clear?
I have no idea. It's
the
insane.
Title says fan-made Death Battle. The first 2 seconds of the video is a disclaimer saying this is a fan-made Death Battle. We aren't official Death Battle related to them. We follow those exact rules. We mentioned it 4 times in the script itself. But people are still acting like it's our own show and like we made up the rules.
No, we didn't. We used Death Battles. They're... Oh my gosh. We'll get into it with the Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry about the annoyance you can hear from us already. That's really not how we want to approach this, but listen, we have, even when it's been unlisted, we've been beaten down all week over this stupid thing, and we have been, again, repeating, harassed on our private channels about this. This is completely insane. Yes, we are a little bit peeved.
To be honest with what we've experienced, I think that we're handling this monstrously well.
I would agree.
Other questions we're not directly addressing, at least most of them, is stuff that's interpretation-based specifically. For example, the Dreamy Bowser, the Dreamstone. We got quite a few comments that were angry about the note there about us not scaling Mario and Luigi to Dreamy Bowser, even though they defeat him at the end of the thing, or explicitly not scaling them to the Dreamstone. And we explain why in the note, and they're like, oh, that's not right because of this and this. So, to just clarify, for example, that point, we believed, or at least by we, I mean the royal we, me, who did the research, me believe if Dreamy Bowser was intended to be shown to have the whole power of the Dreamstone, then there would not have been an entire scene and connective story thread throughout the game dedicated to the breaking and removing power of it. If it was intended to show that Mario and Luigi were stronger than Dreamy Bowser, then they would have defeated him outright in that game in its cutscene, rather than forcing him to expel the stone. And it's been very clear for people who I guess never played Bowser's Inside Story, which takes place right before Dream Team, it is a key plot point in the Mario and Luigi games that it is easier to get Bowser to vomit than it is to overpower him. I don't know why that's how it works for him, but it is, it has changed the story. So the game clearly knew what it was doing on that front. There are a lot of other story-related things. If Mario and Luigi were intended to be shown to be more powerful than the Dreamstone, a lot of story details about Dream Team would have changed throughout the entire game, and there would have been a lot of lead up towards that, and there would have been thematic threads and all sorts of stuff like that. To me, it is very clearly not author intention to scale them to the Dreamstone. However, other people who are questioning that, including some people who are rude and some people who are very polite. Their arguments were, well, if they meant for Bowser to not have the full power of the Dreamstone, they wouldn't have had him inhale every shard. They would have kept a couple of them away, or they wouldn't have had that boss fight in there to begin with. I find these reasons a bit weaker overall, but they do have one big thing, which is they give these characters and this scaling the benefit of the doubt. And that is directly and honestly, that is a genuine way to approach these kinds of feats. If you're unsure about it, give it the benefit of the doubt. Even Death Battle has said that they do that on occasion. They don't do that for every feat, but they do it. Like, recent Omni-Man vs. Bardock Q&A, like, Ben directly said, okay, because of this and this, it is a bit questionable, but we chose to give this feat the benefit of the doubt. And from that perspective, you are right, and Mario would scale to the Dreamstone, and if we believed that dreams, when they were converted into power systems, were universal or beyond for each individual dream, then that would give Mario the edge. Possibly. You'd also then have to give Solaris the benefit of the doubt, so... And then the end is stronger than Solaris, and Supersonic kills the end with one hit, so yeah, but you know what?
We'll probably talk about that a bit.
Yeah, like it becomes much more debatable then. A lot of the benefit of the doubt were different interpretation arguments, though. I will note, explicitly give that leeway to Mario stuff, and desperately try to bring it down for Sonic. They refuse to give him the same creds. I will note that some of the people who were kind about these sorts of things were just generally fair to both characters, though. But yeah, so arguments like that could reasonably be interpreted either way. Arguments like that we address in the video as interpreting them a certain way, we won't be addressing those either, because otherwise that portion of the Q&A would make up like 2 hours, and we would just be repeating stuff that we say in the video.
Yeah, the nature of versus debates like this is that you do have to take creative interpretation with some of this stuff. That's what the official show does, and that's what we had to do in order to sort of come to some of our conclusions. So if you disagree on some of that stuff, like, that's fine, but that's just where we landed on it, and unfortunately there's really no way we can really convince each other.
Yeah, that's the thing. No matter what I say about that, because your personal interpretation of the feat is different, you will disagree with it, so there's no point in arguing over it. I will say, though, as this is probably being released, Bowser vs. Eggman is like a week and a half away or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they are apparently giving the characters even like one-time MacGuffins. They're giving them everything. So we might get a ruling on the Dreamstone.
Yeah, we might.
We might get a ruling on things like Star Rods and Dream Depots and things like that.
Yep. Emphasizing again, it's a fan-made Death Battle episode. We would use their rulings.
Yes, we judged everything by what we assumed they would judge it as. If Bowser vs. Eggman comes out, and they do scale him to the Dreamstone, they say, it's at full power, and, it's endless multiverses of power, or something like that. Then we were wrong. It's that simple. Congratulations, Mario wins. Wow. That wasn't the point of the video, but congratulations. Now, again, this is a fan-made Death Battle, so we would go by their interpretations and their scaling, mostly, as near to it as we can get. Mm-hmm. Even this Q&A will be outdated within a week, but honestly, we just want to make it and get it done so that we can move on with our lives, just do regular gameplay videos again.
Yep, we promised it, so it's game made, and then Death Battle is over on our channel.
Pretty much.
It is really over. One final thing before getting to the questions. There were some of you who decided to kindly invite yourselves onto our podcast to debate us.
Yeah.
Listen, the only thing I have to say is this. If you want to spend that much energy trying to convince a channel who at the time of uploading had less than 200 subscribers for over a video that has currently 7,000 views, I personally think your effort would be better suited to making your own video, whether it's a Death Battle fan episode or your own Why I Think Mario Would Win video. I'm not sure why you're so obsessed with us, but leave us alone.
Do you not realize how rude that is?
No, it is very rude. I'm just taking the charitable answer.
Can you be any more self-centered? All right. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
I guess we're going there.
Now, again, Bowser vs. Eggman comes out soon. It could go against a lot of what we said in our video. It could go against a lot of what we say here. And that is completely fair and reasonable, and we would go by them then. But for these questions and for the time being, we are just going to assume that we have the right of it for now. Mm-hmm. So this is under the assumption that our video is correct, is how we're going to frame and answer these questions. Mm-hmm. First up, this is by far, and I mean by far, the most questioned aspect of the video.
And also most heated. People ranged from calling us insane for this to calling us slurs.
Yes.
People were pretty unhappy that we used a lot of content that was not game content or really mainline content for the Mario and Sonic research in this video. Stuff like, Mario-Kun and Sonic Boom.
Yes. Like, people seem to think that both that stuff played a factor in who we believed won, and that we actively chose which things to include based on who was more likely to support in winning. Neither of which is true in the slightest.
Not at all. This has been one of the most exhausting ones because it's so much hatred piled on us for something that is not our fault.
Yeah, this here, what material is counted, this is one of the only parts of the video that was entirely out of our control. Because this is a fan-made death battle. So what material did we use? We used the material that Death Battle does.
And we tried to make that clear with our rules ahead of time and saying, most notably referring back to one of the rules, showing the same examples Death Battle has referred to in their videos. But, and we could have also said verbatim, these limitations are also taken from Death Battle. But we didn't think we needed to. That's the honest truth. We were like, should we do that? No, they already understand. I guess that's not true.
There were also some people who, these people were usually much kinder about it, so good on them. Confused. They said, well, you said that you wouldn't use any non-canon content, but then you did. Why did you do that? But we never said that!
No, we never said that.
If you rewatch that portion of the video, we actually take a paragraph in the intro to explain that entire thing. We show the rule and we read it out. It is, all official material is applied unless found contradictory to the source material. That means that everything these characters have done, comics, games, movies, everything, we even say comics, games, movies, oh my, in the intro. Everything is automatically given the thumbs up, and then we have to look for exceptions. We have to determine what does actively contradict the main material to such a point where it should not be counted. And we did that by following what Death Battle did. Fleetway Sonic was used in Metal Sonic vs. Zero, Season 4 episode, which is their modern rule set. Mario-Kun was used in Mario vs. Sonic 2018. Sonic Boom, Sonic X, the show, the comics, all that stuff that people are really upset about. You can go to any modern death battle that features a Mario or a Sonic character, and it's everywhere there. They count it because it is a part of because it is official material for that character, and they don't want to ignore that history. For people like us, me and Dain, the Super Show is how we grew up with Mario. That is a core part of who that character is to us. That's why I even have Super Mario in the animation, because to me, that is Mario's de facto super form. Now, I understand it's not that way for a lot of Mario fans who grew up with the games more than anything, but me, who grew up with the Super Show, I really wanted to count that. For Sonic, a lot of people grew up with Sonic X. A lot of people grew up with Fleetway Sonic. Fleetway Sonic is kind of not counted by the Grey Versus community only because it's a UK exclusive comic series, and the Versus community is very American-centric.
Yeah, it's like people upset about Mario-Kun when it's literally from the country of origin.
Yes, it's literally Japanese. It's released by Nintendo themselves. It's arguably more canon than the Super Show. Fleetway Sonic has a slightly different interpretation of Super Sonic, but it's still Super Sonic with the same level of power. The character himself has the same personality. He goes on many of the same adventures. He has the same general power set, but truthfully, being 100% honest here, Sonic X is more questionable than Fleetway Sonic, because in Sonic X, the regular world and Mobius are determined to be two separate dimensions, and the general cosmology of the Sonic world is different. But Sonic X is counted by virtually everyone in the Versus community space, while Fleetway Sonic isn't. And there's only one reason for that, and that reason is that one of them was popular in America when we were kids, and one of them wasn't. You could say, that's why we counted it all. No, that's why we think it's reasonable. We counted it all because Death Battle counted it all.
It comes down to that. Our opinions did not matter here. We went with Death Battle's countings because we want to make a Death Battle fan episode. We tried to make that clear. It wasn't clear enough. so we're just saying it now.
Yeah. And for the record, Death Battle themselves also... You know what? Okay. A lot of you... We assumed real hard that you guys had watched a good amount of Death Battle before watching our video.
Oh.
Because of all the stuff that we put in it, even in the title about how it's a fan-made Death Battle, and you should be expecting, like, the Death Battle rules and the Death Battle style and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and we had some things, like we explained what the note cards were, because, this was ultimately made for our friends. We knew not all of our friends had seen Death Battle.
Right. Mm-hmm. But the general assumption was that if there were people who were unrelated to us watching it, they would have seen Death Battle first.
Right, we would not get any non-Death Battle viewers.
Clearly that wasn't the case.
Yeah, nope. Some people do not understand this concept at all.
Let's go on a little journey, you and I. Let's have a treat, okay? Why don't we watch a Death Battle analysis segment? And not just any Death Battle analysis segment. Let's watch a Mario versus Death Battle analysis segment. Yeah, here's a fun one. Let's go with Donkey Kong versus Knuckles. Let's watch the analysis for Donkey Kong together. Now, to be clear, this is an old episode, so their research department was a one-man team back then who was given a couple of weeks.
Oh, just like us.
Yeah. And the greater Versus community did not exist at that point. So they're going to scale these characters much lower than we did. But they did what they could with their materials and with their honestly, with their own capabilities at the time. But that's not what's at trial here. We're gonna show you what Death Battle, according to their own rules, like, this is the show that we are making a fan-made episode of, what they, according to themselves, count in their analysis segments.
Crushing them with his sheer weight, chucking barrels at him like his old man, or just straight up punching them to death. The strength
What's this?
wields is so
A bit of a warning. If you were mad at us for including, say, Sonic X or the Super Show, you may need to turn away. This analysis segment may hospitalize you.
And it's from the official show.
Yes.
I wonder what he's saying. Banana Slammer! Banana Slammer!
From on top of the white mountains, your glory rises high.
I'd shower you with coconut cream pies.
Good one, Brain. I owe you a beer. Donkey Kong has done some ridiculous
And then right
things
after
with the clap of
that,
his
go
hand
right
to
back to a
green
canon
chocolate
game.
sun.
Yeah.
Meteor.
They've talked about the TV show for like 2 minutes.
Oh, here we go again.
Of bananas in a single afternoon.
One of his primary feats
agile enough
from
to
the TV
dodge
show.
arrows
Oh, here's
from
another one. Oh my goodness.
We're talking about an ape who didn't realize he was following his own treasure map until after he found the bananas it led to.
Or while suffering from amnesia, a pirate crocodile was able to convince him that he was a crocodile through song and dance. Donkeys
That's
are the
right.
only motivator
The
that seems to
entire weaknesses section is nothing but stuff from a TV show that nobody on Nintendo approved of.
That's what you do when you're faced with an irresistible force.
That's Jack Lopez's voice.
That's how they conclude the analysis.
Yep.
4,000 years ago.
Oh yes.
Is that Sonic Boom music? Sorry.
Yes, and Sonic X footage is the very first stream of Knuckles analysis. In fact, if you go through this, there's a lot of X and Boom footage throughout the whole thing, including his stated strongest feat, which is in the intro Sonic Boom. Now, we're not saying that they're wrong to count these things. This is just their style. This is what they do. But you understand, we do that too then.
Exactly. It didn't matter whether they're right or wrong to count it. It's a fan-made Death Battle episode, so we did too.
Those of you who have actually watched a good amount of Death Battle, and I mean a good amount, might note and maybe even be a bit mad there. You said, wait, that was a Season 2 episode. That was before that they established their modern rule set, which started with the very first episode of Season 3.
Yeah, it was 9 years ago.
Yeah, so, surely, so under their modern rule set, that stuff wouldn't happen. That wouldn't be counted. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure that you're right. Shall we look at, let's watch an episode, say, in Season 6? Why don't we? Yeah, here's a good one. Johnny Cage versus a Captain Falcon. Oh, yeah.
Many years later.
I'm sure there's nothing like that in there. Surely they wouldn't count both anime for Edward Elric. They'd only count the official one. Well, let's go much later. What about Link versus Cloud? Canonically...
Very recent.
Yeah, canonically, Link is a separate person in every single version, so there's no way that they'd take all the games into account. Much less spin-off stuff. Definitely not, right? Right? Well, what about, maybe Boba Fett versus the Predator? Or for that matter, any modern Star Wars episodes.
Oh, yeah.
Surely they wouldn't count any Legends content.
Yeah, a lot of stuff there.
James Bond versus John Wick? I'm sure that they decided definitively that they wouldn't count, say, the James Bond video games. That'd be too far. What about, Scooby-Doo versus Courage the Cowardly Dog? Well, Scooby-Doo there, he has a lot of stuff. Surely they would only, pick one of the versions. Surely they would, go with the classic original stuff and wouldn't do, say, Mystery Incorporated, where he has a totally different history and different things they can do. Surely they wouldn't do the show with Scooby snacks that have, the nanites in them that give him superpowers. Surely they wouldn't take from the video games or the comics. Even, Goku vs. Superman 3, the most recent one. This is what they themselves have called their definitive episode. It's a lot of people's favorite, including, I think, ours.
Yeah.
Even in this episode, they give Goku not just all of his original material, they also give him all 3 Dragon Ball Super continuities, Dragon Ball Heroes, Dragon Ball GT, and the video games. If you have watched any of these episodes, you should probably be going, oh, right. They still do this.
They still do.
I don't know how to press this upon you. Mm-hmm. There are some characters where, where it's more reasonable for them to stick to a very certain, area and graphic. Like Galactus, they're using mostly comic stuff because Comic Galactus is very different and much, much more powerful than he was in, the Silver Surfer TV show. But they still use footage of that TV show all the time in that analysis. Gojo vs. Makima, they both only exist in one franchise, really. It's an anime and a manga, and kind of a video game. And that's it. So it's understandable not to spread too far for them. But what about for things like Frieza vs. Megatron? Dragon Ball Super is used, yeah. So is filler episodes. So is video game stuff. Megatron gets all of his stuff from the cartoon, the movies, and the comics. The only thing they don't include is the manga, because that's specified to be an alternative character with a different history and powers. This has just been very, very, very consistent. Jason Voorhees versus Michael Myers, another thing where it should be pretty simple, they just use the movies, right? But no, the black tabs and feeds and stuff make it clear they're also pulling from the video games. Especially Jason Voorhees, he gets all of his crossover comics and stuff. We didn't decide this.
No, we didn't.
We can go under their current modern rule set in season 5. We can go to their version of Mario vs. Sonic. Now we made ours under the idea of if they made Mario vs. Sonic 3 today, this is something like what it might look like. This version, if you haven't seen it, has 2 separate moments in the video where they clarify that they are not using things like Archie Sonic. That they are not using versions that are explicitly different characters with different histories, personalities, and power sets. They clarify that directly. So surely, they would only use the video games, right? Let's take a very brief look at, analysis segment for Mario.
A death battle.
Frame 1. Frame 1. We have the Super Show. You can skim around in here and find a lot more stuff, including Mario-Kun. In Sonic's section, there's a lot of Sonic Boom and Sonic X stuff too. In fact, hold on, if we go to Mario's section, if I recall correctly...
Underestimate Nintendo's powerful plumber.
Here we go!
Frame 1. Sonic X. Frame 1. And also for all of you who are mad at us for not counting Paper Mario, right there. right there. They themselves say no Paper Mario.
Saw people in the comments going, I'm getting real tired of people saying that Paper Mario is not actually Mario because of the storybook stuff. It doesn't matter. Death Battle didn't count it. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, calmer voice. It doesn't matter. Death Battle didn't count it. I'm sorry you didn't watch the original show.
I don't know how to be more clear about this.
Oh my gosh.
Also, we labeled 8 pieces of the franchise that we were not using. We want to make it as clear as possible. We're using everything except for these 8 pieces.
Yeah, let's go to them now, actually.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, okay. Right. Right there. Let's start here. Mage and material not allowed. 4 on each side. There's a bit more than that. There are some very minor things on both sides that we decided not to count because it was kind of assumed. For example, the live-action Mario movie wasn't counted. Should be clear if you watch the original show. These 4 Paper Mario and Koopa's cartoons are all very explicitly different characters, different versions with different histories that Nintendo themselves does not assume as canon.
What? I thought Paper Mario was the same as Mario.
There's a whole game that says he's not!
I know! I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Whatever.
I'm sorry, guys.
These 2, Mario plus Rabbids and Fortune Street, are the only ones that are kind of an exception. They aren't counted because they are crossover materials that are unspecified in canon with other major franchises. Death Battle themselves do not count such material, unless it is explicitly stated and referenced in the lead-up. For example, Scooby-Doo vs. Courage the Cowardly Dog, they explicitly state that we're using all crossover stuff, especially because Scooby-Doo is canon to Courage's world. That makes sense. But every Street Fighter character, if they did do crossover stuff like Mario plus Rabbids, every Street Fighter character would be Universe Level Plus because of a crossover with Asura's Wrath. And obviously, that isn't the case. And that's not what they count. So we didn't either. If we did, we'd spend all of Mario's analysis scaling him to the Rabbids. Or to Dragon Quest characters. And that's just not
That's not a good video at all.
That's not at all what Death Battle is about. That's not what it wants to do. Now, it will count canon crossovers, like Final Fights in Street Fighter. That's canon. Those take place in the exact same world, so they will count those. Mario vs. Sonic are actually, canonically, they do crossover in the Olympic Games. Their characters are canonically friends. We'll get to the people denying that, I think, at some point.
Oh,
okay, but
why is that even a debate?
Yes, right there. We specify we did not scale them to each other as a result of that, specifically because in their own episodes, with each featured characters from franchises against each other, a Death Battle did not scale them together. So we did it by their own personal franchises, rather than direct scaling of that manner. Now, Bowser vs. Eggman might undo this. That's fine. And it would be in line with more stuff like Scooby and Courage.
Yeah, we're not going to lose any sleep over it.
That being said, for the people who were mad that we didn't, we even clarify it in here. If we did, it's really unfortunate for Mario, because then the characters themselves scale closely. But Sonic has super forms!
Exactly.
Super Sonic has beaten characters that regular Sonic not only could not injure, he literally could not see them move. They were so far above him. And Super Sonic kills them in 2 seconds flat. Or things, or in one shot. Things like that. It is so much unbelievably stronger of a power boost, Super Sonic is. And Super Sonic is not Sonic's strongest form! There's also Hypersonic, there's Supersonic Cyber, there's stuff like that. So, if we scaled them together, then Sonic wins because he has Supersonic and Supersonic Cyber. And for the record, Death Battle themselves also scale characters by their highest potential, and they don't discount things for, he wouldn't get a chance to enter that super form. They've been very clear about this, they've been very explicit about it in the past. In Heroes Trunks versus Archie Silver, Archie Silver, spoiler, wins that fight because his super form had a ton of counters and had ways to win against Heroes Trunks overall, even though his base form didn't stand a chance. And so they were very clear they count the characters at their best, including assuming they start things in their best transformation. The animation is different because it's more fun that way.
We should just say now, by the way, because people haven't watched Death Battle before, I guess, the animation isn't canon.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's also something they've been very explicit. The way that we determine the characters, we even mention it in the video. Yeah, the winner is determined not by what happens in the animation. It's determined by the statistics. The idea of if these characters fought 10 million times, a billion times, who wins the majority of the fights? That's it. The person who wins the majority of the fight is the person we display winning in the animation, and it's the person that we discuss in the results as the winner. Like, the animation itself exists exclusively as a fun extra. Perhaps it's one of the ways those 10 billion things could go, but really, characters, their stats are scaled much closer than they really would be, or certain powers are shown off specifically to counter certain other ones, or really, in a real fight, there wouldn't have been lava there. But in a real fight, they would have had to go through 10,000 extra lives in order to kill the other person once. But we just display the animation as a fun bonus, because it would be less fun of a video if there wasn't an animation to go along with it.
And that's like just Death Battle 101. You don't watch the animation and you go, oh, I can't believe that's the reason this guy won. If it just hadn't happened that way, it's not the reason. The animation is the show. And that also goes for the people who, again, clearly didn't watch the episode, just skipped the animation. Yeah, listen, the reason you're confused is because you're missing an entire video of context. Of course Mario has a sword.
Yeah, of course he has a sword. Of course he has a super form. I think that we've covered this well enough.
Yep, it's the most complained thing, so we address it the most. If you still have an issue with what we concluded, ultimately, take it up with Death Battle and leave our channel, because we will never make you happy. We told you exactly what we were doing.
What we concluded as for what we were using.
And we told you exactly what we were doing, what we included for what we were using, and that we were going by Death Battle's rule set. If after all of this, you still take issue with what we included, I'm sorry, nothing we say about this debate will ever make you happy. I'm so glad we're dropping out of it.
Yes, but the other main thing to know is that just because they include all this stuff, and don't include certain things within limits, does not mean that it itself is the impactful factor as to the winner.
Yeah.
Death Battle, like we even show it in that rule, they use it as supporting evidence. Nothing that is exclusive to non-canon content can be used as like, oh, the mainline character can 100% do that. We made like a couple of exceptions for things that we thought were fun and wouldn't impact the fight. Like the Master Mushroom Sword is there. Sonic having a gun. like things like that. But none of that made an actual impact. All of the stuff that did is stuff that is reasonable that they could do in their mainline material. And you'll notice for pretty much everything that like we say in these things, all of it relies on games. Like, we show footage of Shadow X Sonic Generations for Emerald, but the statement of him being more skilled, is being so skilled a supercomputer cannot handle the amount of combat data he has, that's from this a Sonic video game, a main one. Things like that. Things like even inabilities, where we show, oh, he could make shields or whatever. We show the Fleetway thing because because it's a bit better footage, it's a bit more usual and that kind of thing. But he can also just make shields in some games, and even if he couldn't do that, we decided to restrict that because he doesn't show it in all the games. The custom shoes allow him to make them. So, like, even stuff like that is not dependent on non-canon material. We were trying to be very careful about that everything relied on what was officially canon. Death Battle themselves does that as well, so...
The last thing I really want to say really quick is we would have been a lot more gentler addressing this if half of you were nice about this aspect.
Yes.
But so many of you were completely vile. The first comment calling it out called us insane for what we included, and then it just got worse. And some of you who called this out were pretty kind about it, and we would have been, willing to be a lot more charitable. But yeah, a lot of you were incredibly rude, so I'm sorry.
Shout out to that one guy who was like, I really like this video, but I do have a big issue, which is you including a bunch of non-canon content. So maybe in the future, if you do a rematch, it'd be best to just stick to one version of the character, like Paper Mario. And
we're still going to defend ourselves, but...
Yeah, okay, hey, props to you, that was a really good way of phrasing that. That was really nice way to put it, and yeah, thanks, great suggestion. Unfortunately, this is a fan-made Death Battle, and I guess you've never watched Death Battle.
No, we are using their rule set.
I'm really sorry.
We don't know what to tell you.
We already talked about Paper Mario. Oh yeah, we're given the pure heart. That was
the pure hearts.
Why didn't we count Paper Mario given the pure hearts? Again, if Death Battle explicitly banned it. Now, for the record, we did scale base Paper Mario's physical stats that were shown in his own games to base Mario's physical stats that were shown in his own games because of Paper Jam, where they're shown to be physically around each other's level. And, they relatively comparable in that way. But we did not count Paper Mario's extended arsenal that explicitly changes his stats or explicitly gives him new powers. In a death battle with Paper Mario as a combatant, that's really interesting, and he is extremely powerful, much more powerful than Canon Mario, because of all the stuff he gets. Things like the Pure Hearts, which can counter infinite multiversal destruction. Things like the Star Spirits on his side. Things like the Crystal Stars, or paint power, or 3D objects, all kinds of stuff like that. It's interesting, but none of that scales to base Mario by virtue of the Paper Jam crossover. And to be clear, Paper Mario and Super Paper Mario did not survive that dimension being consumed by the void by himself. Anybody who claims so has never played that game. Just watch that one clip, because the game story itself is so clear and explicit with him being protected from that. Sorry, again, being rude there. But yeah, that's why we didn't count Paper Mario, because Death Battle themselves said, no, don't count that. We didn't give him his stuff from Paper Mario because we weren't counting Paper Mario. If we did have Paper Mario as a combatant, we would give him the Pure Hearts. We would give him all this cool stuff, and it'd be a really interesting, different debate. But we weren't. This is non-Paper Mario. This is Mario plus, Super Show plus comics and so on.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we talk about the breathing in space thing?
Sure.
People were pretty unhappy about this. I was kind of surprised it was a minor point.
Yeah, but I don't know. That didn't make or break the matchup. That was just another way in which Sonic could win.
Yeah.
Both of them frequently move around at their fights and stuff. And Sonic especially could just take the fight wherever he wanted because of his many different traversal options, teleportation, speed, that kind of stuff. If he at any point chose to take it into outer space, which he does a lot of his regular fights, then the fight's kind of over for Mario. That's what our point was. It's a more common win factor in win condition than some of the win conditions that Mario would have. But ultimately it doesn't matter. If both of them suffocated in space, according to our conclusion here, Sonic would still win. But for some people really got hung up on that point.
Oh yeah, people were not happy that we said that Mario couldn't breathe in space. The first thing I want to address really quick are the folks who said that we countered it with our own footage. That, when we said we couldn't breathe in space without a Luma, we showed him breathing with space without a Luma. So yeah, let's just address that really quick. Why we showed him, breathing in space without a Luma when we said that he couldn't. Mario didn't really have any way of forcing Sonic underwater, while Sonic could easily windstorm up enough to get rid of that.
He's also made tornadoes in canon, by the way, all the time in so many video games. And yes,
we didn't think we had to show it.
And yet, Mario's hat has been blown up by the snowman, which you could say, oh no, it survived all sorts of other physical force stuff. But there are also lots of situations where he can just lose his hat to other elemental areas, especially in expanded material. And there's also nothing preventing Sonic from just grabbing the hat and removing it from his head. Which, presumably, if we counted their canon crossover in Mario vs. Sonic games, he would know to do, because they would know each other's weaknesses.
Yeah, this was just clear footage Mario losing his hat.
Yeah,
that's all it was.
Yeah, it's just to show it can happen. That's all that we were trying to do.
Hat, or just take the fight into outer space, which Mario...
There we go.
Okay, yeah, it's true. Mario's in space, you can see the planet there, and, this is Mario Land 2. Because Mario Galaxy was years away, there's no Luma. Mario Odyssey was years away, too. There's no Cappy. What's that around Mario's head? Oh, could that be a spacesuit? Sorry. Also, for all people who are really mad at saying Paper Mario wasn't actually Mario or couldn't be counted, but then also complained about us saying Mario can't breathe in space, again, you clearly didn't play Super Paper Mario. Check out the notes.
Yeah, when we were kids, this was the funniest thing to us, forcing Mario to die in the vacuum of space because he didn't have a helmet. Because we were kids.
And no, we did not count Paper Mario for one weakness, Mr. Person who I won't name.
No, we literally say
verbatim, it's not counted.
While Paper Mario was not accounted for.
It just so happens to show it very clearly.
Yeah. Now, there is some material. There is some material where he breathes in space without a Luma. In Super Mario-Kun, he does that while he's in Super Mario, which is why we gave him that power in the sidebar. We said breathes in space, Super Mario. Even though that's questionable because it's exclusive to non-canon content, but pretty much everything we know about Super Mario is exclusive to non-canon content, so we just count it all. Now, to be clear, the form itself is very much canon.
Oh, yeah.
Not only does it appear in a video game, but other Star Children have their own canonical super forms. So, like, this isn't something that should be debated. But since it doesn't appear much, because that's not how Mario games are styled, they're not really story-based in that way, like Sonic games are, we have to take it from other material, like the Super Show and like the manga. And so we just kind of amalgamate all that so that we could give it the best the best interpretation possible. Every single canon appearance in video games, though, that Mario is in outer space, he requires some sort of external aid to help him breathe. For example, in Super Mario Galaxy, which some people were like, he literally is breathing in space without a Luma before he gets a Luma in Mario Galaxy. Not really. He gets a Luma right off the bat in Galaxy 2, like within seconds of starting the game. He's still in the Mushroom Kingdom, so obviously that's not what they're talking about. Yeah, right, yeah. So it must be from Galaxy 1, where Bowser brings up Peach's castle in its own, like, encapsulated area with magic, up into, like, the upper atmosphere. And Peach is outside of there. Bowser is very clearly... Now, Bowser can breathe in space, as far as I understand, no problem, but Bowser's also a magician, so that doesn't really matter. Bowser's very clearly... He's kidnapping Peach. He's not going to bring her up to a point where she will suffocate. So Mario standing on there doesn't lean one way or the other. We could say, oh, that's him breathing in space, even though it's clearly... There's a fireball around it, it's going up into the atmosphere. Like, we could say that. Sure, he got rocketed to that planet that was the entrance to the Gateway Galaxy. Now, he survived that trip because the Luma was following him. This is explicitly stated if you play the game. The Luma guided him there and protected him on the way. So, if we go under the understanding that Lumas, give you the power to breathe in space, then it would have protected him during that instance too. When he landed on the planet, well, he didn't have a Luma at that point, right? So he was breathing in space. What's on that planet? Do we have a picture of that?
We do actually have a video of it.
Oh, so what's the very first thing we see on this planet? What is that on the background, on the floor?
Flowers.
What? Oh, and what's this in the sky? Could it be a sky? It's a thin one, but the beginning of the game clearly shows he can... Hello. What is this glowing blue thing around the planet?
What are those green things? Trees?
Well, could it be something? I mean, could this green stuff be something that's known for making oxygen? Could this blue thing be representative of something blue that surrounds our planet? Like an atmosphere?
It's all right.
It's still interpretive, right? There was that bit where they were up in Peach's castle thing in what kind of looks like outer space. It's still really just the upper atmosphere, but it kind of looks like outer space. So, you could say by that interpretation, the characters can breathe in space. Sure. All right? Sure. And we would probably count that too. It's actually kind of hard to tell. If only there was some piece of dialogue in the game that explicitly states that Mario needs external help to survive outer space.
Okay, next point.
Right? To be clear, that's also in the Japanese version. Like, it's very, very clear there. And yeah, I don't think that Rosalina was talking about spin jumping here. Recording an addendum really quick, because somehow we forgot to mention this in all of our everything. For Mario breathing in space in Super Mario Odyssey. We mentioned that was probably because of Cappy. I mean, that's a reasonable explanation. Cappy does allow you to breathe underwater and you possess another thing. He does give Mario lots of other powers that he normally isn't physically capable of in other canon video games. Assuming Super Mario Odyssey is canon, there's a lot to break down there. But honestly, like, the more reasonable explanation is honestly just that Mario's moon has an atmosphere. Because there are a few things. For example, in Paper Mario very explicitly cannot breathe in space. There's a huge story point of that in Super Paper Mario. But
again, we didn't count Paper Mario just for a weakness.
Right, yes. But he can breathe on the moon in Paper Mario the 1,000-Year Door. So, that's kind of a weird thing. But then also there's the World Peace mode of Mario Odyssey, when all sorts of creatures are just up there on the moon. Bowser and Peach are just up there in the chapel, even if you say, oh, there's air in the chapel. Oh, the gravity's normal and that kind of stuff. And so, the underground, so it's all magic or whatever. But in the World Peace mode, they're all just hanging out around the moon regularly, including animals that need to be, underwater. So either the moon is magic or the moon has an atmosphere. But either way, there's a lot of just circumstantial evidence that showcase that Mario wouldn't normally be able to breathe in space in this game either. And to be honest, we could have explained all of that, and we could have put it all in the video as this is likely the actual case. But saying or Cappy was 2 words rather than 2 paragraphs, and it was already a very lengthy conclusion.
Yeah, admittedly, in the ending clip for Mario's segment, we have the moon clip. Right. So it would have been, I guess, worthwhile to clarify that a bit more. And this is something we talked about, and honestly, we decided no, or Cappy is enough. The conclusion is very long, and this isn't really a video that'll be scrutinized by many people, which is a mistake now.
And even if it was, we thought that this was an extremely minor point, so they wouldn't latch onto it. Because it is an extremely minor point.
It is, yeah. It barely changes the fight.
But people latched onto it. Yep.
Yep.
While I'm here, I'll reassure yet again that people like Ant West and other people who were very kind about things that we did talk about and utterly did try to dismantle in this video in Rude Rays, who they raised the same questions and stuff. Our anger is not towards you.
It is not.
We want to be clear. You were nice to us, and we wanted to be nice to you back. There were just a lot of people who had the same problems who were absolutely vile about it. So I'm sorry that you got caught in the crossfire. I really am.
Next point. So, this kind of ties back to the animation. It's not canon thing, but some people were a little displeased. Tanooki Mario, it's in invincible form. Why did it go away in lava?
Not invisible.
Invincible, my bad. Invincible form. Why did it go away in lava in the animation? That's a great question. And ultimately, I'm not sure if we really properly addressed it in the video. So that's really my bad. I'm pretty sorry about that.
I'm sure that the form is, because it's invincible, right? It can't die to lava.
Absolutely. 1 invincibility leaf, which gives him a killer tail attack and complete, invincibility. It's got an arbitrary time limit and can't stand. Listen, just play the game yourself. Just play any of these games yourself. Try this out. I think you'll agree with our conclusions.
Okay, you could say this is a gameplay mechanic. You could. However, this is a gameplay mechanic that is consistent in every single appearance of White Tanooki Mario. Every single one, he dies to lava. Now, it's true that Mario does survive regular lava in certain other contexts in other games. It greatly damages him, and there are lots of spin-off material where he's like, oh yeah, lava is a big weakness of mine, or he will straight up die if he enters it. But there are certain situations where he doesn't immediately die to lava. And, sure, there's the whole idea of, temperature, range, and what the lava is made of, and, magic, and a host of reasons for this. But let's just call it, generous and that kind of stuff. The point still remains that Mario's weakness to lava is a steady thing that exists not only in canon all the time, but also in pretty much all extended material. From shows to comics to books, it is a very consistent thing that weakness to lava and heat. So it does track that such a thing could penetrate this suit. If it was like a regular thing, like a regular instant kill attack, like slamming spikes down or something like that, we'd probably hesitate or think long and hard about whether or not we should count that as, oh, this is a weakness for White Tanooki Mario. But the fact that this one method of killing Mario in White Tanooki Mario is implemented in every single one of his games, and is clearly how some levels are designed, so that it's intentionally made that way so as to be a challenge even if you're using White Tanooki Mario. And Mario's general weakness to heat and lava and so on, we talked about this also in the commentary, over the course of all of his games and all of his extended material, makes it in our eyes very clear that this is author intention. This is developer intention. If you went up to Shigeru Miyamoto and said, does lava get through the white suit, the white Tanooki Mario, that he would say, yes. But that is our personal opinion. That is our interpretation of this. This could be another case of the Dreamstone thing, where it's different interpretations of things. However, we find this to be much more, cut and dry, which is why we included it here.
Yep.
To us, this is an extremely reasonable interpretation.
The funny thing is, getting this clip has been so important to us in the years making this death battle. In the first edit, I played half of 3D World in like a day just to get this clip. And then when we did a personal playthrough of 3D World, we were like, do we have this clip yet? Let's re-record it just in case. And when I was making this, I was like, do we have the clip? We have to make sure we have it, because, that's how people will understand. But I guess people didn't. For the record, just to be clear, we said the arbitrary time limit thing, and we have it addressed up in this note here. Yeah, White Tanooki Mario, it turns back to regular Mario at the end of all the levels. Again, you could call that a gameplay mechanic. At that point, if you're counting dying to lava and to poison and to falling and reverting back out of it, all those gameplay mechanics, then you might as well just count the form itself as a gameplay mechanic, as being a result of what was given to you after you die 5 times. Even Death Battle themselves in Mario vs. Sonic 2018 did not give Mario this form. They labeled it in a note as if he probably wouldn't have access to it. We gave it to him in part because this was a very small project that we want to see it. We thought it'd be fun to include, and in part because of Super Mario-Kun, where he finds one in the wild. It's only a single one. He only has one of these, but he finds one in the wild and he uses it. And in Super Mario-Kun, it has a time limit. So yeah, that is pretty clear. To us, showing him, getting hurt in the lava in the animation was just done as a way to move it along, so we could end it without having Hypersonic pummel Invincible Mario for several minutes. Because that is realistically what would happen. Hypersonic does have ways to get past this suit, presumably with the lava thing, like his fire would be equally effective since it can melt steel. But even if he didn't.
Yeah, his vibrations have also gotten through invincible barriers from robots who could not, who were also traditionally invincible. Sonic has had exposure to invincibility of this type before and has managed to circumvent it. But otherwise, we would just be waiting out for the form to end, and Hypersonic, which lasts 16 minutes, would outlast it, according to what is shown in both the games with the maxed out timer and in Super Mario-Kun. And even if he didn't outlast it, he could just do side loops to get more rings, so he would last forever. We didn't want to show that in the animation because it's way less fun, so we went the lava method instead, even though it's a bit more arguable than the stuff that's established canon.
Yep. For the millionth time, the animation is not canon.
Okay.
The
Barter Box.
Yeah, you wrote this one down.
Yeah, okay. So this is something a couple people brought up. One person was really insistent on, they acted like, we checkmated you this time with this 3-paragraph long explosion of the Barter Box wins. The general idea is that Mario can use the item the Barter Box, which is an automatic win. Dain, do you know what the Barter Box is?
No, actually. I know a lot about Mario, but I don't know everything. I've never heard of the Barter Box.
Okay, alright. Yeah, I have. I had way before this. Dain, I want you to just estimate for me how many hours of Mario Party you've played. All of them together. Assuming an average game of 20 turns is 2 hours.
Probably at least a 400.
Yeah. I'd put myself up there too. So the Barter Box is a Mario Party item.
Oh!
And the fact that you haven't heard of it, well,
I'm sorry.
No. That's understandable. That's part of the argument. You see, it is an item in Mario Party 3. To get a Barter Box, here's what needs to happen. You need to land on item space, and you need to win the % chance for it to show up with Toad. instead of just like a regular item game or another event. And then Toad asks you a question, and if you answer correctly, there is, I believe, a 70% chance that he will give you an item, or 3 items. If that hits, then you need to hit the percent chance where instead of giving you multiple items, he gives you 1. And if that hits, there is a 0.5% chance he will give you 1 of 3 rare items. And if that hits, there is a 1 in 3 chance to get the Barter Box.
Seriously?
Yeah, so, yeah, obviously a really typical item that Mario just has in his regular arsenal and would absolutely be counted in a death battle.
I assume people know about this because they think it makes Mario win.
Yes, that's the only reason that people bring this up. But people act like Mario just has this on his hand when it has to be given to him by someone else as part of Mario Party, which is on its own an entirely different game with items that work on different rules based on their own self-decided rules. Like Mario Party 3 especially, they're all playing a giant game in a toy box. Like, you don't think that eating a super mushroom in a canon Mario game makes Mario twice as fast, do you?
No.
No. Yeah, for that reason, we didn't include Mario Party items in our thing. At least I don't think we did.
We had a couple pieces of footage, but they were just like miscellaneous.
Yeah, that's like miscellaneous fun feats that like could have been in canon stuff anyway. But like, as for items, we didn't count those, and Official Death Battle doesn't either, because it's extremely unreasonable to count them. I would argue. If we did count them, I will mention this by the way, if we did, we would be duty-bound to give Sonic the exact same treatment. Like, we would have to be fair. This is like an algebra equation. Whatever you do to one side, you have to do to the other, because otherwise, it's just bias. So we would have to give Sonic his Mario Party items, which in this case, are the items from Sonic Shuffle. And Sonic Shuffle is directly, if you haven't played it, it's Sonic's Mario Party ripoff. Like, the marketing was that, it was developed by the same guys who made Mario Party. Like, if you've ever played the game, like, it's very explicitly their answer to Mario Party. So we'd have to give him his items from that. Including things like, say, Blockite, which protects Sonic from all of Mario's items that have special effects, like the Barter Box, or, say, Deletite, which can destroy Mario's items without him even getting the chance to use them. Or other items that, like, force Mario to, like, stay still, or give Sonic a barrier that protects him from any and all things that can be used against him. Lots and lots of stuff like that. Or even things that, could teleport Mario around. Or shuffle their arsenals. Like, let's just say that Sonic gets a good more from allowing Mario Party items than Mario would. But let's be biased for a second. Let's ignore that. Let's say Sonic doesn't get any of his stuff from Sonic Shuffle, but Mario does get the Barter Box. Well, what is the Barter Box? What does it do? If you use it, it steals items from another player. Kind of a cool thing, right? So yeah, the argument is Mario could use the Barter Box to steal Sonic's entire arsenal from him.
What? Wait, how many items does it steal?
3.
Well, I guess that's the max amount you can carry in Mario Party.
I think you'd have to have a very generous interpretation of this.
Yeah.
Alright, okay. But you know what? Let's be a little more biased, why don't we? Let's say that, let's say that instead of stealing 3 random items, it will steal all of his items. And by the way, although in Mario Party you can only carry up to 3 usable items, there are other items that you can have that aren't usable. And clearly doesn't steal those. It doesn't steal the power-ups that they're under effects of and things like that. But again, we're intentionally designed to be biased here. That's all it does. Okay, it will steal Sonic's entire arsenal. Here's the thing, though. I lied. That's not what the Barter Box does.
Oh.
That's what all these comments claimed it does. That's not what it does.
Okay.
What it does is it swaps your items.
Oh! Wait, no! Think about this for a minute, guys.
I would like to return to our video for a second. Go back about here-ish. There we go. Hey! did we determine had the better arsenal?
Well, congratulations, guys. You've proven yet again that Sonic wins.
Right, so they swap arsenals. So now Sonic has the advantage in that category. What did you think you were proving with this? Also,
oh my gosh, sorry.
There's an item Sonic has.
No.
It is okay.
No.
That can swap arsenals. Okay. But not even that. We don't even that. Let's be more biased here, okay? Let's be more biased. He doesn't have that, all right?
Okay.
All right,
He doesn't have it.
Okay. They swap arsenals. Sonic has the better end of the deal. But you know what? He's like, I don't feel like winning today. I want my old arsenal back.
Okay.
So why doesn't he use just another barter box? Because if we give Mario the barter box, we have to give him the full stack, right? We're being so generous. So now he has all the barter boxes!
So if the animation is just them swapping barter boxes for 50 hours.
Yes! And if you do the math and land it out, because there are 2 different stacks because of the swap card, okay, then he has the last swap if he wants.
Right, and he's smart enough to figure that out.
Right, beyond that.
Beyond that?
Even if he couldn't, at least he doesn't have the emeralds, right? At least he can't go supersonic, okay? Except he does, because the emeralds are sentient and will teleport themselves to their previous user. In Sonic Rush Adventure, they literally cross dimensions so that Blaze can use them, because a user of the Chaos Force needed them. So if Sonic just wants them, he can use them. And even without that, there are tons of instances in canon and outside of canon where the Chaos Emeralds have been activated by someone needing them who just happened to be close by, didn't even intend to use them. Like, that's how Sonic turns into Supersonic in Sonic Adventure. They didn't think they could use the Emeralds, but the Emeralds activated anyway in response to Sonic's positive Chaos energy. So as long as Mario has the Emeralds on him, Sonic can still use them!
Let's just move on to the next thing.
Okay.
So listen, someone took an issue with this particular part of the video.
He survived attacks from a being who could wipe out all life in the galaxy and even entered a black hole that was threatening to consume existence.
But yeah, so someone had a problem with us saying he entered a black hole and survived it. We even brought some conclusion that was threatening to consume existence. And as
For the record, while we showed it in Sonic Boom, this isn't the first time that something like that has happened.
But let's just talk about Sonic Boom.
Okay.
Let's talk about Sonic Boom for a second, okay? And someone was pretty upset, and their reason was that it was pretty vague. We don't really know if Tails was actually, like, referring to the world and stuff. Like, maybe he was referring to the world. Maybe he was referring to even just the island, you know? Tails does, say, in the direct subtitles, it'll consume existence.
All existence.
All existence, yeah. That's
he doesn't say,
that's what Tails
our
says.
current existence. He says all existence.
Yes, but that was, as paraphrasing here, that was apparently vague as heck. So, alright, let's be reasonable here. We're gonna do this completely blind. I'm gonna test your argument here really quick.
The fact or state of living or having some objective reality. All that exists. Any of a person's supposed current, future, or past lives on this Earth. Tails would have just said the island. In other episodes, when things will destroy like their area or the island, he specifies that specifically. That black hole was created by 2 separate doomsday devices. Both of them were originally going to destroy the entire planet. And Tails guided Eggman and his new protege on how to make them even stronger in the hopes that they would cancel each other out. Instead, they combined and made that black hole, and then Tails is like, oh, if you don't succeed in this, Sonic, if you don't enter that black hole and put this thing in there, all existence is gone. And Tails has 300 IQ. He can make dimensional portals. He knows about the multiverse at this point, by the way. Boom, Tails does. And also, this isn't the first time that Sonic has survived black holes that could have destroyed existence, so...
Next one, it's a bit better. This was
a pretty reasonable one.
Yeah, this was a reasonable one that was wondering why we used hypersonic in the analysis and animation.
Okay, to be specific, he had a problem with it because hypersonic hasn't been used since the Genesis days. So the natural implication then would be that supersonic is more powerful. Because, it's not like they can't, re-unlock the Chaos Emerald's potential. And if Sonic needs hypersonic, why didn't he use hypersonic? Why did he just go supersonic? Especially in like Sonic Frontiers and things like that. And yeah, that's 100% a valid argument to make. This is a good argument. But to address it, it has been clarified by Takashi Iizuka himself, creator of Sonic the Hedgehog, person who oversees every single Sonic game and all that kind of stuff, that hypersonic is still a thing. The Chaos Emeralds, their unbound forms, is still a thing, and he can still use it. The reason they do not put it into their games is because they do not want a sense of Dragon Ball Z-esque escalating scale, where the idea is that, this guy is too strong for supersonic, so now he has to break out supersonic 2, hypersonic or whatever. And that's so hypersonic still exists, and they can still use it, but is an authorial choice not to for the sake of the story's themes. That being said, they kind of go back on this in the DLC of Sonic Frontiers. So Sonic Frontiers originally, the ending of it where he one-shots the end, that was supposed to be hypersonic, right?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Yeah. And then it was changed back to supersonic, which is really good for a death battle, but kind of...
a big mistake, story-wise.
Yeah. Because it makes way more sense as hypersonic. So hypersonic is still a thing. Reasonably, we could have also done like Supersonic Cyber, but Hypersonic had a all-ready-to-go sprite, and more readily accepted and easy to use because Death Battle used it in their 2018 version of the episode. And so it only seemed right that we used it. Although, yeah, understandable question if you hadn't watched that one specific interview.
So these next few were pulled from one particular comment.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and...
Should we talk about this guy, what we discovered? We've already been very mean to people who are, against our verdict, and, we don't want to be, because we're not against people who are against our verdict. That's perfectly understandable. Heck, if Death Battle has Bowser win for good reasons in a week here, we'll be against our verdict.
Listen.
We're against stupid arguments. That's what we're against.
The thing is, this kind of addresses a bigger thing, and beyond someone acting really stupid, and it's more the actual hate campaigns going on regarding this kind of matchup. So it's worth talking about because, again, it dips into just how insane and absurd this has gotten and how absurdly people will defend versus debates.
All right, so the guy who left this comment, he's not any regular commenter who was mildly mad about this matchup. We took a little look into his profile because we thought his phrasing was weird and how and he made, even though he was under the character limit, he made 5 separate comments.
Yeah.
And he didn't do reply chains for those comments like a normal person would. He made them so as to specifically as to blow up our inbox. And he's tried to comment on videos that had nothing to do with the death battle. We deleted those. So this guy was actively trying to bother us, so we got curious and we took a look at his profile. It turns out this guy is a Mario vs. Sonic hitman.
We checked out the community posts, we saw this post about being a hater, we checked out the comments, and this person was saying, hey, if you have the time, here's a Mario vs. Sonic video where there are a bunch of Mario haters. Why don't you go box them up?
I was like, say thanks, man.
Yeah!
His other comments are all like this too. They're all on other people doing videos. Some of them have Mario win, some of them have Sonic win. It doesn't matter, he harasses them. That is his thing.
That's how insane this is. Holy crap.
I feel like we shouldn't have to go over some of his points because him doing that kind of automatically invalidates it, I would say, but we still will because I guess these could theoretically be arguments from a reasonable person.
So the first one is that Rosalina scales to Mario because she's in 3D world. Alright.
I would say, do we even have to address this? But the Barter Box argument
the Barter Box happened.
So, alright. No she doesn't.
Nope.
If you haven't played 3D World, which I'm guessing you haven't, she is unlocked as part of the post-game. If you beat the special world, you get a Rosalina as an unlockable party member. I shouldn't say that. Party member is the gameplay term, but it can also invoke images of all these characters all working together as an RPG party, like in Super Mario RPG or Mario Wonder. No, she's unlocked specifically as a playable character you can switch to. This is after the game's story. This is after their canonical struggles with Bowser and his minions and all of that kind of stuff. This is after anything you have to do to beat anyone. You unlock Rosalina as an optional playable character. It is a piece of post-game only for fun content. So it can't scale to anything even by that. But even if it did, by a literal choice on the game designer as a form of gameplay storytelling, Rosalina is stronger than every other playable character. In her base form, she has a button that one-hit kills enemies using her magic.
Yeah.
What? She is literally shown in 3D World to be superior to all of them.
No way around it. I'm sorry, this is just straight up not true.
And yeah, obviously we can't scale Rosalina to Mario via like Mario Kart or Mario Party, because then a single Goomba scales to Mario. Mm-hmm. You understand what you're doing here?
So that doesn't work.
Sorry,
I'm
sorry. Single Koopa.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think have Koopas been playable in Mario Kart? I forget.
No.
Maybe in one of the arcade ones. I don't know. It's been a very long time.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But next up, the Mario universe, as shown in your own footage, is parallel to our own universe and history. No, it's not! And no, we didn't show that. We literally showed the opposite.
I think what this guy had to be referring to was Mario experiencing life in on Earth, in the human world, like as seen in the Super Show, in the comics, in Mario's missing, in the new movie, in actually every single piece of media that addresses his origin. Yeah.
Look, there he is. He traveled. Did you see that? It's not parallel.
Right. This is extremely explicit in all of that, including if you just watch the Mario movie. The two are entirely separate dimensions.
Mm-hmm. The Mario movie makes it clear this is the total origin. And here's the note. Mario's origin story and method of travel to the Mushroom Kingdom varies from game to game in other pieces. His birth in Italy, life in Brooklyn, and travel to the Mushroom Kingdom afterwards are generally consistent, as the Earth and Mushroom Universe entirely exist in separate dimensions.
This also contradicts the thing of people saying that alternate worlds, the different worlds like Darkland and the worlds of Mario 3 and stuff are separate dimensions, because they're all clearly shown together in the Greater Mushroom Universe map and in the Mario movie, while Earth, which is explicitly a separate dimension, is not accounted for in any of that. In fact, even in the Mario movie, Mario leads the bullet bill away and into this separate dimension in order to have it not affect any of the surrounding areas. So like, yeah, this is again authorial intent. It's extremely clear. There's a very direct, concise difference between the Earth and its universe, which probably does have a similar cosmological structure to ours, and the Mario universe, which explicitly does not.
So many of these comics try to turn our own footage against us, and then if you actually look at it, it just shoots themselves in the foot. Like, it's kind of absurd. This next one, okay, so just don't laugh. Listen, they brought up a very interesting point here. Let's take this very seriously. Okay. Mario actually has infinite speed. Yeah. Here's the thing. He traverses endless Mario Maker levels without getting tired. I rest my case.
How's that timer treating you?
Those things where we're like, do we have to say anything? But we do!
Does Barter Box exist?
Okay, first off, this would not even be a speed feat.
No, it would be a stamina feat. And
so, you're already arguing for the wrong thing. Second off, this is Mario Maker.
It's literally fan-made content. Like, okay, we can use the story mode of Mario Maker, and we can maybe even arguably use some of its powers and stuff. We even throw in the Master Sword in Mario's sidebar, just because we think it's kind of fun, the idea that he can turn into a 2D version of Link. Presumably doesn't scale to the real Link, it just has, sword and bow and arrow and that kind of stuff. But actual stuff in Mario Maker levels made by fans? Bull crap.
Yeah, that does not count.
It is literally the same thing as using fan fictions as scaling for a book because they both use the same words.
This just does never apply.
But yeah, Endless Easy is a game mode meant to experience. Sorry, I said Endless Easy because I'm used to watching Alpharad. But yeah, that is a game meant to show off other people's creations. And also, Mario gets tired in canon. Like explicitly, actually, you just injure yourself in any Mario game. Also in some cutscenes and in every single piece of alternative media. So even then, this is the outlier, not the standard.
Yep. I'm sorry. Makes absolutely zero sense. I don't know why you would ever say that. Next thing. So this person was extremely mad that we clarified that Mario had help besting guys like Culex and all that.
And Wonder Bowser.
Yeah, and Wonder Bowser.
Which he did, that's canon.
As if,
they show up in cutscenes.
Yeah, and he was mad because we said that, as if Sonic didn't have help doing all those things and all that.
Right, yeah, to be clear to the other, 7 people who said this, in gameplay, Mario can fight a 3D Culex on his own and defeat him. That is in gameplay. In canon, in the cutscenes of the game, as shows up in all these cases, and that's also in Mario Wonder, in the cutscenes that show up afterward, everyone is there. It is very canonical that all of them work together to defeat these guys.
Oh look, there's our note addressing it. You should read it. While both Super Mario Bros. Wonder and Super Mario RPG have a maximum amount of party members for gameplay balance, canonically, every battle fought and level played in both games uses every playable character. 12 for Mario Wonder and 5 for Mario RPG.
I will also mention, there are other arguments for universe level stuff. They are much more questionable than these two, which is why we choose not to bring them up, so that it becomes so as to, I guess, preemptively answer questions regarding those. But there are some of them. Basically, the Super Mario Galaxy black hole thing that directly counters the idea of Mario being able to survive universal stuff could be an anti-feat. That's fair. If it's very consistent in other universal survivabilities. And also, to be clear to the 4 people who commented this, Mario showing up in front of Rosalina, it was not him surviving the black hole, that was him explicitly being protected by it, by Rosalina's magic, so that he could experience the galaxy reshaping. Read the text that's on the screen. But, at the end of the day, we did put Mario at universe level. We did say, this stuff is okay enough where we'll accept it. Universe level at minimum. Stronger with certain power-ups or super forms. And then we clarified why that still isn't enough. So you're arguing for no reason on that front.
But we're distracted from the point. Let's
go back to the point.
And the point is that we clarified Mario had help besting those threats. And we never said the same for Sonic. I don't know, man. Pretty big flaw in our video to just leave in there. It's true, Sonic had plenty of help besting those bad guys too. I don't know why we'd ever say such a stupid thing.
That would have destroyed the universe. Maybe more, and he was fine.
And Sonic's feats didn't stop there. Merging 2 universes together is far more potent than simply destroying them. And Solaris was threatening all time and dimensions across multiple universe-spanning timelines. Sure, Super Sonic had help in besting both of these threats, but not when he one-hit killed the end.
Did you hear that?
Do you hear that?
It almost sounds like we said something that could possibly address the point. Let's rewind that.
Timelines. Sure, Super Sonic had help in besting both of these threats.
It almost even sounds like it even looks like there's a visual on screen to accompany this.
The problem with us addressing these is that lots of the reasonable questions and reasonable people is stuff that we're not addressing because it's separate interpretations, because it's stuff like the Dreamstone, where we both understand the other's viewpoints, but we don't accept them for our own specific reasons. And so what's left is a lot of really, really stupid people.
I'm sorry, we say it right there. I just don't know what to tell you. If you want to debate our points, we are expecting you to actually take our points into account. Otherwise, this is just noise. Okay, I think I mostly quoted this verbatim.
This is a different guy.
Oh, my bad.
This is a different guy entirely.
Right.
He left his own multi-comment long thread, but he was just a really mad person.
You guys seem to think that was a really good idea. They were pretty upset about the unabashed insistence that Sonic was made to kill not just Mario but Nintendo, which is explicitly false. Makes it clear why Mario's research is so lacking. Okay, I'm going to disregard the part where you said Mario's research is so lacking, which is an insane statement.
And wait,
because almost every piece of footage is from a different source.
No, I would say it's insane because it has no connecting thread to what this guy, to the previous part of the sentence. To like the guy's point, which is, us saying the point of why Sonic and Sega's gaming company and all that was created in the first place. His argument against what we said there, and then him saying, and clearly this is why the Mario research is lacking. The two do not connect in any way. There is no bridge there. So that's why I think it's insane. But that's okay. Let's address the actual thing.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this point, and I've decided I want to give this a blind treatment too. Let's do the research right now. Figure out if this person is right. Exactly. So, yeah, like they were saying, Sonic was made not to kill Mario, but Nintendo, which is explicitly false. Okay. A very interesting claim. I didn't realize that, so you know what? Let's just go find out together. But you know what? You shouldn't use Wikipedia for sources. You should use their sources. So, let's just check this out right now. Let's check out what they're sourcing for this. Well, where Sega couldn't steal Mineshare's arcade classics loan, he come up with a mascot for the company. One that could start a game that would show off the power of Knusem and sell over 1 million units. This is in response to
wanted a universally recognized character that could personify the company, a character that was to Sega what Mickey Mouse was to Disney. He wanted a character that would put Sega ahead of Nintendo. Right there, black and white, as one of Wikipedia's sources.
But fine, let's not go with Wikipedia. Let's go to the man himself!
For the record, by the way, you can say Sonic was made to rival Mario. But no, there are countless articles, there are literal books. If you grew up during this time period, you would know that you are being very generous to Sega because they and Nintendo are now friends. They explicitly were trying to bring down Nintendo. Takashi Iizuka.
Takashi Iizuka.
If you don't know who this guy is, I mean you should, but if you don't, he is to Sonic what Miyamoto is to Mario. He is one of the original creators, he's the leader of Sonic Team, he has a hand in literally every Sonic thing that's produced.
Let's see what's brought first in this video.
Are you a good sport?
Not actually.
What's Sonic's favorite sport?
Running.
After all that smack talk from Sega in the 90s, was it awkward when Sonic met Mario for the first time?
No, I like Mario.
But it wasn't awkward for Sonic?
No.
Who arranged that?
See how he doesn't deny it? Interesting. Why wouldn't he deny something so obviously false?
Yeah, the guy accused him of being against Nintendo, and he doesn't deny it. Because it was true.
But
you know what?
What? Let's go to the other man himself, Shigeru Miyamoto. What do you think about Sonic? Sega's reply to Mario. I've never really played Sonic games much. The character itself is nice. I think Sega succeeded in making a good, strong character. There are lots of games that try to imitate Mario, but Sega did especially well with Sonic. Despite his resemblance to Mario, there are some special points that make him different. The energy, for example. Among Mario's imitations, Sonic is a good one. We should never have had to say any of this, because this is Gaming History 101. This is the thing every gamer knows. How is this blatantly false?
You know, we shouldn't even have to do any of that.
Okay.
Why don't we? Let's watch another thing.
Okay.
Bring up a random Genesis commercial. Number one response.
Title.
Go ahead.
Very interesting comparison. Oh, here, this one doesn't mention talent in the title at all. Let's check it out.
The Sega Genesis has blast processing. Super Nintendo doesn't.
Shut up!
I can't get over this. Literal, full-length documentaries, books, interviews with virtually everyone who worked at Nintendo and everyone who worked at Sega during that time. Sonic was created to bring down Nintendo. He was created to, yes, rival Mario, but specifically to surpass him. Mario wasn't even the main focus. They wanted someone who could put them above Nintendo. Is what is explicitly stated. Mario kind of just got in the way of that fight because he is Nintendo's mascot.
This is flat earther level. You know how many people would have to be collectively wrong in order for this to be true?
Including, your grandparent. oh my gosh, it's been so long. Your parent, unless you're very young, who lived in the 90s. Ask them about Sega and Nintendo. They'll tell you they'll tell you as it is. I guess they're also in on it.
But even then, the thing is, the person's problem was that one, it was allegedly not true, and two, that our video was entirely on it. Our Sega, our intro to the Sonic, everything about Sonic was just because, as a response to Nintendo, which one was right. That's what the crux of our video was.
Let's play a little bit of our video, shall we?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thrill, the life of knowing that he is the very best he can be. But while he might have been created for soulless corporate reasons, thanks to his friends and adventures, he's ascended far beyond that.
I wonder if we might have brought it up as part of the essential knowledge and origin story that explains why this is a rival fight, and then created a bridge in the video that showcases why this is no longer the case, and that Sonic has ascended to a point where he can exist as his own separate product that supports everyone around him. I wonder if we might have had a line that did that.
Yeah, despite being a modern icon to the 90s, this little hog's grown a whole lot.
I wonder if we might have had 2 lines that did that. And then actively go into Sonic's character, his arc since being introduced, what he has learned, and what he's about now. I wonder if we might do that.
Choosing to rely on others, becoming friends with once fierce rivals, even comforting those who have seen their own death. To Sonic, being strong is not about being more powerful than everyone else, but being able to reassure someone that everything will be okay, just by being there.
That's a lot of hype to live up to, but he can handle it.
Oh, the point of the video, huh?
We even bring it up in the conclusion!
Yes!
This is one of the dumbest parts right there! Everybody watch this part!
Grown in their own ways since becoming heroes, and that doesn't correlate to power.
They're canonically friends. They're canonically friends! They work together now! Nintendo and Sega are each other's, the 2 companies, they are best friends. Yes. If they can find a way to do stuff together, they will.
Yes. In fact, let's go back to this video!
From Sega in the 90s, was it awkward when Sonic met Mario for the first time?
No, I like Mario.
But it wasn't awkward for Sonic?
No.
Who arranged that first meeting?
No, I have no idea.
What sport could Mario possibly beat Sonic in?
Hijack.
Who's Sonic's best friend on Mario's squad?
Mario.
What do you think Eggman and Bowser talked about the first time they met?
How to defeat the hero.
What's the most common...
That source is from 2022, 2 years ago.
From the literal man himself.
Yes.
One of only, I would say, there are a lot of people who could be said to be authorities on the subject, but there are only 2 people I would consider to be ultimate authorities, and those are Shigeru Miyamoto and Takashi Iizuka. And from one of them, we have that.
I don't even know why people were trying to debunk the whole Mario and Sonic are friends thing. It's like they were looking for an excuse to be vile about the debate. It's insane.
It's like they want them to hate each other so that they can hate each other.
I know, it's kids. You know what it is? It's just kids clicking on the video and making stupid arguments. Because they can't separate their personal feelings. I hope it's kids anyway. If it's adults, that'd be really sad. Next one. I disagree. Mario wins. Please don't argue with me.
Absolutely fair.
All right.
Wow, good job.
Good job. Next one.
Okay. Actually, we saw that, we laughed, we thought it was a great comment, so we just put it in there. It was really funny. Yeah. I would have hearted it, except people were already so vile about the debate, and I didn't want everyone to scream at this guy.
Yeah.
Because if I heard it, it would bring it up to the top of the thing, and then it would be seen by a lot of people. And that's unfortunate, but... Yeah.
Next one. No mention of Mario's durability. Hey, do you think one of these could be grouped into that?
I think one of these could group, both strength and durability into one thing because anything that you can inflict, then your body should be able to survive because Newton's third law exists.
Yeah, very interesting.
Could it be possibly that in discussing that very point, we bring up a durability feat? Several actually, for both characters, and even spend a lot of time talking about how Mario couldn't survive a certain thing because of it to relate to his power regarding durability. But also, just these two work together. They are virtually the same thing, but not really. There are certain characters who are much more durable than they are strong. But for the vast majority of people and fictional characters like Superman, Goku, Mario, and Sonic, those feats are fairly transferable. What they could survive, if they can injure people who can do that, then they can dish it out. Or if they can injure people who can injure them, then their strength compares to their durability. It's just basic logic.
Yeah, there's not more to say on it. It's just...
Bowser can injure Mario, Mario can injure Bowser. So yeah, whatever he can do, that's also his durability.
Yep.
What's in the realm.
Exactly. Next up, Mario can't breathe underwater. People were really up in arms about this. Kid, do you remember mentioning it?
No, we never talk about this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And I tried to look
in a
through
sidebar.
Is it? Where?
Yes.
I scrolled through and I couldn't find it.
We have extensive breath holding.
You kidding me?
Also,
how sensitive are you people? I'm sorry.
I think it might be in weaknesses too. I genuinely don't remember. No, it's not.
It's not a... Okay. Sorry, that was me transforming into hypersonic. Anyway.
Yeah, a lot of people commented about us saying that Mario can't breathe underwater.
So that was something we never brought up. We just said he had extensive breath holding, that's it, as a strength.
Well, since you brought it up though...
Let's talk about it, I guess.
Yeah, so in the 2D games, Mario can... Well, he can breathe underwater. Not really though, because in some of those games you can see his cheeks bulge, and there's no air bubbles coming out, so he's holding his breath.
Yeah,
okay.
That would have no reason to exist.
In the Super Show, there are some episodes where he can breathe underwater, and some episodes where he can't. And then in all the sequel shows, he can't. That's it. There are some people who are saying there's way more showings of Mario being able to breathe underwater than not, but there aren't. In fact, in the modern games, in the 3D games, he obviously has the breath limit thing. And you could say, that's just a thing for gameplay. Except, say, Super Mario Sunshine, where he has to have a helmet in Noki Bay as part of the story so that he can hold his breath for longer. Or, say, Super Mario Odyssey, where that limit on his breathing goes away as soon as he possesses a creature that can breathe underwater. How about the side material? Because he has limited times he can stay underwater in pretty much all of that, there's a literal... this should be the most explicit thing of all. There is a literal minigame in Mario Party 4 that surrounds the idea that he can't breathe underwater. The point of the minigame, it's a mashing minigame, is you have to gather enough air in your lungs to stay underwater the longest without drowning. As Mario.
No, but we can't talk about Mario Party because I have to bring up the Barter Box, which makes Mario win, obviously.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
I'm so sorry, you guys.
Right, yeah. So yeah, Mario can't breathe underwater. But if he could, it wouldn't change crap. Also, it doesn't matter that he in his base form can't, because he has 4 billion power-ups that can.
Next up,
He can survive multiple minutes underwater even... Why are these people talking about this?
This is so dumb. Whatever. Next up is Frontier's Titan thing. I think this is about the one-shot the end thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I want to be fair here. This was something I actually brought up to Joseph. Was like, are you sure about this? And he kind of just ended up convincing me on it. But I do understand, more than one of the other points, why people would have questions about it. So I'm not as upset about it.
Okay. So this is the thing where we say that Supersonic one-shot the end, and he doesn't have help with it. Now that's true. He does there's a single attack against the end, he flies through it, and it's instantly dead. That is the normal mode ending. That's the canon one. The stuff, DLC is like an alternate take on things, but not the canon, but it's alright. So the normal canon ending has him one-shotting the end as Supersonic. But there is the Titan Supreme there. There is the Titan who flies up and hurls Mario. Does that mean that Supersonic couldn't have done it? Does that mean that Supersonic did actually have help when he fought the end? No, because the Titan just grabs Supersonic and throws him. Like, he's not using his own strength and using Supersonic as an invincible ball to Earth or whatever. Supersonic is clearly expending his own energy to destroy the end. He was going for him on his own anyway. The Titan is there to get him there faster. And here's the other thing about this. That Titan, along with the others, worked together to fight a weaker version of the end. And they failed. So if we say, oh, it was outside help, then Supersonic one-shot the end with the aid of something that is explicitly much, much weaker than the end. So Supersonic was doing pretty much all the work anyway. And not just that, but right before the end shows up, Supersonic completely destroyed Supreme. Like, tore him to literal pieces. It's like not a close fight. Sage expends her power to rebuild the Titan to join Supersonic in space so that he can reach the end before it can actually destroy the planet. And so, like, that's the point there, is that's where the throw is. In the hard mode boss fight, yes, the Titan can shoot the end, and oh look, there's that health bar going down, but as soon as that part of the fight is over, it transitions to the cutscene, where the end has sustained no damage whatsoever, which honestly is consistent with all other pieces of lore in Sonic Frontiers before and up to that point. And that's without mentioning the DLC and Cyber Supersonic, and how, yeah, there's no shot that the Titan was doing anything to help with that. But even if we discounted all of that, since the Titan Supreme is explicitly weaker than Supersonic, because Supersonic beat it right before then, alright, so it's explicitly weaker. Even if we say that they were equals, and he used all of his punching power in throwing Sonic, and Sonic used all of his punching power to, destroy the end, so it was both of their strikes combined, then that's just equivalent to 2 Supersonic strikes. So that just means on his own, Supersonic can two-shot the end. Which, I don't know how to tell you this, isn't that much worse than one-shotting. I care it's a lot more than Mario ever did to Culex. So even taking it at its absolute least generous, at its absolute worst, it's still two-shotting a guy who was explicitly stronger than all previous villains. Yeah, so that's my argument for the Titan.
Mario Galaxy 2, it's a bogus way to measure age. Some people said this, nobody explained it. We showed it right in the video. The evidence.
Yeah, we put Mario at over 100 years old, and we say, yeah, he's over 100. And some people, for some reason, were really miffed about that. They were, taking it as proof that we didn't do Mario's research.
Oh, stupid. Sorry.
They're like, wait, I remember one comment that just said, you put Mario's age over 100, and just no.
What do you mean, just no?
Why
Here it is. It's held once every 100 years. The time had come again.
Once a century, the time had come again. The Star Festival just begun.
It's in both games.
It's in all translations, too.
Yes, and Mario Galaxy 2 shows material from Mario Galaxy 1, including the observatory and stuff like that.
Yeah, at the end, they reference stuff from Galaxy 1. They take place at the same time.
Yeah.
It's very clear. This game takes place 100 years later.
We need a little more than just no anyway.
No, but beyond that, okay? Beyond that, this isn't exclusive to these games. It's not a recent thing. It's not in your face, but it's been a thing for a long time that they don't age and they are decades old. But Superstar Saga, both Mario and Luigi are explicitly referred to as being middle-aged. You don't say that for someone who's in their 20s. There's a novel. Remember the Mario novels? I bet you never read them, but I did. There's a novel, it's Warp Pipe Problems or something, where Peach celebrates her 99th birthday. This has always been a thing, it's just not always in your face. Even when Miyamoto was asked about Mario's age, he specifically clarified, his age when he entered the Mushroom Kingdom, he was 23 or 24. Like, it was an explicit clarification because it's a canonical, continuous thing that they don't age and they've been in there doing adventures for decades.
Next up, people were upset that we said the Goldflower doesn't affect like Koopalings and stuff. You know, like bigger enemies. Like it doesn't one-shot them. Who were upset that we did that and then supposedly proceed to show footage of it doing that?
The Goldflower's earlier than this. It's in the power-up section. Oh, right there.
Right there. So let's just take a look at this together really quick.
And with the Gold Flower and Bubble Flower, he transforms his enemies into gold coins and bubbles, respectively.
Unless they're strong, like Koopalings.
Oh, the coins look pretty different nowadays.
The argument was that we said that they didn't work on strong foes like Koopalings, but we clearly showed them working on strong foes like Koopalings. But no, they don't. It injures her like a very strong fire flower, but it doesn't turn her into money.
Yeah, and Sonic was at threat of being injured from it. That's why he runs away in the fight.
Yes, and now the person also brought up, I forget who this was, honestly, but they brought up, I guess, what would be a fair point if we didn't specifically address it.
That's a lot of these. Sorry.
Which is that the Koopalings they're spellcasters. They have explicitly magical protection on them. It probably would protect from transmutation. That is 100% true. That is 100% fair. The problem is, with that argument, is that we address that by... Right there, actually. Oh, wow! Holy crap! That was insane. Okay, no. We addressed that because Sonic also has magical resistances to things like transmutation. Explicitly right here with the Paradox Prism. And also, like, timeline splits like this have happened, in, like, Sonic Generations, and there's other stuff where Sonic should be transformed in other materials or even just converted into pure energy, and he's protected from it. Like, this is just the clearest and most fun thing to point out, and it's also Sonic Prime rep, so, good for that. But yeah, literally, what Mario does with the flower, transforming one thing into another thing, the Paradox Prism does to universes, and it doesn't affect Sonic, because he has magical protection from that kind of stuff. That's why it wouldn't work on him. It fails on creatures who are weaker than Sonic, like Koopalings, who have the magical protection. Sonic has that magical protection, probably to a much greater degree, and he himself is stronger, so there's no reason to assume it would work on him.
Regardless of all that, Sonic has brain time.
Also there's that. Like, we, I guess, don't make a big point of it in the post-analysis or whatever, but we do point out in here, Sonic has a power-up that literally does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Ring Time, if you activate it, all enemies that you attack and touch transform into rings. They aren't killed, they aren't destroyed, it isn't a invincibility style, leaf style thing. It is exactly like Mario's Golden Flower. Right here.
Yep.
Look, I'll touch them. They transform into Sonic's currency, gold rings, or chaos rings. It is the exact same thing, so even then, without regarding any of that, the two just cancel each other out because they have the same power-up.
People were wondering why Mario didn't have the Wonder Flower. That's because he never had the Wonder Flower. That was a part of the environment.
Yeah.
Very explicitly. He can't carry it, he never obtains it, he encounters it in the environment, he tries to find it in each level.
And yeah, the point of the Wonder Flower, he's not even collecting those. The caterpillar in his hat is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like the point of that is to destroy the clouds surrounding Bowser.
Those are Wonder Seeds.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Wait, yeah. So then who has the one? Wait, that's just Bowser.
Yeah. No one has a Wonder Flower.
What?
Like, Mario doesn't have a Wonder Flower. I'm sorry, this doesn't apply.
I only played through Mario Wonder once. It was shortly before writing the video, so...
For the last time.
Yeah, for the last time. So I'm less familiar with it.
Yeah, but this just doesn't apply. Mario does not have the Wonder Flower. Mario loses power with one hit. People took big issue with this. This is very consistent. Just refer to, if you really want to...
Wait, refer to any video game?
Refer to any video game. If you want to know that Nintendo believes in this, check out the Mario movie as of the 2023 one. When Peach says, oh yeah, if you get hit, you lose the power.
Which was written by Shigeru Miyamoto.
He didn't write it, but he was a big part of it.
Yeah, he was a big part of it. He approved every line in that script. He watched the movie himself.
And it's also supported by side material too. Behold this clip. Guys, come on.
He was, literally, if an enemy taps him on the shoulder, he will lose the power-up, according to, extended material. This is also a thing in, the comics and stuff. Now, in Mario-Kun, it takes a strong hit, and in Mario-Kun, he can combine power-ups. That is exclusive to Mario-Kun, which, as we clarified earlier, we only use these the extra pieces of material as supporting evidence. So if it's countered by mainline canon, then it's not counted. And that is countered by mainline canon, and by every other piece of supporting material, and by the movie that Miyamoto wrote! Or helped write. I know. He helped with. He approved of that line. He approved of that plot point.
People will use every single millimeter against you. We know this now, so we have to be clear. Someone claiming that we did see the Starship Mario attack. How dare we say that it didn't happen?
Oh yeah, so this was a note. Where Bowser hits Starship Mario with meteors, and Blubba is like, oh man, he got us good. And for a decade now, people have been trying to use that feat to say that Bowser's meteors are trillions of times the speed of light. In the note, we clarify that point. We say that we never see the encounter. The literal only thing we know about it is Lubba's one line. Bowser wrecked up the ship. And that's why we have to get power stars to repair it. By the way, the Starship Mario doesn't move at trillions of times the speed of light. We also clarify this in another note. If you actually played that game, and in every cutscene, it uses portals to go to places. And this is also consistent because in Super Mario Galaxy, they use power stars not for the sake of their own power, but because power stars have the ability to fold space-time. Rosalina clarifies this specifically. If you talk to her, she will explicitly tell you this. And so the power stars can make portals. The power stars can teleport spaceships around. The power stars can make faraway places closer rather than make you faster. So no one is actually moving at those speeds. The power stars are folding space to move you to those points. So yeah, if you actually played Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2, you wouldn't be questioning this. I'm sorry. Yes, it's another really dumb point.
Speaking of, wouldn't be questioning this if you played the games. We did not see the Starship encounter. I don't know what to tell you except that you literally just lied about this. Watch a walkthrough. You do not see it. This doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I've played this game several times. I replayed it actually recently for footage, and we're gonna make a video about it eventually. We're gonna make a video out of the replay sessions. And no, you never see it. It never happens.
Here's another quick one. People were trying to bring up points about Mario Party Jamboree and Brothership. Welcome to Death Battle. Things that aren't released don't count. Now, to be fair, our video did come out after Jamboree, 1 day after.
Yeah, we had all the time in the world to redo all of our research and edit the whole thing.
The videos are not made in 1 day.
We didn't think of the video and then it pops up on YouTube.
Yeah, Jamboree came out, we went, oh well, let's just go with the video anyway. We're not even going to address those because neither of them count, because none of them were factored in, because the video was made literally before either of those come out. It just was uploaded a day after Jamboree came out.
In the original commentary, which isn't released, but in the original one, that was recorded a few days before Jamboree, and I clarified, Jamboree could have something where Mario kicks a multiverse and it shatters. And he laughs and says, I could do that to Sonic, no problem. And if that happens, then we'll upload this video and it will be wrong. That's just how it's gonna go.
Yeah.
New material comes out all the time for these guys. That's part of the hassle we had making it. We just had to pick a time to release it.
Yes, I'm sorry. It could not be the perfect eternal video. Okay, talk about the Mario Maker Builder outfit. People
claiming that Mario Maker is clearly canon because the Builder outfit shows up in Mario Odyssey.
We have the Master Sword.
Well, yeah, but there's a huge difference between fan-made Mario Maker content and the Mario Maker story mode.
Obviously that's not going to be counted.
And the Mario Maker story mode and possible power-ups that you can place into your Mario Maker levels. I am willing, the Mario Maker story mode, I'm willing to accept. The possible power-ups is way more questionable, but I'm willing to put it in in part because it's kind of fun to reference, and in part because it doesn't actually change anything. actual fan-made content, though. Like, people were trying to reference.
Yeah, it doesn't count. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, I just also want to bring up the ending. Some people question this, not too many people, luckily, because they're not that many people are, I guess, didn't play Mario Galaxy. But some people are
You should play it, it's great.
Yeah, that's amazing. Mario Galaxy is better than every Sonic game combined. I'm sorry, did we not make it clear in the commentary that we're big Mario fans and not big Sonic fans?
Well, somehow it wasn't clear enough in the video, but listen, if I
Even
rant
though we
about that, I'm going to scream.
Even though we had, like, an entire exchange where we rag on Sonic.
We rag on the Dreamcast, we say that the only way Mario wins over Sonic is in a fight. We even show, like for 10 seconds, our playlist on screen of our extensive Mario content. All anyone has to do is look at the channel for 2 seconds, see all our Mario content. Hey, what's the Sonic coverage on our channel? None! None in history until this, in one random video in 2016 where we said Mario was better than Sonic.
We like the character of Sonic.
Well, we do. We like Sonic.
Yeah, we like Season 3 of Sonic X.
Yeah, and we don't
and
compare
Season 1 of Sonic Prime.
Yeah, and we aren't comparing the characters themselves anymore. We were kids in 2016.
Yeah.
But, like, in terms of, like, what products we prefer, it comes down to Mario.
Okay,
we're Mario fans.
Anyway, sorry, about the thing I was gonna say. Bowser, like, landing hits on this Comet Observatory as it approaches the center of the universe. Again, it was explicitly doing that using the space folding ability of the Power Stars. It wasn't actually moving at, trillions of times the speed of light or whatever, what have you. If you watch it, it's clearly encased in a field of warp energy, and it's slowly approaching the ships. It's crossing great distances in a short amount of time because those distances are being folded. Like, it's a whole thing with sci-fi technology that the Galaxy was very clearly referencing, because Japan absolutely loves sci-fi. And if you watch the cutscene where they're firing on the Comet Observatory, you can actually directly calculate the speed of the Comet Observatory, and it's not much. In fact, following that, Rosalina explicitly says there's a warp field here that leads into the castle. Go. Like, re-clarifying it over and over again. So, yeah, that doesn't count either.
Okay, next one. This is in quotes and says small stars. Do you know anything about this?
Oh, yeah, one guy got... When we did the note with the X-ton calculation, we said, yeah, in Mario Galaxy, Mario can destroy machinery that's capable of absorbing small stars. Supporting larger scaling. And one guy got mad at this. He said, small stars, you mean power stars, right? Can't you spell? And also
so freaking rude, I'm sorry.
Okay. Power stars, those things that make universes in Super Mario 64? We should address that. Okay, I will in a moment. But, to be clear, no, we mean small stars. Play Super Mario Galaxy! There are machines that are consuming stars! Literal stars! You see them in the game! You break that machinery, the machines are using power stars to be able to do that! You remove the power stars, destroying the machinery!
Did you know that star can mean more than one thing in the Mario universe?
Just like Galaxy can mean more than one thing.
There it is, right there.
Just because some people are up about this, the Super Mario 64 power star scaling. Okay? Now, back in my day, back in the day of last week, before this video came out, the vast majority of the Versus community who believed that power stars were sustaining the worlds in the paintings put them at solar system level, not universe level. Because presumably they were only sustaining what's visible in that realm, especially since you fall out and then fall through the painting again. So that's only a solar system level feat. So it wouldn't matter at all because we put Mario universe level here. But I guess it increased in the days between me being in the Versus community and us releasing that video, because suddenly we're flooded with people claiming that it's universe level feats. But sure, let's just be really clear about this. Okay. This is a leftover debunk, actually. To spoil a little bit of the second part of this video, when we go through like the history of us making this video. Back in the day, I thought these characters were way weaker than they actually are. On like script 3 or so, I had Mario at below solar system level, and so I had to make it a point to debunk the solar system level scaling of the power stars. Now, obviously I have them above solar system level now, and I believe, I myself do believe in that. I understand the universe scaling, and I probably believe in that too. But this debunk still works, it's still true. So I'm just gonna read it straight out. Okay, so consistently throughout multiple pieces of Mario media, power stars have had the ability to bend space and create portals. That's directly established as their primary function in Super Mario Galaxy. Rosalina even says their ship runs on power stars, not because they have a ton of energy, but because they can bend her ship through space. Yeah, 100% true. Dain, you've played through that game.
Yeah.
But yeah, from everything we've seen of the power stars, it just doesn't make any sense that they would have that much energy, that they would have the amount of energy to create a solar system or a universe. In Super Mario Odysseys, they're the same as power moons, like one is interchangeable with the other, and it takes thousands, honestly, of power moons to power New Donk City, which is a city. You could extrapolate and say, oh, it's like the size of a country. But a country is not a solar system. It takes hundreds of them to power up one airship enough to fly to the moon in that game too. You also see it all the time in like Mario Party, where power stars have battery-like energy, but they don't have a ton of battery-like energy. Now, people are assuming that Bowser created the worlds in Mario 64 using the power stars, but that's just never said anywhere in the game. What is said is, and I quote, "He's using their power to create his own world in the paintings and walls." And that's the English version. The Japanese one puts a lot of emphasis on the castle, walls, and paintings. But the point of the sentence isn't that he's creating these worlds, is that he's creating his own world in the paintings and the walls. So it's just lending into their ability to bend space, so that when you enter these walls and these paintings, you're heading to another point in space. That is his world. Okay? Like that's what's supposed to be implied from my understanding. And again, in both Odyssey and Galaxy, they have the specific ability to bend space and time. They make portals all the time. And heck, every time you get a star in Mario 64, if it's not in the middle of a level, so you're just teleported out, it says you get more of the castle's power. It's very specific. It's not the power stars, it's the castle. And a bunch of Toads are also talking about the magic of the castle. Now, this is still like something that's completely like, it's up for interpretation, similar to the Dreamstone. I would understand you not having that opinion. Heck, I might not have that opinion. Except that Womp's Fortress is in Super Mario Galaxy 2. Rainbow Ride is in Mario Party 1. TikTok Clock is in Mario Kart DS. These worlds that were that were created by the Power Stars supposedly, are not just in Super Mario 64. You remove all the Power Stars, and guess what? They're everywhere else in the universe too.
Bob on Battlefield's in the Mario movie. The
Yes!
20.31.
Yes, without any Power Stars at all. They always existed, and they continue to exist well after the Power Stars were removed. Heck, the Power Stars probably didn't increase the physical abilities of any of the guys that Mario fights in that game, because all of them talk to him. None ever mentioned being powered up by a Power Star, except for showing very specific magical abilities, like Bowser teleporting. Some of them just give Mario the star as a gift? Like it wasn't doing for anything, like Koopa the Quick and other Mario bosses, like, yeah, Mario, you cool, or just take the star, or stop beating me up, just take the star, like that I found on the ground. Like, they aren't using it. And yeah, also a bunch of them just keep appearing in more Mario material later, and they don't have Power Stars, and they're the exact same. Here's a fun one. In Super Mario 64, what the game does make clear is that Mario gets more powerful every time he collects a star. The Collect a Star text box says it, Koopa the Quick says it, Bowser says it, it's made very explicit. So even if all these guys were powered up, and even if these specific Power Stars did make these solar systems or universes, we still couldn't count any of it because Mario was the one who got that power. And in that specific circumstance, and giving Mario, 120 of these Power Stars that aren't his, that he doesn't have in any other game, is really unreasonable. Now, what is true, what is fair, Bowser was seemingly able to use these stars, all the stars he's collected, to make his 3 Road to Bowser levels, and I guess portals to everywhere else. Now, we've seen this sort of thing before in Mario Sunshine and Odyssey. There are small pocket dimensions that are made by like shine sprites and moons and that kind of stuff. But those have their own problems. Again, Mario can fall like 100 feet and then pops out again, so the dimension can only go so far. In Sunshine, all the backgrounds are taken from previous Mario games or just the surrounding area, so it's clearly not extending beyond that horizon. It's not like showing off like the stars. That doesn't mean it's universe level, because it's clearly taken from the area around it. Like, yeah, like you could, I guess, take in the E equals MC squared energy of everything in these areas, like the lava in Road to Bowser, and yeah, it's a big number, but it just doesn't approach, honestly, even like star level of power. But hey, in Super Mario Galaxy, a Luma can become a power star, and some of them can become actual stars. Since they have the same source, shouldn't they have the same amount of energy? Well, congratulations, you put more thought into this than everyone else. Second, nope, sorry. Lumas are they're basically baby bundles of cosmic energy. They feed on cosmic energy to grow big and powerful, eventually transform into other stuff, but those something else's, they're not always exactly equal. We see it even in the games. One will just transform into a bunch of planetoids, and one will transform into one small planetoid. One will transform into a regular launch star, and one will transform into a 1-up. They're very different tiers of power, and in the games, the Lumas are really, like, they go gaga for the idea of becoming actual stars. It's made really clear that that is the pinnacle of what they can achieve. Some of them will become power stars, others will become regular stars, and all of them want to be regular stars. That's the top of the pyramid. That's the big deal. That's how I can matter the most to this world. So, which implies that power stars have less energy than regular stars. But it goes beyond that, because stars in the Mario universe, they aren't like our stars. You see them all the time, and they're really small. I know that was a lot, and that was meaningless. That was like 15 minutes or whatever. But there's no evidence that power stars are anywhere close to solar system or universe levels of power. There's tons of evidence against it, even when opening things like Sunshine and Galaxy. Like, there's just so much that goes against the idea of the power stars sustaining those worlds or creating those worlds, and then so much against them having more power than they're shown to have in like Mario Odyssey. So without additional supporting material, that is key. Without additional supporting material, that's the most we can scale them to. That and their ability to warp space, which is used explicitly in the Galaxy games, and also presumably to create portals in like Mario 64 and in Odyssey. Oh yeah, also in Mario Odyssey, you can jump in paintings in those games too. Power stars aren't, supporting that. So how do you explain that then?
This is actually a fairly reasonable question, which is why I want it to be one of the last ones. And it's why do we show Super Mario in the animation with the Super Mario Bros. Z form? Mm-hmm. I think we talked about it in the commentary, but it's worth reiterating here because a lot of people were really wondering about this. Truthfully, it's a leftover from this being a homemade project for our friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But once again, the video was not intended to get popular. We thought it'd cap out at 200 views at most. And really, that's supposed to be Super Mario from the Super Show, but we used the Z depiction because, one, it's a depiction of a lot of Newgrounds animations of the era. The animation is very Newgrounds inspired in general. And we really love Super Mario Z. We wanted to pay tribute, so we decided the way we would depict the Super form was by showing that, but still having the powers of the Super Show.
We also, thanks to Super Mario Bros. Z and thanks to Newgrounds of that era, because Mario would get a lot of like super form fights in animations back then. And that's also a thing that we want, because our whole fight is basically a massive Newgrounds tribute. It didn't seem right to not have that be the sprite when we're still saying, well, yeah, canonically Mario does have a super form, so why not have that be its sprite? But also, because of all that, it had a sprite sheet.
Yeah.
So we didn't have to get custom sprites made for it, which would have been hundreds of dollars. If we want to do Super Mario from the Super Show / manga in the animation, we would want to reference Newgrounds, reference Super Mario Bros. Z, and be the one that doesn't cost us hundreds of dollars to make. So that's why he looks like that. That's why he shows up in that style. But we tried to make it very clear that that's him from the Super Show, even to the point of having him use a superstar, like a Starman, which is what he uses in the Super Show to transform, instead of any of the things that the fan animations have him use. like Chaos Emeralds or the Star Spirits.
Ultimately, we do totally understand why people were wondering about that. It's a totally valid thing to ask. I would even be a little bit confused, about why it's Super Mario Bros. Z form. It's not canon. Well, yeah, it's just a level from this being a small project, us not intending for it to get very big. And we're sorry about that. But, I really do love that the Z form, it's just not intended to canonically be. But yeah, that's just really it. And, I wanted to leave that one for one of the last ones because it was actually fair to ask.
Even though we do actively, we're right here. We do actively mention it here.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we mentioned the form.
Clarifying the analysis that's fan-made.
Yeah, we also very clearly, right here, we make explicit reference to Newgrounds. We show the fan-made content. We show this is from Super Mario Bros. Z.
People were confused about that. People thought this was a Paper Mario graphic, which is very funny.
Very silly. It cannot. Yeah, this is fan-made. We wanted to show it off explicitly to show where we got our sprite from, what our inspiration is from, and why the sprite itself not being canon doesn't matter, because this form is representing the idea of Super Mario, which we establish right here. So we wanted to be as clear as possible, but it's still understandable that people got confused because it's not something like the official show would do.
Yeah, it's part of the fan-made aspect.
I mean, the official show has come close. The most recent Sonic episode, Shadow vs. Ryuko, has Shadow using a sword from his comics for half the fight.
Yeah.
but it's never gone this far. Okay, recording a bit later because we somehow skipped this question. This is about the stopwatch that was in Super Mario Bros. 2 that Death Battle used in their battle. We didn't use it, and we didn't show it, and we didn't label it as Mario having it because it's exclusive to Super Mario Bros. 2, which was a dream. If you actually play the whole game through and watch the credits, wait a second, what's that Mario doing there? Is he waking up from a dream? And in that dream bubble, is that Super Mario Bros. 2? I'm sorry, Super Mario Bros. USA? Yep. People will claim that, it's been confirmed all dreams in the Mario universe are their own realities and stuff, and he's the same guy, so he was just traversing there. Nope. People who claim that, I feel like, has never actually played Dream Team or Mario Party 5 or whatever, because, the stories are really clear that they're literally just regular dreams. The whole point of the Dreamstone is that it's collecting the energy from them. They can be given form, but they themselves, by their own defined existence, have no form. They are supposed to be dreams just like we have it. Otherwise, the whole point of the stories in games like that just don't make any sense. So yeah, you can't count it because it was a dream, but even beyond that, even if we did count it, the only possible way to get it is it's randomly located as a plant in certain levels so you can pull up. And as soon as you pull it up, it's just used. So there's no way that Mario has to actually store it, or to find it, or to use it in a death battle. He would have to take Sonic specifically to Subcon, and then he would have to go to a area where he knew it existed, then pull it up, and then he could stop time for a few seconds like Sonic can. So it just doesn't work. Other one, I guess, Mario-Kun, a couple of people bringing up the panel of Bowser showing that, I have defeated the animator. Right, if you could read Japanese, or if you could, I don't know, read the manga instead of sharing around a single panel, you would know that was a bit. That was being done as a joke because Bowser was mad at how this story turned out. It didn't actually change anything about the story, and everything was normal again, right away. You could count for that specific instance to say, stronger than the animator or whatever, the artist or whatever. Or, here's the fun part, if you actually read the manga, you could count the 4 billion times the artist steps in and says, no, you can't do that! We showed one of them in the episode, but it happens all the time. It's made as clear as they can possibly make it. But nobody pays attention to that because everyone only shares around one panel. Yep, sorry about that. And even if that was the case, we wouldn't count it because it was exclusive to Super Mario-Kun, which doesn't align with mainline Mario. And we're using Kun as supporting material. So yeah, to the people who are mad about that, read. I don't know what to tell you. I'm still mad.
That's okay. A lot of this kind of boiled down to, if you're mad about it, just please read. Either what we read, put in the video or whatever. It's amazing. I'm really sorry. It's been days, and every time I still think about this whole thing, my blood still kind of boils at just how willfully ignorant people were about this video.
They have these ideas of what this has to mean this, and they actively refuse to research it.
Yeah, it's just, as we say 100 times in the video, we really wouldn't care as much if you guys were just civil about this. But you weren't. This is what you get, I'm sorry.
Oh, I do want to shout out, it was a couple hours before we paused comments. One guy who was very polite and very nicely asked some questions about the animation.
Oh yeah.
And well, why
that was a nice treat.
Why didn't Mario just do this here? We saw he could dodge that and things like that. It's man, you're so nice, but also you've clearly never had to animate anything before.
Yeah, it's fiction. Not fiction, sorry. It's not canon's how it'd go, we're sorry.
And if we did what you suggested, it would be so much more time and money.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We had to give it a good pace, a good fight, and then a solid ending.
Yeah, we understand why it was asked, but it was not feasible. You were nice about it, we're being nice to you. Thank you. You noticed a rage comment about the stork. Remember the stork? Oh yeah, we brought up at the beginning of the Mario analysis that Mario's big door dropped it 3 times. Yes, that was a gag. That was not meant to be part of his actual analysis. I don't know why you felt the need to debunk that.
No, yeah. So oh, but he was hit by Kamek, the most powerful magician in Bowser's army.
Okay.
Yeah. Duh. We played those games. We saw it happen. He still dropped the babies. We're not saying, well, how could he? Mario must be weak because he got dropped by the stork. That was a gag.
All what we said. It's not all we applied. It's a whole different sentence. It's just a gag, and we never bring it up again. And that, I don't know, it's that kind of scrutiny is what we've been getting, that kind of insane level. It's everything has to be 100%. Oh yeah, people were mad at us for the baby fountain thing, because that's not Mario's strongest intelligence feat. No, we didn't say it was.
To be fair, that was brought up by the person who is literally hired out to hate on people who make videos like this. So that one's not quite as...
Yeah, but the thing is, the point of showing the baby fountain was just how silly Mario was, because it was a celebration of Mario with Sonic in Death Battle. And I don't know, that kind of leads into... The last thing I want to bring up here is, this Q&A has turned out significantly more aggressive than we planned it. We planned to go into this with a civil tone, approaching a lot of these questions with I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt and stuff, but it's just progressively, you can tell we've gotten really ticked off.
Just so tired.
The thing is, it's probably the angriest you've ever seen either of us. It's definitely the angriest you've ever seen me, is the thing. And we aren't really like this in real life usually. We aren't just getting to these debates, we aren't yelling at people or whatever. We almost never actually call people idiots.
Oh no, we call fictional people idiots for as gags for fun. For real life people, even the people who deserve it, we're usually we'll call it way overly kind.
Yeah, and honestly, maybe we did go a little bit too far, but you guys did too, is the thing. It doesn't make it right when we did it, but listen, I just really want you to think about this from our perspective. LittleZbot is very much a channel for our friends, a passion project that we put a lot of work into, but we ultimately just want to be seen by, but we ultimately intend to share with people we know and love, and whoever else wants to stop by. The Death Battle was a very long-running one. We wanted to do it for years. We rewrote and rebuilt the video over and over. We'll get more into that in the second half of this. We put so much work into it. Before the Death Battle came out even, I had actually been I basically dropped off the face of the earth for over 2 years. I got entirely burned out from the internet. That's a whole different thing. But the Death Battle was kind of my return to it, in a way. And we come back to the one video we were hoping didn't get popular, finally being the one that takes off and starts getting all this attention suddenly. And we go back and we're greeted with an incredibly angry, vile, nasty side of the internet that actively tried to invade our private lives. I had more insults hurled at me this past week than I have in my entire life combined, and so has Joseph. You have completely sucked the fun out of our hobby. We are incredibly exhausted and disappointed.
Understand, part of success on YouTube is learning to deal with the punches. Is realizing you're always going to get haters. You're always going to get people who will be mad at you for things that are out of your control. And you're going to have to look past that and look at the good things, the constructive criticism, or the people who liked your videos, or the things like that.
And they were here.
Yeah, and I think we would be able to do that under other conditions. If it was a video we actually wanted to get popular. If it was a case where it was only 10% of the comments and people who were being nasty to us. If they had kept it to just YouTube comments or just like a reply thread or something like that and weren't actively seeking and hunting us out. Under other circumstances, maybe we could deal with that. But we are very small, very minor YouTubers who never wanted to have to deal with that. Who never wanted this level of attention on this video. And who have received... there has been a lot of good, positive interaction. Well, unfortunately, not interaction, because if I comment on any of these guys again, then my comment will just get swarmed by the people who are being vile. But lots of positive things that were said about this video. But there was a lot, and I mean a lot, of really nasty, terrible things said as well. And that really hit us hard. Especially because you won't even see... If we've done our job right, you won't see most of it. We've been deleting comments. We've been banning people. We've been trying to get the people who are using racial slurs out of here. But you will still see some that slip through the cracks, especially in reply threads, because we don't get notified about those. It is such a massive... It's a problem that big YouTubers have been facing for a while on a minor scale. We are small YouTubers who are suddenly having to deal with it on a major scale. And that is... It's not irritating, it is downright depressing.
And this all happened with 7,000 views in 3 days.
Think about that. Think about if Markiplier uploaded a video tomorrow and it got 10,000 views. He'd probably call up YouTube themselves to see if something was broken. The fact that people are this mad at us specifically for something so unbelievably small, I think says more about them than it ever will about us.
We made it so clear in the video it was a celebration, and nobody cared. Nobody paid attention because people just want to have a fight over the video and want to hate us for not saying that Mario was better in one thing over Sonic. Mario and Sonic, video game characters. If all these questions were asked by people who were making civil comments, we would not be nearly this harsh. A lot of them would still be bad questions, but we would be answering them reasonably. Nearly all of these have been pulled from absolutely vile comments who happen to share some criticism with some of the civil ones.
Yes.
Guys, listen. I know that none of the people who need to hear it are listening right now, but you really do have to consider what you're doing on the internet. You are not free of consequence because you are behind a profile picture. If you are only going to listen to one thing, then here it is. Leave us alone.
Go to the official death battle. Go to any of the other 10,000 videos on this website that are about Mario vs. Sonic. We're done. We've said our piece. We've made our celebration. We have something that hopefully in a few years when we have washed this taste out of our mouths, we can look back and say, that video was kind of fun. That is it. If you liked that video, and if you somehow survived to this point of this one, despite our anger and despite how harsh we've been doing, feel free to check out our regular gameplay content coming up and that we've just recently done, because that's that's what you're gonna be getting.
Yeah, I feel like I can promise that in the rest of the channel's life, hopefully, unless something like this happens again, you'll never hear us like this again.
I can promise you 100% the next video coming out, we have it all done and lined up and scheduled. It is so unbelievably positive. I would call it very wholesome. It's one of the most fun videos we've ever made.
I had to go off vacation to make it, by the way. I had to edit together a new supercut after this blew up in hopes to retain any subscribers.
Yeah.
A lot of hard work.
If the guy who says I disagree, Mario wins, please don't argue with me, is watching this, good on you, man.
This is not about you.
No, this is not about you. We included you because we wanted to shout you out. You're awesome.
Stick around if you want to know how the video was actually made.
Yeah, and a little more detail about the New Year's Eve calc.
Yep. Alright, it's been a day.
We're in better moods.
Yeah, every day since the Death Battles came out has been pretty rough. But after this, it'll be done. We are doing no more Death Battle content, repeating it again. We'll move on back to normal stuff. So this is the fun part of the commentary.
Fun in quotes.
Yeah, we're just gonna talk about making the episode over the course of 7 years or so. And all the troubles we went through with it, and the times when we restarted, and so on. So also, you may have noticed there's something on the TV.
Yeah, so we thought that for a fun visual for this might be, since we did the bridge of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate in the video itself, of Mario and Sonic fighting in that game, why not just have that be the background of the whole, well, not the whole second half of the TATL. So we downloaded a ton of Sonic Mii's, because there's only one Sonic character. Found an equal number of Mario characters. And then, except not quite, because you'll see as we get into it. Yeah. You'll see. We shuffled them around a bit until there was like a good mix of universes fighting each other, that kind of stuff. And hopefully the final match won't be Mario character versus a Mario character or something. I turned on all items except for the assist trophies and Pokeballs, and it's set to random stages. I selected all the Mario stages and the 2 Sonic stages, but I also selected custom stages because we downloaded around 15 Sonic custom stages, but we weren't willing to delete all of our previous custom stages, so you might just happen to encounter some really wacky stuff for some reason.
You want to start at the beginning?
So, obviously, I love Death Battle a lot. I started... The first episode that was released when I was following them was Batman vs. Spider-Man. So, right before Goku vs. Superman, right before the whole show just blew up completely. But the first episode I ever watched, I believe, is Goomba vs. Koopa. the joke fight.
Hey, I like that episode.
Yeah? Well, have you seen the sequel?
There's a sequel?
It's not a full episode, it's a DBX, but it's just as good.
I didn't see it. I don't really watch the DBXs, I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what? We're doing a TATL, we can do whatever we want. Let's react to it now. He only has jump.
Wow. This is really well done. No!
How's Eggman going to compete with this in a week? Because he's been in Mario Kart and the Goomba hasn't.
Mario just kicks the guy off a cliff. Maybe he should have won against Sonic. Whoops!
According to some comments, that's the kind of animation they were expecting from us.
Oh, shut up! Okay. We have 180 subscribers at the time of the upload. Get real! Okay, anyway.
Alright. Yeah. Real fun, though.
Yeah.
So I started with Goomba vs. Koopa, and I watched all the stuff that they made, because I was into that idea, of course. Including Mario vs. Sonic, the very first one. And as a massive Mario fanboy who hadn't seen or done anything whatsoever for Sonic, I was not happy with that result. Well,
neither was I. Like, I was in the same boat.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, we were children.
Right, yeah, that's important to emphasize.
Yes, we didn't have the emotional maturity to understand that there is a difference between a winner of a specific argument or a specific situation versus a better person / character. To us, like, we're children. We're in the stage of, our dad is perfect and cannot make mistakes. That kind of mentality for everything that we like. If anybody has any problems with it, oh my gosh, either they're the worst or the thing I like is the worst. And I don't want to think that the thing I like is the worst. Because we're kids.
Yeah.
So I remember being mad at that result and thinking, no, it has to be wrong. It has to be. Right. But I still followed Death Battle because I liked it itself. And I agreed with most of the other results back then. Not to say I do anymore, but, I was a kid. So I only knew what they showed off. And to be honest, so did they. If you have problems with Season 1 of Death Battle, and you don't know this, please understand. That entire show was made by one person. One person was given 2 weeks. 1 week to research and analyze the characters, write the script, come up with a conclusion, and edit the video, and 1 week to make the animation by hand.
Yes, and because I know a lot of you don't know anything about video production now, I will just tell you that is absolutely insane, and the stuff that they did put out is insanely impressive.
Yeah, having that kind of coda, that's unbelievable. I wish I could give you, a perspective, but I don't know your personal life. Anyway, so I think they did well for what they had at the time. Season 2 came along with no schedule, but I was eagerly refreshing the Death Battle page, waiting for the new videos, as one does. And Luigi vs. Tails came around.
Oh, I remember that day.
And that's where it really started. It was Luigi vs. Tails. Because they announced it, and I was excited, and I watched it, and to this day, that one's still much better edited. Like, for a Season 2 episode, it's pretty decent. And the animation is very creative. But they also, in their analysis, give Luigi every advantage, and then they just have Tails win. So that still confuses me to this day, honestly, is... obviously, the research is wrong, but it was always wrong back then, because it was done by... In Season 2, it was done by 2 people!
I'm sorry, Death Battle.
Who had virtually never experienced most of these franchises.
I'm sorry, Death Battle. I know you were limited, and this was 10 years ago. It was only a couple people. I still love you, but I cannot get over the Luigi struggles with a giant turnip thing.
Alright. Now, I mean... We don't have to be that. I mean, we should be respectful because of what they were working with at the time.
No,
but we shouldn't be
I'm just I never forgot that.
Because even they have talked at length about how a lot of those old episodes are just flat out wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, because I was still a kid, I was hopping mad at that. It's like they doubled down. Oh, wait, does this have 9 in it?
Yeah, this is 9 versus Luigi.
Yo, the best part of Sonic Prime! Season 1, let's not talk about Season 2 and 3. Wait, this is Tails versus Luigi!
This is Tails versus Luigi!
Okay.
And the result is gonna be the same.
Oh my gosh. Now, to be fair, 9 versus Luigi. Ooh, that's kind of a different story. No.
We're not doing it.
Also, I'm joking. Anyway, I remember ranting to you as a kid. This was back when we were recording New Super Mario Bros. Wii with a handheld camera. And I was so mad at this. And so I decided, the genius I was, that I was gonna research Mario better than them. Yes, this was a long time ago, so the Versus community, I need you to understand, did not exist. Death Battle started not the pure concept, because there were matchup magazines and there was a forum dedicated to such things, but all of them were single individuals and they were very niche. Death Battle is what got the idea of it popular in the public perception. So even in heck, hey, have you know that website, the Top 10s, that has those?
I remember that one.
Yeah, those definitive top 10 lists by voting and that kind of stuff. you know the top 10 Death Battle episodes? I made that. No. I'm the one who started that. Like, literally, I made that. I put in my 10 favorites. This was back when Season 1 had just concluded. Like, the Goku vs. Superman had been released the day before. And now today, obviously, it's all different and it's exploded, and there are thousands of upvotes and stuff for the top entries and that kind of stuff. But that's all based on my framework.
Wow, so now you've made 2 big contributions.
Right?
Well, that one is probably a little bitter, actually.
Yeah. But the point isn't to say, oh wow, look how amazing I was for doing that. The point is to say that that's how small the Versus community was online at the time. Is that someone like me, a complete random, would be the first person to make that list on a website that popular. I didn't have the backing of looking at like Versus Battle Wiki and saying, oh, look at this extremely incorrect scaling. I'm sorry, the funniest... Oh my gosh, Death Battle Cast has had some really funny moments. I'll always remember the Pope Mobile, and I'll always remember the McJaculator. But for my money, one of the funniest moments in the modern era is when they were doing a Death Battle Cast for, I believe it was Neo or Agent Smith, and Ben was losing, and so it was like, okay, how about this? According to Versus Battle Wiki, Neo is island level. And he says, and then he goes, okay, well, why? What's the feat? They don't say. Oh wait, no, it's not, explicitly labeled. Oh yeah, it's because he fought Agent Smith. So he scales to Agent Smith, and Agent Smith is island level. It's like, okay, and they continued their debate with lots of jokes and arguments and things like that. About half an hour later, it's gotten to a serious point where they really need to prove whether or not Neo is island level. So they go and check out the Mr. Smith page, and Mr. Smith, it says, is island level because he fought Neo. And that's everything. That is half of Versus Battle Wiki, I'm telling you, is crap like that. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Sorry.
That's what we're dealing with.
Anyway, yeah, so I was coming up with stuff from the video games I loved, the Mario games I loved as a kid. And that included things like, Mario can move faster than sound, because in Super Paper Mario, this is before Paper Jam came out, so Mario and Paper Mario weren't separate characters yet. But in Super Paper Mario, there's the boombox enemy who speaks sound waves at you. And Mario can outrun them, so he's faster than sound. And whoa, what's Sonic's speed? That's right, the speed of sound. That was the kind of research I was doing as a little kid.
Wow. Airtight.
Yeah, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Now, I grew out of it, I will say. I grew out of it pretty shortly. Like, I think I dedicated myself to this for like a week, and then I got bored, because I was a kid. But it always kind of stuck in the back of my mind, like, if I were to do a Mario vs. Sonic, my own episode. And around Season 4 of the show, I decided, and this was actually rather uncommon at the time, the Death Battle Fanon Wiki had, like, just been started. Nowadays, if you can think of a matchup, somebody's done a fan script of it. But back then, this was not common. I started doing fan scripts for my own death battles, because I thought it'd be fun to do my own. And they were, let me tell you, terrible. Truly atrocious. The Paper Mario fashion the sound scaling, stuff like that everywhere. I did Bowser vs. DDD as one of the episodes, and I put, and so Bowser is weaker because he held up Count Bleck's castle in the Super Paper Mario, and well, if that's made of stone, and I measured Bowser's height compared to Mario in that game, and I think I used the game theory height. Then it was just like the level above him instead of all the stuff we passed over. Oh, that's like 300,000 tons. Like baby level math as well. Meanwhile, DDD in the Kirby anime lifted up Blocky, and Blocky is over 1 million tons, they say. Or was it 500,000? Something like that. They get a number. It's like, therefore, King DDD is stronger. Like, that was the level of research. It was terrible. But while I was doing that, I was taking months for every episode. While I was doing that, I was leading up to my season finale. Ooh, we got Mario versus Sonic! I was leading up to my season finale. And my season finale...
it's a Sonic stage!
Whoa! That never happens. It was, of course, my long-lost fan script of Mario vs. Sonic. Newly re-researched. They were both much stronger. For example, Mario was in the kilotons, and Sonic was in the slightly higher kilotons.
I've read a lot of your comments saying, the Mario downplaying is crazy! You have not seen what it was before. You have not. Okay?
So in that fan script, which had, again, truly atrocious research on my part, but it did involve me getting into Sonic. And, finally, say, watching his stuff and playing some of the games. I released it. I am not kidding. I am not kidding at all here. Less than a week later, episode 99 of Death Battle releases and announces for episode 100, Mario vs. Sonic, the remake.
I watched it with him, is the thing. I was watching the Death Battle with him, and I saw that announcement, and we both just stared at each other with our jaws dropping, and I was like, I'm so sorry, Joseph. I'm so sorry. He had been working on it for a long time. Mario vs. Sonic, the fanfic, was a passion project of his. And then, Death Battle just does that.
Now, if I go back and reread Mario vs. Sonic, the fanfic, I want to vomit. It's so bad.
but at the time, it was really impressive for him.
At the time, meaning, this was 6 or 7 years ago. What was I to do? Because Mario vs. Sonic, the episode, came out, and it made Mario stronger than I had him in my fanfic. And it had totally different research, and feats I hadn't talked about or really considered. And things like that. I was just feeling down and bad about the whole thing. Not to say that episode itself made me feel bad, because it has its flaws, but it's good. I like it.
Both enjoyed it.
And I enjoy it a lot more nowadays. Mario, what did you just do? That was the worst play I've ever seen a CPU ever make.
Well, this is why he lost. This is not why he lost. Okay, sorry.
Mario's best intelligence feat. Around the same time, episode 100 of the Death Battle cast released, which I think, as I already said, I've been following religiously.
Oh, this cast, man.
Yeah, and this was a big celebration of both the Death Battle and the Death Battle cast. And in it, they did answer some questions about the Mario vs. Sonic stuff. And now that I've made mine, I think I really understand this. They got a little angry at how much people were let's call it making very dumb remarks and questions about their research. Now, of course, the research was super lowballing the characters, and they wouldn't follow it today. I assume. We'll see in a week.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. But it was not as dumb as a lot of these questions were making it out to be.
Bro, Sonic just won.
Won. So Sam, the man he is, who does not give a crap about how he sounds to anyone else, decided to go off on him for a little bit, and ended with the phrases okay, look, how about this? If you want a Mario vs. Sonic Death Battle done your way, make your own. There's nothing stopping you. It's not like they don't support fan projects. It's you're absolutely free to do it. And they've even talked about fan-made stuff of that similar variety before in the podcast, which their only condition was, please don't steal our assets. And I'm going to kindly forgive Fan Battle there.
Yeah. We made sure not to steal them.
Sam said that, and it lit something in me.
Yeah.
It was what if I do? What if I make my own?
Yeah, take it seriously.
So the very first thing I tried to do was see if I could actually get an animator.
Before you go on there, I just want to say really quick, I rewatched that clip recently. After we finished that battle, I wanted to reminisce on the history of it, so I rewatched that clip. And I, talked to you, and I was like, man, he was kind of rude looking back on it. At the time, it was funny, but looking back on it, he was a little bit rude. Yeah, that's just Sam.
That's just his way.
I wasn't, upset at him. I was like, it's kind of funny. I'm an adult, and I realized, that was a little mean. But now, after this, I'm like, Even in the span of a week, I've gone from, that was a little rude, to, I completely get it. Yeah, man, I totally get why you said that. I really want to say the same thing. I think I've said worse, actually, now. Anyway.
So that was the origins of how I started to make this and turn into an actual YouTube video. I continued making fan scripts after this. I took like a couple-year break between them, and actually, as we're speaking, I haven't uploaded a fan script in like 7 or 8 months, even though I really should have. But I was busy, okay?
Yeah.
Crap has been going on. We haven't mentioned a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
this has been a bad month.
It's been a bad year, let's be real.
It's some
really
bad year.
Some really terrible stuff has just been happening. But yeah, and then the time I could have devoted in my free time and stuff all went to Mario vs. Sonic. It was announced like 4 years or so ago.
You got an animator. That's where you were.
Yes, I had an animator. 100 days later, we had the very opening of Mario coming out of the pipe. We already talked at length about the process of getting the animation done and all the script, storyboarding and that kind of stuff in the commentary.
Yes.
We can skip all that.
Yeah, the whole process of the animation and why it is the way it is all in the commentary, so you can check that out if you're curious. I want to mention something at this point before we talk about a trailer, that when you had gotten an animator was when you told me, hey, Dain, I want to do this. Yeah. I edit every LittleZbot video. This would mean that I was now going to edit a death battle. I was not at that level, and I kind of knew it. So I was that capture was a mistake. I kind of knew it. So I was like, are you sure? Yeah, he was like, yeah, I have an animator. And I was like, oh, I guess we're doing this. And also, at the time, I knew nothing about Sonic. I knew a lot about Mario.
Honestly, you knew nothing about Death Battle either.
I knew a little about Death Battle. I watched some episodes and enjoyed them, but I knew a little about Death Battle and next to nothing about Sonic. I watched Sonic X as a kid, and that was it. So, yeah. At the time, it wasn't looking so great. But that's where we started.
Even from the beginning, us making our own Death Battle was not a response to the 2018 version.
No.
We want to make that clear. We do note a couple of things in our video that do kind of reference it, but we do that pretty specifically to, I guess, counter those questions that would naturally be brought up because they were referenced in a far more popular work, which is what we are not parodying, doing a fan-made version of.
Yeah.
So, like, if someone says, oh, why doesn't Mario just turn Sonic into gold? Like they said in Mario vs. Sonic 2018, he could. And so we have a section dedicated to saying, here's why he can't do that, to explain it, not as a response.
Yeah.
In modern Death Battle, I firmly believe they would come to the same conclusion on those specific fronts. Like, would they come to the same conclusion regarding the winner? I guess we'll find out in a week.
Yeah.
But yeah, in regards to those specific things. So, it wasn't about that, it was about this thing that had been festering in my mind for a long time, mixed with the idea of always, since I was young, wanting to be responsible for something as cool as a death battle, and then Sam's make your own thing, just basically compiling together in a big batch of inspiration to see, could I actually make an episode of Death Battle? And Mario vs. Sonic was going to be that episode because it's what was inspired and what was the very first one I wanted to make when I was a child. And that's pretty much it.
Yep. And it just kept going. The thing is, when we realized it was a bad idea logistically, we were in too deep.
Yeah.
We already had animation work. It was like, this has got to happen. We can't waste it.
Yeah. It's not just we had animation work. We'd already, teased it.
Yeah, we had announcements in the forms of LittleZbot Directs. We'll do another one someday. But which are our own version of Nintendo Directs. And this was the big announcement in the first one.
I think, the first time where we really talked about this, I don't think we can actually do this, was even while Funky GPU was in the middle of making the artwork that we needed for, the backgrounds and stuff. It's we have to do this, alright?
Yeah.
We figured that when we finally managed to actually do it, it would be... I'm not gonna name any names, I guess. There's a popular YouTube channel that used to do fake episodes of Death Battle, and they were very much parody. I believe, or at least I hope, they were intentionally bad. And like with only I guess the research to a degree being right. But I don't know. Genuinely, it's hard to tell if that was also intentionally bad. But I am not talking about fan battle here. I just want to be very clear. We love fan battle. It's a different show, different popular YouTuber. But our video would pretty much be on that level.
Yeah.
But at least we would have made it, and we would have a really sick animation.
Yeah. I was not capable of pulling off Death Battle editing at the time. Obviously, you've seen our episode, and the editing is still not as good as a real Death Battle.
Despite what some comments say. Thank you for that, but
I appreciate it, but yeah, you're not correct. Like, the real Death Battles have animated comic panels. That's crazy. What they put out is crazy. They have amazing editing, and I could not approach that level, but I do think that I got so much closer than I could have before, and I did really push myself.
What was left for me to work on was the analysis and the script, which went through, I think, 7 iterations?
At least 7. I was thinking at least 10.
Okay, I have like some of them logged on this computer. I want to see if I can actually look at some of them. I don't think I have the very first few. The very first one was not only long, but it was very underestimating. It took paragraphs to debunk Mario's feats to get him down to the kilotons.
Yeah.
You have to understand, for as bad as you think my research currently is...
Sorry.
And I say you think, because...
we aren't convinced yet.
Yeah, we'll find out in a week, okay? As long as we're not accepting dimensional tiering, which is what a lot of the people were mad about. Yeah, as long as that. Yeah. For as bad as you think it is, I guarantee it was much, much, much worse. I was way less willing to consider real feats, I guess. And especially scaling. Especially things like boss battle and enemy scaling. For example, like, nowadays, like, I don't really have a problem with, if a Supersonic beat Time Eater who was resetting timelines, or whatever. But back then I was like, well, that's gotta be a specific superpower. Surely he doesn't actually scale to, like, the whole timeline thing, right? And there was I didn't have any reason not to believe it, and there was a lot of supporting evidence for it, but I just chose not to believe it because in my head it didn't make sense that Sonic was that powerful. And that's the thing I feel for, like, a lot of early Death Battle enjoyers. People who are just get into the idea of versus debating. Like, for people who aren't into versus debating, you will still see all the time, like, for example, Doug or Ludwig or someone just bring up, man, why doesn't Bowser just use a gun? Things like that. People like I read a fan fiction and Mario's like, oh, I'm only as strong as a normal human. I just have fire powers, that kind of thing. And a lot of people just kind of, including me, visualize characters on those sorts of levels. They have an idea in their head initially before actually experiencing any of their stuff of how powerful they can be, and they will fit the narrative to suit that. And that's where I was for the first few iterations of the script. In my original fan script that I uploaded before they did their remake or whatever, I thought I was kind of highballing them by putting them that strong. Because, my gosh, that's stronger than some superheroes. Because that's where research was at the time. Versus community research in general. But no, yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing. These have gone through, script iteration. The current length of 27 minutes might seem long for a death battle. For this video, though, it was not. Here's the thing. The first script, each script got shorter and shorter.
Yes.
Yes, each one did. The first script I got that was recorded to audio that I put into the editor.
Yeah, this was the script that was read out in our first trailer, like 4 years ago.
Yeah, the first script that was put into audio, recorded to audio, I edited down all the audio to match the script and stuff. I put it in the editor and stuff. The video was an hour long. It was an hour long. The fight was about the same length as it is now. So, big problem. That was never going to fly. I told Joseph straight up, Joseph, this cannot be the video. We cannot spend this long on the analysis and conclusion and just have a 3-minute fight in the middle. That's like no, that's not happening. And then he was very insistent on keeping it the way it was.
I was like, well, I'm sorry, I edited it down as much as I could.
I was like, you gotta do more. It's gotta be possible somehow. The real show does it. So what's going on?
I really thought that, like, we had to address everything.
Yeah, everything.
Like,
I mean, now. Sorry.
Like, my star feats for Infinite, like, I had in the original script, like, in this modern one, I said he could defeat Infinite, who can create suns. In the original script, that was like 4 full paragraphs. Not just breaking down the feats, what led to it, who Infinite was, and why he has this ability to create suns, and why it was real and not a fake sun by the standards of the Phantom Ruby. But I also clarified why the Avatar was capable of destroying it, and it wasn't his piece of the fake Phantom Ruby shattering its illusion or anything like that. Like, and all of that for a feat that's in the exatons.
Yeah.
Like, okay, now to be fair, like Tails and Eggman and stuff are like, oh, it has the power of the real sun, so it's probably much stronger. You know, it's probably, you know, the Decillions or Undecillions or whatever. But how I measure it out back in that old script was in the exatons, up to low zetatons. And I, in that script, put Sonic at star level. So there was absolutely no reason for me to go on that lawn about this pathetic little feat. Like, here's the third to last script, I want to say. And this is still, you'll meet Canoli and stuff. It has things like, let's talk about the power-up section, for example, okay? Right after talking about all his weapons, after in the actual episode, I bring down, like, his weapons to a single sentence where I label several very quickly. Here, it's a full paragraph. But beyond that, then let's get to power-ups. I wonder if we can just read out the power-up section in my current one as well. Here's the power-up thing. But let's be real, everyone knows this guy for basically inventing the idea of video game power-ups. He's got tons and tons of them, all adding to the craziness he's already got. He uses these to fly, turn invisible, heal himself, become animals, grow giant, freeze people in ice, turn into statues for more defense, and go invincible for a short while. With the rock mushroom, he becomes an unstoppable wrecking ball. With the hammer suit, he throws endless hammers to smash the mightiest of foes. And with the gold flower and bubble flower, he transforms his enemies into gold coins and bubbles, respectively. Unless they're strong, like Koopalings. While they can only use one at a time, and each is removed by only a single enemy touch, this practically endless well of power-ups ensures he is never lacking for options. That is the current version of the video. That is how we address the power-ups in the script. In the third to last one, here's what we got. From Canoli, who is now you. Plus, he has one of the most ridiculous connections of power-ups of any video game character ever, than me. Mario may have many power-ups, but it's important to recognize their downsides first. Unlike Bowser, he can only utilize one at a time. That's true, Bowser can use multiple at once for no reason. I don't understand why he can. Mario can't. It's made clear in all expanded material and in canon, whatever. And most will vanish after just one touch. But when you have this many, it's not exactly a considerable downside. Like, at all. He can hover infinitely with the PA cord, curl up into a moving shell of death with the blue shell, become invisible and intangible with the vanish cap, and turn vulnerable and get way stronger with the metal cap. With the rock mushroom, he turns into a heavy and dangerous wrecking ball that can smash an enormous crystal to pieces. With the double cherry, he makes clones that follow his every exact move, and he scratches things up with the super bell. He can grow to the size of a castle with a mega mushroom, do belly slides and throw ice balls that freeze things with a penguin suit, freeze over lava and coat others in ice with just a touch with the ice flower, and become temporarily invincible with the rainbow star. Oh, and you know what's better than a really powerful hammer? An endless supply of really powerful hammers that can take out Bowser in only a few hits. Yeah, the hammer suit is good. The cape feather gives him almost unlimited flight for an unlimited amount of time. The Tanooki suit's nasty tail of attack will take out most foes in just one hit, and it can turn itself into a statue for extra, though not perfect, defense. And even if the fight doesn't go his way, he can reverse time to the beginning of the fight with the earlier times metal, carrying with him all the knowledge he's gained while leaving his opponent in the dark, though he can only use this metal once. But my favorite power-up is the golden flower. Think fireballs, but instead of people being burned alive, they're transformed into money. Wait, does that make enemies more worthless or less worthless? The golden flower is undoubtedly one of Mario's deadliest weapons, but it has trouble converting tougher enemies, like Koopalings. Yeah, but let's see anyone try to hit Mario while they're flopping around in his pocket as loose change. Man, I wish I could do that. You'd be like, BAM! You're money now. As much as I want to continue to endure this lovely triple, I should probably mention that Mario's never needed the golden flower to accomplish its most impressive feats, or any other powers for that matter. You wouldn't talk to me like that if you were a bunch of quarters. Like, it's so long! That's how it took that long! is look how long it took me to read out like a couple sentences worth of material. Why was I mentioning all this stuff very specifically? Why did I have to mention the crystal for the rock mushroom? Instead of just saying, oh, the golden flower turns people into coins, I didn't make a huge deal of it. My favorite power was the golden flower. Think fireballs, but instead of people being burned alive, they're transformed into money. That's like trying to beat the max word count on your college essay.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, and it was a lot of that. It's worth knowing regardless of that despite this, a lot of these scripts, did get recorded.
Yeah.
The thing is though, the video did not take so long because we were just doing rewrites. A lot of these were meant to be the final one, and then these were recorded and stuff, and then I would get to editing. The problem is that with the sheer length of these scripts, every inch has to be edited. You saw everything that was in the real video. Imagine that had to go on for like an hour. It was
with this tiny little fight in there.
It was never going to be possible. But like, even if I threw myself just at it entirely, LittleZbot was one at the time uploading weekly, sometimes twice a week, which is a mistake we've corrected now.
Yep.
And two, I had school. I had a daily life to attend to and stuff, so I couldn't just keep doing this. Oh, and three, Mario and Sonic are not static franchises. They keep changing. Every time they change. And we would have to rewrite the script, whether it affected the winner or not. And the winner would keep changing too, which would mean a big rewrite. It was never possible. That's why it took so long, because I would develop the video, I would literally make assets and stuff, and then we would have to restart progress because of the fact that things need to change due to Mario and Sonic, and I couldn't keep up the editing pace that was needed. It was like, and also the fact that I was a worse editor back then too. It was taking me way longer to do the stuff that I did in the Death Battle now, so because I just wasn't that capable. It was a whole mix of reasons. It just was never possible. Like, I don't even know how to just keep going about it. Like, I think I really emphasized it by now, why it kept being rebuilt over and over.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, one more thing. I've changed computers 5 times since then. I couldn't even... And if you've changed computers before, you know that you just lose some stuff. And a couple of times, I was losing the Death Battle assets and templates that I made. For the final edit you saw, I had to remake that stuff from scratch in the last 2 months. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that didn't help. Okay.
Gosh, I'm looking back at like this terrible old script that it's not even that old. I mean, it is old, but it was only a couple of iterations ago. Mm-hmm. Like, the research is bad. Like, I have them way lowballed and stuff. But like, even just like the framing and referencing, like that power-up thing is so long. But here, in the actual script, to reference Sonic's like light speed feats, so the first thing we bring up, and we just say, he's dodged lasers, outpaced rainbows, kept up with the power grid, and outraced Metal Sonic, a robot who flies between planets in seconds. Bring up speed of light, speed of light, speed of light, faster than light. Boom. Like, nice and done. I have almost 400 words dedicated to light speed feats in the old script.
To be fair, that's because Death Battle also had 400 words dedicated to anti-light speed feats for Sonic in 2018.
That's true. That's one of the problems with that episode.
Check out Shadow, by the way.
Oh, yes, we didn't mention this, did we? Yes. So we looked up Mies for Shadow, because you gotta have Shadow on there. There were 3 options. This was somehow the best one.
Yeah.
We weren't gonna make one. What do you think? I think this is actually really funny. But did you ever watch Snacky's Sonic Destruction?
No.
Well, now I can't say anything. Wait, did you ever watch their Shadow Fandom?
Yeah.
Oh. To be honest, I was expecting you to say no, so then I could be double mad.
No, of course I watched that one.
Yeah, so this was supposed to come out a dozen or so times. We got to the point where we had actual release dates and stuff, and then we just kept delaying it because we're making an hour of that, with both of us having regular lives in the background, including school, college, etc. Which, that just isn't happening.
Yeah.
We're finally able to make it now, But you can label the reasons why now.
Yeah, so
I haven't let you
we
talk
were able
a bit.
to we were able to make it now, because the channel went on hiatus after our 10-year anniversary. Yes, I know many of you are shocked that the channel actually has a history behind it, but it's true. We've been doing this for 12 years now, and after our 10-year anniversary, which was this massive 4-hour video, which was made while we were keeping our weekly uploads up, by the way. Very impressive, if I say so for myself. We decided to take a break, and during this break, we managed to establish a lot of things behind the scenes, like, okay, we're not doing weekly uploads anymore, algorithm success, you know, like, obviously we gave up on that, so no point, we're changing this and this, we're getting supercuts now. The death battle. What do we do about it? Oh, we still have to make it? Yeah, we have all the assets and stuff. Great, okay.
One of the reasons we didn't come back after the break, we did our 500th video, and we took a break. The break was supposed to be a few months.
Yeah.
But we decided we're going to come back with the death battle, however long that takes.
And to be fair, if we didn't decide that, it probably would have never happened.
That's true. And as a result, we came back 2.5 years later.
Yep. So, once again, it kind of entered the same cycle of, okay, shorten script, remake, franchise change, keep going, daily lives, you know, the same bad cycle, except with the element of weekly videos removed. And then eventually we just, we stopped working on it, because we finally were able to, now that we weren't producing videos, you're able to recognize what we were trapped in. Like, why this was never happening. So we were like, what are we gonna do? Let's just not work on it for a bit and just figure out sort of...
Focus on our actual lives and regular projects and get those kind of squared away.
Yeah. So anyway, I got out of school this year, and so suddenly that was one big daily commitment that was out of my life. And normally what would be next is like a job and stuff. But listen, crap has gone that down in my life. The whole job thing? Yeah, that's next year. I'm sorry. I'm not going to explain why, because I don't want to get into my personal life, but needless to say, but basically, I'm unemployed until next year, okay? Anyway, but I was still doing stuff daily. We still had busy daily lives, like picking up, doing various cleaning things and personal things that we had to tend to, but school still eased the burden on me specifically. So in the last couple months, what happened is it was still in a bit of a standstill. We were still not really sure what to do. And then, of course, Death Battle had their recent shutdown scare, where Rooster Teeth just closed. And, the Death Battle, was Death Battle gonna end? It was, pretty upsetting. Then Death Battle came back, they were like, okay, we're back, we're doing the Save Death Battle thing. Wonderful. Let's check out the trailer. Okay, yeah, we have, this fight's kind of interesting, this fight's kind of interesting. Ooh, that is, Bowser. Okay, that might be a problem, but, it shouldn't be too bad. It's Bowser versus Eggman. Oh, crap. So...
Well, technically the trailer showed Eggman first, but yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. A lot's happened. Okay, I forgot the order. Anyway, so I sat down with Joseph, and then we talked about it. We were like, okay, so the death battle, it's now or never. Because if Bowser vs. Eggman comes out before our death battle does, we have to rewrite again. We will have to change things in the animation again. We will have to go through all this again. We just should get it out now. So from then on, a massive portion of my free time, slowly amping up from, okay, I'll spend like half my free time doing this, to I'm pulling all-nighters, became get the death battle ready to go. We made the final iteration of the script. We called up Obi-Wan Kenobi, see if we could record it, and this time, for the final recording, is when he couldn't make it because he was getting married, so I had to replace his role. I guess I'm glad that I did. I mean, no offense to Kenobi, he would have been better, but I'm really glad he's not a part of this.
After what happened.
Yeah, after what happened. And then we did the final iteration of the script and stuff, and then I immediately went to the quote-unquote scoring stage, music. I had been working on a score on piano for like a year or two now in some like pockets of free time, but this was when it became actual music production. Like I was assigning instruments, I was doing all of this work, putting things together, and then I scored the entire intro and stuff. I have more information about that in the commentary.
Yeah, for the record, Dain has, well, not always, but for many years, a primary hobby, passion, that kind of stuff is music production.
Yeah.
So, it was
I'm not gonna say it was only natural, because we were originally just gonna use like soundtracks from the games and stuff.
Yeah, we were, and that would have saved a lot of time, but the thing is, it was just not coming together, really. The music was not, like, mixing together super well. Like, it was just became very obvious early on, the way we really sell this is with an original score, so it has to happen. So, you know, I just began spending all of my free time, like, not all my free time yet, but, you know, I was spending tons of my free time at the scoring level, like, just doing soundtrack stuff for the battle, scoring the animation. And then the day after that was done was when I hit the editing stage. Look for the old assets. Yep, they were lost in the last computer move. Great, okay, let's just get started. And I just started building assets from scratch. The fire background, the little analysis box and stuff, and getting templates ready, getting this section of the timeline I can put in, you know, footage in the analysis box, and so on. And then it just slowly ran, and it's so intense, like refer back to footage, download footage, convert footage, okay, record stuff from the movie, fix the frame rates on the movie and stuff. Video editing is an incredibly complicated process, and Joseph, like, can attest to, like, sometimes he gets up in the middle of the night and does stuff, and he would just see me still up at the computer doing things. I would have said goodnight to people and stuff like, good night, I'm going to bed now, and I was actually working on the death battle because a lot of people in my life didn't know I was doing this. And then,
it's not something that we advertise.
Yeah, it was, honestly, it was going to be the last big project on LittleZbot basically ever. Like, LittleZbot, we've done a ton of high-skill projects, but this was going to be, like, the last one and the biggest one. It was the last time I would ever have to do crunch for a video. Now the first supercut is. The last minute to crunch for a video, hopefully. And I was just, like, working away at it more intensely than any LittleZbot video before. Like, again, just as I was saying, he would, like, get up in the middle of the night and see me still at the computer. He would see me asleep at the desk. I would come down to eat, and I would just go back to editing and this thing. And then, of course, like, I would either be editing or I would be cleaning stuff, because, like, a lot of home life was cleaning stuff. Like, so much of my free time was this. And sometimes, to, like, get away from it all, I would work on music for a few hours. And then I'd go back to editing. I did so much. And then in the last few days before it was uploaded, I listened to the original theme I made for our death battle, like for the intro segment and stuff. That was originally made. And I listened to the version I made for our old LittleZbot Direct. I was like, oh no, that's no good. I have to spend a day fixing it. It was so crazy. The crunch was insane. I was just, like, up all the time, just working on this, working, like, my butt off. Like, people are asking, like, oh, why can't you just make another? That's why! That was crazy, and that all happened in the last, like, couple months is when this came together. It takes so much work to edit videos.
In our comments, especially I think the kids or whatever, seem to think that we can visualize something and it just appears.
No! 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 I'm sorry! That's not how it works at all!
What your parents told you is true. Everything is done through hard work and lots of effort and determination. Like, I'm sorry, that's just the way of life. That's how it's always going to be. And that's how it was for us making this video.
Yes, and that's why we did not change it from Mario Party Jamboree in the last day! So yeah, it was just so much grind, but then finally at the end, we were like, we sat down, it was like 5 a.m., and we had a death battle, and we were like hugging and crying, like we did it after so many years, this thing is finally done, we'll never have to think about it again, what a lie.
Oh, hello Netflix.
Oh yeah. Oh.
The one thing that binds Mario and Sonic together, besides the Olympic Games, and besides their creators, and besides their companies loving each other, and their rivalry, and everything else that binds them together. Netflix still.
I learned so much about Sonic, like more than before just editing the video. I had to install so many Sonic games, do so many random recordings. I had to do so much reverse searching on Death Battle stuff. Had to try and find all their fonts. Couldn't because Joseph didn't tell me that they were custom made, except for the Press Star Impact one.
It didn't occur to me until you asked me. You're like, Joseph, I've been looking for their fonts everywhere. Nobody knows what fonts they use. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's because they used the Revision 3 fonts from forever ago, and then they remade them for their own custom work.
So I just had to use close matches and stuff for that. I re-rendered the video like 5 times, making minor improvements because I couldn't stand it being imperfect. You think it's imperfect now? No, it's, sorry. I can't even begin to describe the monstrous task of editing this thing. The official Death Battle has a team working on it. I was one person. I still had a daily life, by the way, of cleaning stuff. Not as intense before, but I still did. And I was losing sleep to do this.
And also, for the record, like, those people who are who are editing regular Death Battle, not only is that their job, they are literal professionals. Like, certified. They have experience editing not just those kinds of videos, and not just Death Battle since seasons 3 and onward, but things like actual movies. Like, they are literally professional editors, the highest that you can get. That is what Death Battle uses.
Yeah, and I've improved a lot, but I've still only edited for LittleZbot. And the occasional special project could not prepare me for this. This is a whole new thing. This was an entire beast of a project. I was even working in Vegas, by the way. And Death Battle, I can tell you right now, is edited in Premiere. Yeah, it was like you can watch any like normal video, even upcoming Supercut, and if you'll like pay any attention, you'll realize, oh, this is so much different editing work. This is so much lighter than the Death Battle. So yeah, I had to learn so much too. Oh my gosh, it was just... I know I'm saying it was crazy so much, but like it was the most... Honestly, when it came out, like when I was finished with it, I just told those this is my proudest achievement, sort of as an editor, and nearly like in general. This is like the best thing I've ever done.
And this me is the best thing I've ever done. Undertales.
Yeah, it is. And
anyway.
Now I don't even want to put it in a portfolio. Maybe in a year, when I've moved on from this mess. But yeah, like, the thing is, even though I put so much work into it, I didn't expect it to be scrutinized by thousands. I was not ready for that.
It was probably among the most stressful months of our lives making the video. And when it was finished, we were thinking, we're done at long last.
Yep. We sat down, had a drink, finally did nothing for one day.
We celebrated, we watched the old Death Battles, and we watched ours all in a row. We had a great time. We recorded the old commentary, just kind of taking 5 hours to go into detail for all the lines and the histories and different scripts and stuff.
Just before the couple of people who wanted to see it.
Yeah. And then, this was the first day it was uploaded. The first day, it hit 50 views, okay? Day 2? Here's what happened, okay? Here's what I think happened. Now, I'm not sure about this anymore, because somehow, while it was unlisted, it got 200 more views. So somehow these people had links to it, okay? Okay, but, Day 2, Fan Battle, the major Death Battle fan channel that makes their own, released an episode, Mysterio vs. Scarecrow. It's very good, you should watch it. We mention Fan Battle in our captions, because at the end we say, hey, guys, you should check out all these people, including Fan Battle.
I did subtitles too, by the way, in that grind. Anyway.
Yeah, okay. And in addition, our hashtags included, like, fan-made Death Battle. And I found this out, a couple days later. That day, if you put Fan Battle into the YouTube search, and you scroll down, you get like 3 of Fan Battle's episodes, and then number 4 is that really stupid thing that YouTube does where it says, people who watch these videos also watch this, and so you don't actually get to see your search results, and it's just pages of random recommendations from YouTube. We were number 1 on that list. Day 2, it climbed to 1.7k views from 50. Day 3, it exploded, went up to 4k. Day 4, we shut it down for a week. It was at 7,000 views.
We shut it down for a week because, and this will probably be something we talk more about when it's safer to do so, when we aren't having harassment campaigns against us, but like, we shut it down for a week or so because
we're not talking about people who disagree with the outcome, by the way.
No, we aren't.
No, that's not you guys, you got a little bit of criticism and you're backing off. That's not it at all. Literal harassment campaigns from people who are solely, they don't even care about the result, they're just trying to harass us.
Okay. Like, that day, like that day before when I was watching it climb or whatever, I tried to like calm myself out thinking about, okay, here's all the good stuff like you did. You know, you did accomplish this regardless. And I watched it. I usually watch LittleZbot videos like on my phone in the small screen stuff. You know, in the small resolution, you see it still captures. And I just saw a ticker tape of like nasty comments. I just like turned off my phone and then I didn't sleep the whole night. And then the morning, Joseph found me and then he was like, okay, we're shutting it down for a week. We're done. And last night, after we finally gave in and paused comments due to the people in threads attacking each other, I managed to get like 4 hours of sleep. Hopefully, after the first supercut goes up, I'll get a whole 8.
Okay, so, right, in case you don't know how this is how YouTube algorithm currently works, every new video that's uploaded from a very small content creator is randomly sent out to 100 random people. And if those people watch the video and interact with it in any way, whether that being watching the whole length through or giving it a like or giving it a comment or something like that, then for every one of those first people, it is sent to another random 100. Mm-hmm. And that lasts for 3 days. That's how long the random 100 cycle lasts. So everyone that was seeing us through Fan Battle, everyone who was commenting, liking, and or just watching the video as a whole, all those people, it was sending out to another 100 random people. Mm-hmm. So that's why it was exploding so quickly, and because of that, it was a cycle that would have continued on to likely, I would guess, around 11 to 12K, and then YouTube would have entered it into its normal algorithm, so it would have been seen as a very well-doing video on our channel, and would have been instantly recommended to everyone who was kind of into gaming YouTube. Right. Because it's so much higher than any other video we've done, and we've done hundreds of other videos.
Right.
That's how the algorithm works.
Right, our channel doesn't get an audience, and it stopped being meant for that a long time ago, even the death battle.
So, in part to stop the bad people, but also in part to stop the algorithm from performing this action, we unlisted the video for a week. That gave the entire cycle time off, room to breathe, and then when we relist it, the algorithm reads it as not having that many views in that many days, but having that many views over the course of 11 days. And that is no longer impressive to it, so it stops randomly recommending it to everyone.
Yeah, we hope. If it gets too big again, we might have to unlist it again because we don't want our channel to get ruined by this. We still want to make normal videos.
We're happy if you guys want to share around our supercuts.
Yeah, we are.
But not this video.
I mean, if you share around the death battle...
Oh, I mean, that's fine if you like share it with like your friend group and stuff.
Yeah.
But if you're like, oh man, check out this thing in like your Discord server, please no.
Don't do that to us. We've been through enough. I don't even know where to go next with talking.
Okay, I think we talked a lot about that in general. Mm-hmm. We have a list of other things we can discuss here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We talked about pretty much all of this stuff here.
Pretty fun when they got movies while we were making this. Yeah. That was painful, but at least like the Mario one didn't change anything really. It was just good footage. Thank goodness. That was so stressful.
I mean, the Sonic ones didn't change anything either. They also provided good footage, but in a very different way. Mm-hmm. We were worried, though, that they were going to change something.
Oh, very worried.
For the first, not just, it's going to change a lot or whatever. Not just that, for the Sonic movie specifically, with the first design of the character.
Yeah, that was a little weird, because that would be something we would have to address, because it would be so infamous in the Sonic community. We would throw off the script again. Uh-huh. Also, again, I want to reemphasize, every new entry that changes even one thing means okay, we have to consider a rewrite.
Mm-hmm. And also, for the Sonic movie, it's the initial terrible design of it put Sonic as a whole, including the fandom, in a very bad light.
Oh yeah.
For about 8 months or so, and so even if we had the video completely done, we would not have released it in that 8 months.
Yeah.
And that similar thing actually happened with the Mario movie when the cast was announced.
Oh, that was bad.
Before the movie came out and everyone realized, wait, no, these are the perfect actors. What do you know? A major studio plus Nintendo actually knew what they were doing. It wasn't for the memes. Before people realized that, including us, we have a reaction video to that, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
We also could not, if the video was done at that point, we would not have released it until the Mario movie released. because every time Mario was brought up in the casual community, it wasn't about a new game. It wasn't about celebrating the character. It wasn't about any of the cool stuff. It was all about, oh, that's Chris Pratt right there. And that's it. That was his entire personality to the public for a year or so. In addition, there was the general worry every single time anything new came out for Mario or Sonic, it was harder to enjoy it because we had it in the back of our heads so much of, what does this change? What does this mean for a rewrite and for a re-edit?
Like, a lot of it got a little bit soured for us. We tried not to show it, but like the Mario movie getting a trailer and stuff, I didn't watch it. I don't really watch movie trailers that I'm looking forward to. But in my mind, I was thinking, oh, this movie's gonna ruin everything again for the millionth time. I'm hopefully now that, again, when this all dies out, that I will go back to looking super forward to new entries again.
Yeah.
Like, I want to, look forward to Brothership, and I'm happy they're doing another Mario and Luigi game. I'm looking forward to it a bit, but now I'm just waiting to look forward to it in the light of, okay, so, no, I won't be harassed with this.
Sonic Frontiers.
Oh, that was something.
That was something, because that did change a lot.
Oh, yeah. That was...
You know what? I feel free telling you this. In the script that we had before we played Sonic Frontiers, Mario won.
Yeah, like, let's be clear. It was not a Sonic wins the whole time thing. No, we were not biased towards one person winning. We changed it a lot. And, of course, when it changed, things had to change animation-wise.
Now, of course, I'm not gonna pretend that our research was necessarily right back then. I'm not gonna say, oh, Sonic wasn't, multiverse level or whatever before Sonic Frontiers. It was just the end in that game. Like, in that game, we spent the entire time saying the end is stronger than every previous villain. Then Super Sonic one-shots the end. That got me to re-examine Sonic's, his whole portfolio of villains and stuff. And made me really take into consideration things like the Egg Wizard, things that were on that level, and reanalyze a lot of feats and stuff. And when I brought everything back together in a new perspective, to my perspective, Sonic now wins. My opinions had changed over time. What I accepted and what I didn't had changed over time. But that's just the case for everything that we did, honestly.
I want to clarify something really quick. We talked about changing the animation to make Mario win and stuff. Now, animation takes a lot of prep time, and we have to find someone to do it and all that. Right, so here's the thing. It took prep time and stuff. We talked about in the commentary how the animation is slightly dated and we had to make it better and stuff. There's no complete version at all of the Mario winning first segment because of how much time it took and the winner kept changing, playing hot potato. Eventually we just put a standstill on the whole thing because, it was a nightmare. So I want to clarify why we're not showing animation of Mario winning and stuff. It's because it never got to a showable state. It just got to okay, we have to allot time for this and start budgeting and finding people state and then starting drafting and then, oh, nope, Sonic wins, never mind.
That's also one of the things that contributed to us having to push out the death battle right now, is because right now we believe Sonic won.
Yeah.
You know what? I might even say believe current. But we'll see in a week. It's convenient to happen now because right now, not only is Bowser's Eggman coming out, so that's another re-edition that we would have to do. Not only is both Mario and Sonic getting new content very quickly, so that'd be more re-editions or whatever. But also, right now, the animation happens to fit with our conclusion, which 100% was not always the case. Right now, it was, so it was okay, the stars have kind of aligned if we can get this done.
Yeah, I just need to emphasize, again, that, we were not biased towards Sonic winning. We did the research as honestly as we thought we could. Yes, it was less convenient, I guess, if Mario won, and also, again, just as Joseph said, aspects changing of the conclusion and stuff meant animation changes too, is the thing. It just happened to be convenient, which is why we did it now, but we did not downplay Mario for it. We really did not, and I'm sorry that you do not trust us with that. I know you don't, but just look at our channel, see, we are Mario fans. We really didn't have a horse in this race.
I don't want to diss Sonic for all the Sonic fans who are very happy with this.
No, we love Sonic.
We love Sonic. We love the character, and we love some of the seasons of his shows. But yeah, if you look through our channel history, we can mention this several times, it's all Mario content, no Sonic content. heck, the few times we do bring up Sonic, we tend to bring up his bad points.
Yeah.
Or at least what we considered his bad points. Certain games.
At this point, if you're not convinced, it's just kind of on you. Sorry. I don't want to, like, be even more insulting, but, like, that's just the truth. There's so much evidence against us being Mario haters. Whatever. Anyway.
Sonic Frontiers and Sonic Forces. We can reveal this, because we kind of state it off and on in other videos. Because in a trailer we show, we have a Super Cup Sonic Frontiers coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and in the actual Death Battle, you can see it's clearly our own footage of Sonic Forces, because we have our own original character.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, yeah, in getting footage for those, for Forces, because it was an original character that you play as, we couldn't just take it from someone else, even if they gave us permission. So we had to play the game, we had to do our own thing. So we recorded a Super Cup for that. Well, it'll come out eventually. And for Sonic Frontiers, we decided to, because we got it a day early. But Best Buy, for some reason, gave it to us a day before the game released. So we felt obligated to make a video of it, and then we kept playing for hours and hours. And as for the quality of the game, you'll have to wait for the Super Cut.
You'll have to wait for the Super Cut.
Let's call it tricky.
Tricky, yeah.
That's a way to put it, because...
I hear that Shadow Generation is actually really good. Like
that'd be new.
The praise.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
A Shadow game? Good?
The praise has been pretty consistent, and I don't know, it's nice to see.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep, it's Sonic Forces, on the other hand.
Oh, yeah, that was awful. I'm sorry. There's no way around it. Sonic Forces
genuinely one of the worst games we've ever played.
Yeah. Very unfortunate.
Had some cool footage bits, though.
Yeah, it did. Including the one where classic Sonic saves Tails. Or the best one.
Yes, the best one. Speaking of footage and getting... this episode 4, the Metal Sonic clip. Alright, you ranted to me for so long about how terrible it was to get that piece of footage.
Oh my gosh. Okay, listen. To get the clip of Metal Sonic flying between planets, we have Sonic 4 Episode 1 and Episode 2 on Steam. So I looked up what's it from. It's from Sonic 4 Episode 2. Okay. Episode Metal or whatever. Okay, awesome. Where the heck is it? Oh no, you have to have Sonic 4 Episode 1, and it's a bonus, you know? If you have that game, you get it in Sonic 4 Episode 2. Okay, so I play Sonic 4 Episode 2, like, I start up and stuff, and it's nowhere to be found. Oh no, you have to play a bit of Sonic 4 Episode 1. Okay, so I install Sonic 4 Episode 1, play a bit, move on. Oh no, you have to beat the first level of Sonic 4 Episode 1 in order to get the Metal Sonic thing. Okay, so I beat the first level of Sonic 4 Episode 1, and then I go play Sonic 4 Episode 2. Where is it? Oh, you have to beat the first level of Sonic 4 Episode 2 too. Fine, I beat the first level of Sonic 4 Episode 2, and then it shows me, congratulations, Episode Metal, now unlocked. I hit OK, and just plays the cutscene I want. I'm like, oh, yes, thank you, finally it's in my hands. Okay, OBS is running, great, let's play the first level and get this clip recorded. New cutscene plays. Okay, that's not what I need. It's okay, it's a video game, you know, they have cutscene viewers and stuff. There's no cutscene viewer in the options at all. I couldn't go back and watch the cutscene. There's gotta be a way, this is crazy. I look it up. How do you rewatch cutscenes in Sonic 4 Episode 2? And I found a Game FAQs thread of people saying, why would you ever want to watch those cutscenes, idiot? I hate forums so much. They're so unhelpful.
Yes, I firmly believe that, like, people who like forums are still, they have nostalgia glasses on, okay? Like, forums are objectively a terrible way of spreading information.
It's absurd.
The PC puzzle forums are nice, but that's just because I grew up on them.
It's absurd how many forum threads just give you the answer of, why would you ever want to do that? Shut up, that's not your concern. Whatever. Anyway. So, I was like, okay. So, I guess what I'm gonna have to do is delete the save data for Sonic 4 Episode 2. Okay, go into the game, pour through all the settings. There is no delete save data option. maybe if I find it in episode 1, I can delete it in episode 2. I go to episode 1, and it's right on the title screen. The UIs are different. So I'm like, how do I do this? I look up, how do you delete Sonic 4 episode 2 save data? And the top Google result.
This is best.
I have to show you the top Google result for Sonic 4 episode 2. Delete save data and be called Sega. And what did we then call them? So I was like, no. I opened up the file manager for Sonic 4 episode 2. I started deleting assets one by one until the save data was gone. Because it was backed up to the cloud, so uninstalling wasn't gonna work. Finally, I find it, the save file. I purge that thing, verify integrity to restore everything else. And then I play the episode. I have OBS running the whole time. I get the Metal Sonic clip, triple check it, back it up onto 2 hard drives, and then I go to bed because it's 5 a.m. And that was my adventure, getting the clip of Metal Sonic flying between planets, which had to be sped up anyway.
It lasted like 4 seconds. Okay.
Yep, 4 seconds. That's what this video was like,
and,
everyone.
And yeah, we didn't take it off of YouTube because we tried so very hard to record as much of our own stuff as possible.
As much as we could. We really adhered to that policy, but it would have been impossible to not do it without YouTube edits. Vinny said in like a video once, you can use my footage for whatever you want as long as you credit, and you're not like promoting out of scams. So really grateful. We tried to use as much of his as possible. It's something that we pulled from a lot of other YouTubers. Again, everyone is credited. That was very important to us. But yeah, it just wouldn't have been possible without doing that. But so much of the footage is ours. We worked very hard to do that. We wanted this to be our work, including that Metal Sonic clip, which was not worth it, honestly. But yep, that was my adventure.
Because we shortened the commentary, we didn't get a chance to talk about this, I guess. The end clips for the Mario and Sonic analysis segments. Yeah, Death Battle doesn't do end clips anymore. This is not an artistic choice, unlike removing the fight theme. Yeah, sure. The reason they don't do end clips anymore is because of copyright problems. It started in Saitama vs. Popeye. There is a version of that fight out there, if you can find it, back in the day, which had full end clips for both characters. And that's the version I watched way back when. But they had to remove them with the YouTube video editor because that got the whole video copyright claimed. And they had just struggled enough with it at that point where they just decided to start writing their episodes from then on, where there wouldn't be any end clips. So, since we didn't have to worry about that, / want to worry about it, we were going to be absolutely fine if this video got copyright claimed. It's not like we were ever going to run ads on it, even if it got super popular. Then we included end clips, of course. In the original version, our end clip for Mario, back in like when I was first mentally mapping out this video in my head. So, you know, way back when, Luigi vs. Tails era, my ideal end clip for Mario's analysis segment was going to be the ending of New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Not the ending cutscene, the bit of the final boss where Mario jumps from the platform onto the giant red button, and then there's a stop, the castle begins shaking, Giant Boss is like,
hey, wait! This is Bowser vs. Eggman!
What? What? How did that happen?
That's amazing!
Anyway, yeah. He falls down, and then the camera starts zooming in as Mario as the giant fanfare goes. And then we get the point sound effect of it going down. Boom, boom. Like, you know, that'd be sick back then. Anyway, so we're making an actual video. Problem: New Super Mario Bros. Wii is in 480p, and that's no longer the YouTube standard. And even though they made remakes of a lot of Mario games, including New Super Mario Bros. U, nothing for Wii. So what else do we got? Well, we got the 6th ending to any Mario game ever for Mario Odyssey.
Yep.
So we went with that instead, which honestly, oh my gosh, not little CPU Bowser could not mash out of a beetle. Okay, which honestly worked much better.
Yeah, it looks great in my opinion.
Yeah, we had to replay the entire game, by the way, to get that.
Yeah, because no one has ever recorded the ending just with standard Mario, because why would you? So, yeah, we had to get that ourselves, and then when we just replayed the final boss, there was a giant skip button in the corner. The first draft of Mario Analysis had that, and I was watching with Joseph, we were like, this doesn't work. It looks awful, everyone will see it. Everyone being our friends, anyway. So we just replayed the game and got the real clip just for this.
Yeah, you've never played any Mario games.
Shut up!
News for you. You know how many we played specifically for footage of this video? And it was like our 5th time playing through them. For Mario Odyssey specifically, we had, for another thing, we had recently replayed the entire game, like just a month ago. And we had that whole thing lying around, and it was useless because it didn't have footage of Mario in just the regular Mario outfit. Because it's Mario Odyssey. Costume changing is all in that game. Why would you ever be regular Mario? So we had to replay the whole game again so we could get footage as regular Mario.
There are probably still a couple tidbits left of other outfits. Oh well.
As for Sonic, the original clip, again back in Luigi vs. Tails days, was from the only piece of Sonic media I knew, which was Sonic X, which is the Dark Sonic moment. If you're a Sonic fan, you know because you've been begging for this to be canon forever, because, I don't know, you haven't grown up.
Oh my gosh, don't say that.
I'm sorry. It's really
to our comments.
It's stupid though, okay? So a bunch of fake emeralds are surrounding Sonic and he gets mad. So as a result, he turns from Golden Super Sonic into Dark Sonic. And the Metarex have designed robots to test Sonic's speed and strength, and Sonic just they're dead. Okay? And like all the data was taken from their previous encounters, so that's how much stronger he was. And like, if you don't take into account that it's a fan-made super form, it looks like Sonic's doing something really impressive. And so that was the idea, way back when. After the second Sonic movie came out, I'd been looking to replace that clip for a while, because it had aged similarly. It was, again, like 480p. It had the Jason Griffith voice actor for Sonic, who had not been Sonic in many years. And I'm sorry to all you people who are very nostalgic, but Roger Craig Smith is a very good, very nuanced Sonic, and is absolutely the kind that we wanted to represent. And it was also from a thing that wasn't canon. I mean, that wasn't really an issue. Sorry. It was from a form that wasn't canon. That was the issue. Was people who had watched that series would see it and be like, wait a second. And so when we watched the second Sonic movie, and we got to that thing like the scene of Knuckles, why really it looked like I need your power. Except, it played out a bit differently. With the sickest comeback quote Sonic has ever had. And it's, like, the Mario Odyssey ending is a very... I guess I would say it's a very Season 7, Season 8 end clip for Death Battle. It's a very that character celebratory for that thing. While the Sonic end clip is very Season 2 or Season 3. It's a cool moment that happens in a popular Sonic piece of media. But I really like both of them, and I think they both fit their respective characters and analysis segments.
I would say it more really kind of celebrates the history of Death Battle 2.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of wide ranges a bit. I really like both clips and what we chose.
We already mentioned the translator thing in the commentary.
Yeah, we did. We also mentioned the voice acting in the commentary.
We talked so long about the score.
Yep.
But I will say that after 3 years of seeing that animation in its varying stages with no music whatsoever, putting it to an actual score was an ethereal experience.
Right. It really revitalized it.
Yeah, you guys have never experienced the animation without music, actually. You've experienced the music without animation. Kind of. But not the animation without music. It feels very different, I will tell you.
It does. A lot of, I guess, creative work had to be taken to figure out, I guess, tonally what I wanted to do. But, yeah. Oh, I've got to dive into that in the commentary. I thought about doing a full production breakdown for the behind the scenes, but after this, no, you are not getting that. Maybe someday.
One thing you didn't complain about, but you thought was really funny, was getting the Sonic Forces, like the synth, like absolutely perfect, and then it wasn't, and then you had to scrap it because the perfect version of it wasn't good.
Right, yeah, Infinite's theme, the ARP version, the ARP, the synth that plays. I spent like an hour recreating it.
Wait, we have the battle of the original versus the ripoff.
Anyway, Infinite's theme, the do, that synth, I spent like an hour in Serum, which is a software synthesizer, recreating that sound like perfectly. And then I put it in the score where I wanted it. I was like, oh, that doesn't blend well with the other stuff. So I had to mess it up just a tiny bit to be less perfect so that would blend well. And that was, yeah, I just thought that was funny because I put so much work into making it so accurate. And I was like, oh, if it's accurate, it doesn't blend as well. So I have to make it a little bit different. Yeah. But honestly, a lot of people might not have noticed.
No. I mean, if they didn't notice the 15 seconds where we talk about how Sonic can't beat Mario in anything except to fight, they definitely didn't notice that.
If they didn't notice the Mario playlist, if they didn't notice White Tanooki falling in lava, if they didn't notice the minute where we talk on Mario's weakness to heat, if they didn't notice anything in the video, okay, let's move on.
Alright. The thumbnail.
Oh, yeah.
That was a thumbnail by us. We made two different thumbnails. There was one that was done in very Season 2 style, back when like they had the Versus theme. And it was just, I mean, it wasn't good.
No, it was basically just made for our teaser, really.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Basic background, Mario had hand on him smiling wide, and Sonic just like, it wasn't a thumbs up, but it might as well have been. And it was so homemade. So very homemade. So obviously we had to do a new one for the actual video thumbnail. Yeah, and I whipped one up and I pitched to Joseph. I was like, what do you think? And then he was like, I was thinking, oh man, I cooked with this one. This is great. And then he looked at it and he was like, Dain, this isn't good. I was like, oh no. So we spent a lot of tinkering trying to get it right. What you don't know is that Death Battle has made an entire series for its members just like... Now, they pretend that's discussing matchups, but it's just telling you how to make good Death Battle thumbnails. Alright? Okay? It's 100 hours straight of just telling you how to make good Death Battle thumbnails. So I was like, no, okay, look, their eyes have to be level, they have to be near each other in this way, here's how they have to be in relation to the center of the fold. Yeah, we really debated whether or not to use the Smash Bros. Render from Mario since we used it in our video, but then we posted a little bit differently, so we're like, okay, it works now. The real Tails won, by the way. Of course. Anyway, okay, it works kind of now. The hand was messed up, because we found this awesome Sonic Frontiers render, which, it's not a piece of official Sega thing. No, it's not. It was made by a Sega employee, but it's not, like, officially endorsed. Of course, credited, obviously. Yeah, everything's credited. You know, but yeah, but he had his hand up to the Versus thing, up to the Death Battle logo. It was like, okay, this is awesome. What about Mario? He needs his hand up there, and we couldn't find any good renders of Mario sticking his hand out that would match up with Sonic. So what we did was we took the Smash Bros. One, we were like, okay, we're gonna find a Mario hand. We spent like an hour searching for a Mario render that had a hand like that could be chopped out reasonably. Until we found one from Mario Party DS. Yes! And then I spent like 30 minutes touching it up to be similar to the quality level of Sonic's. It's still not quite there, but I don't care anymore. We did the style from Mario Party DS. I think for the actual render though, for the hand, I might be mistaken. I think we went Smash 4 from the victory screen. I didn't remember doing that. Okay, but whichever one it is credited, so we could honestly just look at the credits. I really think the hand is from Mario Party DS. Okay, well, it's one of those two. Just the Mario Party DS gave us the idea. Well, no, the render is. Yeah, the Smash Ultimate render is. Oh, so the hand isn't. The hand isn't. It should be. Well, okay, I'll find the hand after we're done recording. Alright, we'll just say it's Mario Party DS then. I must have been making things up in my mind. I've been having a lot of dreams about this. Yeah! But yeah, We have, of course, the red and blue backgrounds made by us. The giant the Death Battle logo there with fan made above it.
I made a version of the backgrounds that were like galaxy versions.
Yes, with the swirls.
I was like, oh, this looks so much better. Joseph, what do you think? He's like, this looks really fan made. I still think it looks better.
No. That's not what I said, Dain.
Oh,
I'm sorry if you rephrased it in your little head there.
Oh, I was a little
tiny
miffed.
little baby brain.
I guess I lose in his next death battle.
That's right.
He hates me like he hates Mario.
Dain versus Dain's glasses. Guess who wins? Oh my gosh, I looked at the screen for the first time in a while. I was like, why is Mega Man here?
We should have had Mega Man beat Battles Sonic!
Oh no. But you showed it to me, and it did look good. But I just told you straight up the truth, which is, Dain, every fan-made thumbnail on the Death Battle Discord has this in the background.
Yeah, everyone realized that Galaxy Swirls look awesome. I had
true.
the thought...
They're everywhere.
Yeah,
They're so overdone.
I had the thought independently, and he told me this is actually very overused.
Oh, we have the blackened ZBot in the center.
Yeah, that was the very last addition to the thumbnail. I was looking at the logo, I was like, it's not really complete here. You see they have the blood in the background, but it doesn't really look good with ours. What do we do? I think I was in like a Mini Cooper dealership. I was sitting down in a waiting room, and I was on my laptop. I was like, hey, Joseph, look, ZBot logo, transparent, what do you think? He was like, the thumbnail is now complete. The video was like 2 days from release.
Yeah. And of course, to, finish it all up, we did not include our little, what do we call it? The banner.
Oh yeah, it's LittleZbot banner.
Only LittleZbot video in, oh my gosh, like 7 years or something.
A very long time.
Yeah, to not have a banner at the bottom.
Direct side.
Yes. But the direct thumbnails were made to mirror the direct thumbnails from Nintendo products.
And also we want them to be like new eras of LittleZbot.
Yeah.
So, we don't include the banners.
So, and this was meant to be, a Death Battle thumbnail. So.
Plus, also it was the start of a new era for LittleZbot 2. So, it was like, yeah, the banner doesn't work. I tried to make it work, but it just didn't. So we just forwent it. And unfortunately, it's funny I'm saying unfortunately, but it probably did help us in the algorithm.
Well, we got some more random stuff to mention here, I guess.
What about the gun blooper?
Oh, yeah, sure. There was, you might have seen the Fleetwood Sonic gun in, its very brief cameo in the actual animation. The truth is, I brought it up to Crusper, and we thought it was really funny, and then the next day he sent me a video.
Oh, yeah!
Imagine if we posted it that way. Oh, the rage!
That is so funny, though.
It's all those universes I want to look into.
Death Battle themselves have like a similar blooper for theirs, where Mario ripped off his skin, revealing the outfit, but they got a fun little blooper of him ripping off his skin, just revealing his organs.
Let's not play it.
No. But that was really funny. Obviously, into like that. It was so funny that Crusper put it on his Twitter until I asked him, maybe you should take this down, or he will get mad.
Oh yeah, that was a good idea.
Yeah. But good gag, and then we got a tiny little reference of it in the video, in the animation itself.
Like a week before this came out, I looked up Crusper because I was curious. I knew that they had retired from animation. I want to see some of their work. I found out that after they finished our Mario and Sonic thing, they did work for Mashed, the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
That was cool to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So shout outs. I really hope whatever they're doing now, I'm doing well.
I know they've retired from animation, but everything that they're doing, be it regular art or their own personal lives, all the best. All the best.
We recommend it if you can find it.
What is this that you labeled down? Sonic versus Mario Fight and Brawl?
Oh yeah, so, this was, I think, I don't know what the year was. 2018, 2019.
No, because 2018 is when we started doing good stuff. Because we had the top 10 games.
This was a joke, Joseph.
Oh, this was a joke.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought this was referencing. Never mind. All right.
I think it was 2018 or something. And we were just like out and about. We were discussing the video. That's how far back this dates again. You know, we're discussing the video. We were like, do we even really need to put in all the effort? We were discussing what to do if we got backlash. Oh, if only we knew. And obviously we are doing this now, even if I'm a little bit tempted.
I think I remember this now.
Yeah, we were like, we will do a fight that the fans really want. We will load up a brawl, and we will live commentate a CPU match between Mario and Sonic, where the loser of our real death battle is now level 1, and the other one is level 9, and I will play the role of Stick Boom, and you will be, what was it? Zoo?
Zoo?
Like the reverse of Wiz.
Yes, Z-I-W, Zoo.
Oh, you were Fizz. Fizz and Stick Boom. And we would just pretend to be those things, and then I would make some kind of awful joke like, the losing character really sucks. And you'd be like, whoa, Stick Boom, why would you say that? And then, like, I would just be like, we would just be insufferable the whole way through. Like a total Garrett Williamson FNAF 4 not scary deal. Which I totally understand why he made that now, by the way. Sorry, anyone?
Here's a fun thing if you're only a recent Death Battle fan. Back in the Season 1 and Season 2 days, every single time Death Battle had a fight that involved a Smash Bros. Character, the fan base got mad that they did a full animated fight instead of having it in Smash Bros. Because that's how pervasive Smash Bros. Was at the time.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, it's the holy water of life. So if you didn't... You spent hundreds of dollars and hours and hours making something that actually looks decent. Nah, I should have done level 9 CPUs in Smash Bros. I really don't understand why you didn't do that. So that was her idea, is to give the fans what they really wanted.
What they really wanted. The right winner in Smash Brawl, which was all that was out at the time. Because like Ultimate was later that year. Well, wait, no, there was Smash 4, we just didn't have a Wii U. No one had a Wii U.
No one had a Wii U.
It's true!
Chris Houlihan. Why is that labeled here? The Chris Houlihan room?
Yeah, the Chris Houlihan room. I found out about it, and I found out that it's actually debated, but we had a Nintendo Power that confirmed it was real. And then you were like, oh, put it in the Death Battle towel. I was like, okay. I was sleep deprived. I wasn't in the mood to argue. I just wrote it down.
We were both sleep deprived for like a month straight.
I probably could have said, I like mint chip ice cream because I put it in the Death Battle towel. It'll represent Luigi.
Well, if you guys don't know about the Chris Houlihan room in Link to the Past, the winner of a Nintendo Power Contest got to be in a future Nintendo game, and it was A Link to the Past. And now people online are like, oh, but what if it's only a glitch? And the answer is Nintendo Power themselves talk about it all the time.
We have the issue somewhere, but they said it was real. It's so, I don't know why it's considered a myth.
They revealed it as well. Like, people didn't really know about it until they revealed it. So it was very clearly intentional.
Of course, one of the many ways we're right about Nintendo.
One of the many ways.
I'm sorry. This is awful. The more I talk about this, the less I care about what people think. And that's a terrible outcome, but it's just, I can't stand so much of this anymore.
Do you think that's how the Death Battle people survived?
Maybe it's how.
They just have done it long enough where they now don't really care about how much people hate them. They're just gonna do what they think is right.
Exactly. Like the other day, I went to a hate comment that I received on one of my songs before this was out, by the way. But I just went back to it. It said, I hope it's just a hobby. And I was sitting there, and I was like, oh, nah. And I went and edited my original reply, which was wow cold, to this full 3-paragraph breakdown of the person's life. And I was like, what am I doing? This has gotten to me so bad. Oh my gosh. Like I've never been like this. It's also just because nothing I've ever done has been seen before.
If it was seen and received well, then, okay.
Yeah, maybe it would be different, but I don't know, man. It's just, that night, looking at the ticker tape of hate comments, really was like, you know what?
It's like nobody...
It's my Joker moment.
It's like nobody cared about the actual work we put into it.
Yeah.
The only thing that they cared about was the 4 words, the winner is blank. Like, that's it. We could have made a community post saying the winner is Mario, and we would have gotten better feedback.
Yeah, the first comment on the video that wasn't from someone we knew was just someone who obviously skipped the animation and just got mad, said, "You're obviously a Sonic fan. Go back to your old content. If you watch your old content, you would know we aren't." Sorry. Okay. Oh my gosh, I need to calm down.
There were a lot of really nice comments, too.
There were. I'm sorry.
It's just...
my gosh. This is tainting the fun part of the video.
Uh-huh.
This is how bad it is.
It's just that, here's the thing, the people who were nice are regular people, and so as a result, they spread their niceness a regular amount. They're like, this video was really good, I really like the editing, great job, I hope you go places. Which is a regular good old compliment that's super appreciated. But the people who aren't regular people are the people who are hating on this for no reason, and so their stuff isn't in like a couple sentences like that, it's multi-comment long rants about how terrible of people we are, including things like slurs and physical threats of violence.
I know! It's crazy! You people are freaking crazy! Okay.
Continue.
Oh my gosh. We're at the semifinals, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Listen. We were proud of this video when it released, and we'll be proud of it again in a year. But yeah, we're happy to be done. Thank you to people who enjoyed it, again.
Well, on a brighter note, if we weren't to be done, following the comments we got, there were matchup suggestions for the future.
Some of them were pretty good.
Mojo Joe versus Bowser Jr., we see you, man.
Yeah, we see you.
Okay, we're not making that video, but, for a fan script, I'll think about it. But if we were to make another video, we did talk. There are a few options.
Yeah, there are.
So I think we've narrowed it down. Now, realistically, 100% realistically, if you put a gun to our heads and said, you have to make another death battle, and you have to get it as done, as professionally done as you did this one, we would probably do, a one that we actually cared about. The one that comes to my head immediately is, Henry Stickmin versus Orange, or The Second Coming. And, the reasons for that is, they're both very small franchises that we're intimately familiar with, so research is easy, footage is easy, and because Mario vs. Animation has a community full of professional animators, it'd be easy to find one who could do it very well. Pain, that would be a different matter.
Yeah.
We're not doing that, but, that would be, the gun to your head, you have to do this. If we got to do something we actually wanted to, and we had to, but we had to do a death battle in the future, no matter what. But we got to choose the matchup. I think we narrowed it down to 2 of them.
Right. I don't know which one you want to say first.
Let's do the reasonable one first.
Yeah, I have been pitching for so long for a Death Battle fan fiction, the ultimate matchup of ultimateness. I was telling him I will contribute to the Patreon thing where you get to pitch a matchup to the real death battle. We couldn't afford it.
Yeah, we couldn't afford it.
No, but
Sorry.
What I wanted to happen was Max from Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Yep.
Versus Nightmare from Kirby.
Yeah!
This is brilliant. The perfect matchup. Max, the person who makes things from his dreams. Nightmare, the person who makes nightmares reality.
Alright, if you don't know... Of course you know Nightmare from Kirby. He's the most iconic Kirby villain.
Yoshi versus Tails,
yeah, his whole thing is that he uses the star power energy and turns it into monsters and creatures and maybe something like Kirby.
Wait, we got a Sonic stage! We got Studiopolis!
Our first one! Studiopolis, let's go!
It's actually a good one! Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but if you haven't seen Shark Boy and Lava Girl, it's a great film. It's so good. It was literally written, I am not being facetious whatsoever, I'm 100% dead serious about this. It was written by a 7-year-old child. And then it was produced and made by one of the foremost directors in the world, with, at the time, state-of-the-art special effects. It is the wildest thing you might ever watch.
It's both the best and worst movie ever made.
I'm not, like, there's an entire behind-the-scenes, like, 40-minute special of them, like, half of it is them interviewing Racer Max, the kid who wrote the movie. So, like, but Max is the main character of that film. And the idea is he has dreams and writes about them in his dream journal, but in reality, all of his dreams are real. He's shaping reality for his dreams, and so as a result, he makes heroes like Shark Boy, the boy who was raised by sharks, and for some reason that gave him shark teeth and the ability to swim underwater, and Lava Girl, a girl who was born out of a volcano and can vomit lava out of her hands. But they live and protect Planet Drool, which is... I can't even really describe it. Like, half the planet's a roller coaster.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a crazy movie. But anyway, they break into his classroom at some point, and it was like, Max, we need you. And they grab him, bring him on their spaceship, and bring him all the way to Planet Drool, which is dying, because Mr. Electric, that's his teacher, as a villain. And his bully, Linus.
No, it's Linus. The teacher called him Minus.
No, it's Linus, but his supervillain name is Minus. Because that's what he wrote, like, in his dream journal.
He has, he is resistant to books, by the way.
Yes. The most famous clip from that movie.
It's really funny.
Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's office and have him expelled! Right. He has to protect it while also, giving Shark Boy purpose and Lava Girl her origin, like that kind of stuff. It's very, very 7-year-old wrote this, but it is fun. And the whole thing is that Max has the ultimate superpower. He is a dreamer, and that means that what he dreams when he sleeps comes into reality. Over the course of the movie, he learns how to choose what to dream and how to daydream. And the final fight is him versus Minus, who has the same powers, and they have a reality warping battle with the worst special effects ever. Including things like Brainstorm, which has hundreds of brains falling from the sky in a thunderstorm, to Brain Fart, which causes the other person's brain to explode.
This is the final, by the way. It is! No, don't skip it. I want to see it.
Oh yeah, let's see. Two Mii's versus Tails.
Yoshi was the last one standing of
That's a Final Destination! Yeah! What? That's awesome! Anyway, so
I guess Sonic wins.
So he's the ultimate dream-based superhero, and the perfect the perfect, what's the word? Counterfight to someone like Nightmare. It's sort of a Noel versus Madoka situation, where they are each other's perfect opposite, but they have the exact same superpower. So it is so funny, and it gives rep to just a random movie and one of the most famous villains in video game history. Everything about it works to me. It's so funny. It's so great.
I see it.
And what's better, because we know that Max can access any of the superpowers that he dreamed into reality, there's a canonical sequel to Shark Boy and Lava Girl, which is really bad. Because it wasn't written by a 7-year-old child, it was written by an adult who has the intelligence of a 7-year-old child. It's called We Can Be Heroes. There's a ton of superheroes in that movie. Max should have all of their powers at the same time.
Because he dreamed them up, right?
Right, that's how superpowers entered this world. Heck, and also we know that his dreams can affect reality, regardless of if he wakes up or not, because of the ending of the first movie. He dreamed that one of his classmates was the Ice Princess with ice powers, and at the end of the movie, when he is forcefully brought back to Earth and awoken and that kind of stuff. And Mr. Electric, the villain, falls down from the sky, starts attacking with an electrical storm that covers the planet, and then instead of defeating him with his own powers, Max is like, no, you gotta do it, random girl in my class. And she's like, I know what I must do. And she goes up and she freezes him to death. what? This is in the real world. His parents are divorcing. Oh my gosh, it's such a movie.
The other matchup, I'm afraid, makes less sense now that this is being seen by non-LittleZbot viewers.
Oh, but it's so good.
Yeah, so listen, first off, this is actually kind of why we made a LittleZbot iceberg video. There's timestamps that explain several LittleZbot in-jokes, and this will explain two of the ones we're about to reference. This matchup is Mr. Swag versus Pizza Head.
Yes!
So for slight context, Mr. Swag is a person in our old live-action skits, the epitome of cool. The skits we made as kids.
Yeah, literal children.
Pizza Head was, when we were doing live-action skits, going to be the, Thanos-level villain. I mean, Thanos wasn't popular yet, because the MCU hadn't, really integrated him in Infinity War at the time. But yeah, Pizza Head was our Thanos. So we were gonna do the ultimate hero versus the ultimate villain. We weren't actually gonna do this, but it was just a joke that we came up with so long ago and can't stop laughing about, because it's one of those things where we joke about so much, it's just eternally funny to us.
Yes, but okay, the idea initially behind this was for my fan scripts. Oh my gosh, we have a winner!
We have a winner!
And it's the Tails costume!
The real one!
The real Tails! Good job. You are the bigger fish. It was started as the idea for an April Fool's joke. Go for it.
Yeah, it was gonna be like an April Fool's joke. We were gonna be like, we should advertise LittleZbot on his
the fan script.
But then we're like, what do we do? Oh, we'll do two LittleZbot characters. Mr. Swag versus Pizza Head. And every line will be some kind of advertisement for a LittleZbot.
Every line.
It'll be, but of course, Mr. Swag will be the LittleZbot promo. Pizza Head will be the LittleZbot anti, right? So, Pizza Head will punch Mr. Swag. Mr. Swag will be like, wow, that was really painful. Unlike watching LittleZbot videos,
Which have never been painful. Ever. Mr. Swag would land a big hit, and he'd say, wow, I really hit that one. Much like every single video released on LittleZbot is a hit. But just as good as that one was. But Pizza Head, his head would, launch like a grenade and it would explode. And he's like, haha, man, that sure was a big explosion. Like I'm sure LittleZbot will never have.
Well, spoke too soon.
He's like that every single line to the point where it's obnoxious. And the idea was for it to continually escalate into more and more ridiculous scenarios until they were competing not just in a death battle, but in things like races, intergalactic tourneys, shootouts, paintball competitions. The thing that cracked us up the most, and we reference this to this day in our private lives all the time, is the spelling bee version.
And it's the joke that could only work spoken, so it's what killed the fanfic. Because we realized it had to be a video, and then we were never going to make a video of it. So Pizza Head puts Mr. Swag up on the pedestal as, okay, you have to get this right in order to deal the next point of damage. All right. It's a spelling bee.
Yeah. Okay. What was the first one?
It was, I think, fantastic.
It was. I don't think it was fantastic. It was a very long word. It was something like
spectacular.
Yeah. Okay.
And Mr. Swag is bad spelling because of swag.
Yeah, because the idea is that Mr. Swag, if you don't know, his name is spelled with 2 G's. So he's a terrible speller, and so that's why Pizza Head thought he could get him like this.
Yeah.
So he puts him up and he says, all right, spell spectacular. S-P-E-C-T-U-L-A-R. Wow, I didn't think you could do that. Well, you see, I learned how to spell it because every single LittleZbot video is spectacular.
Yes.
All right, now spell bad. B-A-F.
B-A-F. Wow, you really screwed that one up.
Well, you can't spell bad. Why can't you spell bad? Well, there's just no LittleZbot video that's bad.
I've never even thought about it.
I've never even thought about that possibility. It's like, to this, we cracked up so hard in that initial going on. Now, to this day, we still, sometimes we'll just go to B-A-F. Yeah, so those are your options, guys. People who are advertising that we need to do another episode. Which one do you prefer?
If you really want me to work on more, well, contact me, be willing to pay me Death Battle rates, and then I will consider it. Otherwise, I'm not touching this again with a 10-foot pole. There was a fake feed for Mario Sonic DS Lightspeed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, fake in quotation marks. Yeah, so this has been referenced 10,000 billion times as, like, proof of Sonic being Lightspeed, which, like, you don't need this to prove it. There's 1,000 things out there. But this has been around for a long time, making the rounds around the internet to the point where Death Battle even referenced it in 2 of their videos, in Metal Sonic vs. Zero and in Mario vs. Sonic 2018. That's an image of Omega being like, wow, you almost reached the speed of light in Sonic Colors DS. And Sonic being like, light speed? That's nothing to me. Here's the thing. I 100%ed Sonic Colors DS. I never encountered this piece of dialogue. Then afterwards, just to make sure, I watched a 100% gameplay video of it, and they never encountered it either. Now, it could be requiring, like, certain conditions, like some like the lines in Sonic Heroes requires, that neither of us just happened to fulfill. Or I could have missed it in the, 20 hours that it took to 100% that game. It is just a single line, after all. But I also looked everywhere I could, and I couldn't find any actual footage of it being said. Instead, what I found were those 2 images that were all repeated and shared around from the same source image. And even Death Battle, when they show it off, they never show it in motion. They only show those exact same 2 images, with the same file and everything. So there's a non-zero chance that this super famous feat the Sonic community shares around like crazy is just totally faked.
Yeah. This is the time for someone who knows how to dump text from DS games to dump all the dialogue and find out once and for all.
It'd be easy because nobody's played Sonic Colors DS.
Yeah. But yeah, if that's you, you should do this and contribute to the Versus community, please.
Right, yeah. Give us some proof that it exists, and maybe even some actual footage of it instead of the same 2 images being shared around.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was originally in the script until I started hunting around for footage of it, and I realized, wait, every single thing is bringing me back to the same source, which isn't necessarily trustworthy.
Yeah, so it's weird. Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of fake feats on Sonic's side, honestly.
It's weird that people just invent this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, we don't even misinterpret. People have invented stuff to make the characters better.
Oh, the whole thing of, like, Sonic being an air elemental. Sonic phasing through attacks in a fight in Sonic and the Secret Rings was a big theme for a while in Sonic Respect threads. And they mentioned what fight it was, but like they would never like show video. So I checked it out. Like obviously I played that fight because I Sonic the Secret Rings, but also I checked out several different versions of that fight, and it just never happens.
Sonic just got killed by Yoshi.
Oh wow. Good job, Yoshi.
Good job.
Should have been you. Because like there are other things that like support such ideas, but like that just wasn't there. Also on the Sonic Wiki, they've cleaned this up a lot since then. The Sonic Wiki has like actual moderators and people who are Sonic Wiki Zone who are continually investigating sources and things like that now. When we started making this, it did not.
Yeah.
There was just
great stage.
Oh, yes.
Anyway.
There was just a statement with no source after statement with no source, or feeds that led to Twitter links from some random guy saying it, who had no connection to Sonic or anything. But the Mario Wiki has had, honestly, it's had that level of moderation and care put into it for decades.
Yeah, the Mario Wiki is really fantastic.
So we didn't have to worry so much about that, because every single time you see something on that wiki, there's an instant, like, there's a link to the source video for it, and it's an official source somewhere. Now, by the final script, we didn't take anything from either wiki at all. Like, everything was just our own observations, stuff like that. Like,
research.
like a true Death Battle should be. But that was nice in like scripts like 3 and 4. Yeah, sorry, detail. I guess while I'm calling out Sonic feats, I can be a bit more clear about that New Year's Eve calc.
Oh, sure.
Right.
This was something we thought people would take issue with, and surprisingly few did.
Yeah, I guess it's because they...
Well, it's because you messed up so bad on the white Tanooki lava thing.
I mean, it's possible that it's because they were kids and they saw a lot of text on the screen and didn't bother to read it.
Probably more likely, honestly.
Right.
So is that why they're talking about Mario downplaying? They saw the simple calc for Mario and the complex one for Sonic. They're like, oh, he didn't even try.
But like the complex one for Sonic isn't even complex. It just states all of the conditions that should theoretically apply there. Versus the Mario one, which is extremely straightforward.
That's why they were saying the research was lacking. They just saw that stupid visual.
Maybe not all of them.
Found patient
a few
zero.
of them.
Okay, fine, a few of them. Sorry. Anyway.
Well, okay. Anyway, more about that calc, I guess. I even like put it in a note there, and it put as one of the assumptions. The idea there is that Sonic and Eggman in that entire segment, they were there for the episode very much like has it be hours. They played several different games and competed in several different competitions, from chess, from chess to dancing to Twister, all sorts of stuff. And so they lasted, quite a while there. We generously said, okay, it's probably 2 hours. It was probably more, but okay, 2 hours. And the idea there is that according to the story of that episode, nobody else saw them. That is how fast they were moving. Eggman slowed down time to such a degree where Sonic would react like a normal person would, and move as a normal person would, as fast as Eggman himself was. Eggman was not affected by this because he was the one who did it. He obviously accounted for that in his machine that made it happen. Everything else was super, super slow. All of his robots, his lasers, like everything else. Everything that happened was in, quoting Sonic, the blink of an eye. Nobody saw it. Knuckles, Amy, everyone was shocked to see that Eggman was even there once time was brought back to normal. So that's what we went with. That's like the story bit. That's what the author intention was. There are some, I guess you could say, contradictions in there, which is stuff like the party flakes falling down at different speeds. In some shots, they're moving very slowly, and in other ones, they're stock still. And then there's the whole final area where they count down from 10, and there's the 10, 9, and like that whole segment with the clock moving. It's like, oh, that should be definitive. Them talking like that only was 10 seconds. I calced that out. If that was the case for the entire segment, they were moving at like a couple thousand miles per hour. That clearly wasn't author intention. And also, that doesn't work at all, because Amy jumped in the air at the beginning of the time slow. She's still in the air at the end of it, which indicates that every single time she, say, steps out of a high chair or gets out of bed, it takes her about a full minute to reach the ground. I don't think that's what they were going for.
Maybe not.
So we went for the generous interpretation of, okay, it all happened faster than Amy could perceive. How fast can Boom Amy perceive? Well, on a previous episode, she reacted to the Ultimate Weapons attack, which was directly shown right after she hit it to be as fast as a literal bolt of lightning from the sky. It's like, okay, so she saw that coming, got in its way, and deflected it. You can actually measure this with pixel measurements as a speed feat for her movement. That's not what we were doing, because that is movement speed, that's not perception speed. And very, very clearly and very specifically, this is a perception speed feat, because Eggman and Sonic were doing all this at such speeds that she could not perceive it happening. We did the general assumption of, instead of doing that calc, was okay, in order to be able to see it coming and react like that, she would have to see it probably as a normal human would see a normal human punch or a normal human attack. And we even scaled a little high for that. We did the punch of a professional boxer, 25 miles per hour.
Keep saying we. This was mostly you.
Yes, I mean the royal we, me. And the idea, so that was even that lowered the calculation even more. We were intentionally kind of downplaying it. There is another way to scale this. And that other way is the laser beam. Eggman shoots a laser beam. Now, naturally, lasers in all media, especially like slow motion stuff, are not necessarily real laser beams. They're not necessarily like moving at the speed of light, that kind of stuff. It has to be kind of determined based on the context of the scene. But if we assume that laser was moving at the speed of light, I calc it all, it comes out to, okay, so Sonic in that whole sequence, that whole thing, based on how fast he was moving in comparison to that laser beam, was moving around 35 times the speed of light. So like that was sort of the midpoint. That also like fits in with Metal Sonic's flight. But Sonic had way bigger speed feats in canon and in other pieces of material, so we just went with the generous interpretation. However, I do want to point out that thing. In fact, Dain, if you'd like to roll that clip of him looking at the laser right here, that'd be real nice. Because I want to point it out. This is under the assumption that laser is moving at the speed of light, and Sonic is only at 35.2 times the speed of light. So, about a tenth of what we actually put him at, and which is a tiny fraction of his canon speed, and nothing compared to infinite speed. If Mario was at the speed of light, this, which is how we judged it like in our animation pretty much, this is how Sonic would be seeing him all the time. That is the method by which we judged, okay, this is why Hypersonic is reacting to everything Mario can bring out, because this clip is basically the measurement of how much faster he was. And obviously you can interpret it in different ways and other stuff like that, but also, we even have a note there at the end that's like, oh, even if they're both infinite speed, Sonic has seen beings with infinite speed in slow motion before, and he's also used time manipulation that works on them. So, like, it would be a similar thing. So I want to, like, point that out as like the more intricate details of this specific calc that was annoying to work through. It wasn't a difficult calc to do, it was just an annoying one to work through. And that's it. That doesn't answer any questions because nobody had any questions about this. I just want to, I guess, say my piece.
Yeah. The Q&A segment, that was originally going to be a few questions. Joseph, imagine people would say, if the video got, more popular, because, it was, again, for the millionth time meant for our friends and a couple people who might stop by. And then it ended up being all real questions, because people actually asked questions of varying quality.
Another one I expected, I don't know why. This is very silly, but I thought, maybe there's a possibility some people might be, upset that I call the robot Emerald instead of ML. And
no one cares.
Yeah, he's called ML in Sonic X. And the answer is it's called ML because of a mistranslation. Japan does puns on English words all the time. It's very specifically supposed to be a pun on Emerald. And in fact, his successor, Gemerald, is a double pun. So
Gemel.
yeah, Gemel. And the Sonic X dub was done before any other stuff regarding that, and the team there was, let's say, not super familiar with Japanese. So yeah, there's that answered if you cared. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. We didn't show any footage of that. We also didn't discount it.
It just was kind of weird.
Yeah, it's weird. The Chaos Emeralds are different in that. Sonic does a lot of things, and the world is very different. But it also introduces a lot of concepts that become canon afterwards. And a lot of characters as well that are canon afterwards. And so it's just you can't count it as a different character, different universe, and that kind of stuff because it doesn't quite fit as hard in there. But also you can't really say, oh, this is 100%. We can include this even as supporting material because, how are you going to explain the angels in the clouds, or how, say the Time Stone Emerald, or honestly, 10 billion different things about that show. We watched the whole show. It's interesting. But yeah, kind of uncomfortable with including it or not. Same deal with post-Genesis wave stuff. Yeah, it's understandable why people would include it, but TATL themselves don't, and it is definitively tied to Archie Sonic, which is definitively not included. So it's questionable enough where we don't label it as we're not including this, but we also don't show any footage of it. Oh, we found out that Wave stole something.
I don't even remember what that was anymore.
It was a sample from Black Octopus.
Yeah, I was listening through sample packs. I listened through some sample packs doing replacement sound and sound design for the video, and then I had a free sample pack from Waves for their sample manager Cosmos, And then I was sorting sounds by similarity using some kind of algorithm. And then I listened to a sound from the Wave sample pack, and I scrolled to the next one that was similar. It was the exact same sound. I was like, what on earth? And then I just listened to both of them over and over. I realized, okay, this sound in Black Octopus Leviathan 2 is the exact same sound as that came with Waves Cosmos. Okay, so when does Waves sample pack come out? Years after Leviathan 2. Okay, so Waves, the plugin company, just stole a sample from Black Octopus. And Google it. Yep, no one knows. Okay. Do I say anything about it? Nah. But yeah, that was just a funny story because Waves is like a quote-unquote respected company. Like, even my dad talks about their plugins, and they just stole a sample from Black Octopus. At least I'm pretty sure they did, because I don't know where else it comes from. It's just they were the exact same.
No, Mario Strikers Battle League footage.
Oh, yeah, that was a mess. Basically, so Mario Unite Hyper Strike and Mario Strikers Battle League. Listen, people are awful at capturing gameplay on YouTube.
Yes.
It's a big problem getting footage on YouTube, and there's a whole thing with frame rates and stuff. And people are so bad at determining frame rate, many will think if you render your video in 60 FPS, it makes it 60 FPS, even if your footage is 30 FPS, and that's just not true. So all the footage of Mario doing a Hyper Strike on YouTube was all in 30 FPS because I counted the frames myself, and I was like, I can't tell if this is actually a 30 FPS clip in game or if it's actually just 60 FPS, but people are awful at capturing it. This is a very widespread problem on YouTube. So I was like, okay, I have to get Mario Battle League. Thankfully, there's a demo on the eShop. The demo was limited time uses. I had one shot to get the recording, so I just set it all up. I did all this prep, like, okay, let's get the recording. Boom, Hyper Strike, hike, yes, get at 60 FPS, recording, good. I go in VLC, I count the frames out. It's 30 FPS the whole time. That was hours of my life wasted.
Also, the demo was like limited play, so we only had one shot to get it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was watching Jet beat the crap out of Toad.
Yeah.
Rant about the Sonic CD PC port.
Listen, it's like, I respect you, Christian Whitehead, but why'd you make the aspect ratio that way? The Sonic CD PC port. I'm talking about not Sonic Origins. I had to pick that up later for this video. I'm talking about the original one. Listen, it's just slightly too wide. That's it. It's been stretched, but only slightly. So you look at it and you're like, something's wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. I start Googling it. People are like, no, nothing's wrong. You're an idiot because, forum's stupid. Because a couple people call it that. Eventually I learned, okay, so it's in a 15:9 aspect ratio. And it's stretched to 16:9. Very slight stretch. Unacceptable for our perfect baby death battle. So I had to learn how to decompile using the Sonic CD decompilation. I'd never messed with Sonic Mine or anything before, and then had to do that and then get the actual recording for Sonic CD for the intro, only for us to not use it because it looked too similar to the Genesis footage. So later I just did this whole debacle with the aspect ratios in the intro that's just not worth getting into.
Oh,
but,
yes.
Yeah, basically later I just recorded a Metal Sonic clip in 4:3 in the Sonic CD port, and I was just mad that it messed up its aspect ratio in that very slight way that made my video editing job harder. And that's really it, just nerdy stuff. I'd love to do a full editing breakdown on this video when the dust has settled and I'm up for it, and I know that people will watch it and not just be like, oh, you edited it so that's Sonic 1 or something moronic like that.
Well, we should end this on a positive note.
Yeah.
Nintendo's music app came out today. It was announced right today.
Oh yeah, that's really nice to see that they finally took an official step. I'm a little peeved that they aren't crediting composers, but hopefully they update that. It's just honestly great to see them finally do something about it. They even have individual art for several of the tracks. They have the Wii channel tracks. They're missing a few, but they still have most of them. That was just nice to see. People were upset because it requires an NSL subscription. I'm saying, listen, I don't defend everything Nintendo does. The Power World lawsuit and stuff, that's stupid. Their on-foot infrastructure, terrible. But also, a lot of you have gotten too used to free music, man. Like, listen, you have gotten so used to Spotify's, payment, or, how little it costs to get Spotify music. You know what us artists are getting paid? Zilch. Even if you get lots of streams, you just get paid zilch. It's ridiculous, okay? You have gotten just so used to it. $20 a year for just this alone is nothing. $20 a year for this and all the other Nintendo Online stuff is really good. I'm sorry. This single-handedly makes the subscription really good. I don't care what you say, okay? There's my Nintendo shilling for you to prove I'm not a freaking Sonic biaser person. Okay. Anyway, I'm nice. I'm happy about it.
They have the Famicom soundtrack of Metroid.
Yeah, and that was awesome to see because it put actual care into it. The Famicom soundtracks are slightly different in some games due to difference in sound chips. They're upgraded in Japan. So I don't know. It's great to see that they put that touch of detail, and I hope they keep it up. I really hope they add lots of great soundtracks. They have the Star Allies soundtrack on their day one. That's fantastic. Star Allies music is great. One of the best parts of that game, honestly.
Now we have the only good rip of it ever.
Oh yeah, the YouTube rips are all terrible. Every time we wanted to use Star Allies music in a LittleZbot video, I went to the game and recorded it myself. But luckily, now Nintendo has put out good rips. Oh, and I think there was a CD release at one point, but I think it's super expensive.
They got away with Waluigi Pinball again, though.
Oh, I am still ticked off about that to this day. Listen, so Mario Kart 8 had this perfect track record of a unique arrangement, a unique song for every single course. And then when they started the Booster Course Pass, it seemed like they were keeping it up. When everyone was hating on Wave 1, I was raving about because they made unique remixes for each track, and they were all good. And I was like, yes, they're doing amazing, they're still keeping this right up. And then Wave 2 came along and screwed it all up with Waluigi Pinball. They copied and pasted Wario Stadium's music to Waluigi Pinball. And everyone was like, who cares, just Waluigi Pinball. No, it's not. You can read the track notes on the official soundtrack release of the original game. And Wario Stadium was meant to embody the character of Wario. It does not work for Waluigi Pinball. It doesn't work. And they're like, oh, well, it's the same melody. You could have, why would they ever make two remixes? They did in the base game for the main Mario Kart 8 theme. Play, I don't know what's called, Mario Circuit and Mario Stadium. They both have the same melody. They are different arrangements. It's possible. You can do it if you're a competent musician. Even this Mario vs. Sonic score has two arrangements of his world in it, okay? It's a thing you can do, YouTube comments. Okay. Are they stupid across the internet?
Is everyone stupid?
Are all Mario fans dumb?
We're not dumb. Are we?
Well, we had him lose.
Oh no. We are dumb. No, I think it's just because the fan base generally tends to lean younger, and it spreads to such a wide area that people who are not into aspects that get covered by Mario feel like they are able to talk about it because Mario covers it.
Except for Mario Broth, it's like one of the good ones. We love that guy. I love that guy. And honestly, I'm
okay that he stole my name. I'm not okay that Little Z did.
Those about Iceberg. More context there.
Yes.
But yeah. Anyway, in the Nintendo Music app, I was like, okay, so did they label it as Wario Stadium / Waluigi Pinball? Therefore validating me. No, they listed them as separate tracks. In the OST, the song is just duplicated. Waluigi Pinball and Wario Stadium are separate songs, allegedly. Nintendo is still trying to pretend that they did this, that they have this perfect track record. No, in the entire rest of the Booster Course Pass, there were unique remixes for every single song, except for that one blight. There is one single Mario Kart 8 course that has its song repeated, ruining the perfect streak that had literally been ongoing for almost a decade. I hate it. I am actually, the more I think about it, the more upset I get that they ruined this streak. They have got to go back and patch it and make a new Waluigi Pinball remix. Here, I'll make it for you, Nintendo. This is my offer. I'll make you a Waluigi Pinball remix for Mario Kart 8. I will spend $1 million on it or something just to fix this. Okay.
Anyway, we really like the booster course.
Oh yeah,
people got mad at it because it costs money, but honestly, you're basically paying $25 for an entire video game.
To be fair, the course quality really is lesser than the base game, and that's unfortunate. But like, it's still
double
very
the size.
Good. Yeah, it's still like exceptionally good for the price.
Yes. And so, despite your 5-minute long rant on that tiny aspect. We like it. We love it. I mean, not that remix, but we love everything else, and we don't hate them for existing and trying to find nitpicks.
Even the Waluigi Pinball course itself is good. I love they preserved the item box sound effect. They just screwed up on duplicating the music.
Right. Anyway, back to the positive part.
I turned it sour.
A Nintendo Music app.
I'm happy that they're finally doing something. You guys don't understand how monumental that is.
I'm happy that they officially changed the name of Honeylutin Ridge Escape to break free, lead the way.
Oh yeah, thank you for doing that.
That was a mistake in Mario Odyssey to call it the other thing.
Okay, we're gonna skip to the NC who wins the second tournament. Oh no, Mario. Sonic got killed earlier. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's not looking good for the Sonic group.
What if Netflix takes the whole thing? Never mind.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh, we got the rivalry! The two-dimensional Eggmans!
Who wins? The real one. It's okay though. Rouge will take it. Oh no. Yeah, these are both Sonic people, we don't care.
Shadow! We want Shadow to win.
Oh no! This isn't scripted. Sage versus Daisy. I like Sage more than Daisy. Don't you agree?
Daisy hurts me in Mario Party. She can die. Oh no.
Are you kidding me? No! I don't really care about this one.
You're just saying that not to keep up the streak, okay? Alright, let's not be cowards here. Let's not be cowards. Metal Sonic took work to design. Let's cheer for him.
Okay, Metal Sonic.
Yeah!
We won! Bowser versus Donkey Kong.
Oh, they have a Mario Party rivalry.
Yeah, I don't know. Bowser, you know what? I'm rooting for you at this upcoming death battle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out and say it. I hope we're wrong.
Dude, you know what? I'm so glad that we made this video now, because I can watch Bowser versus Eggman in just total bliss.
Yep.
Just being happy with it as it is. They're using all their stuff, so it's gonna be so good, and we're gonna get rulings on some things that were questionable to us, so we'll even get like answers as to whether or not we were right.
Yeah.
And that'll be cool.
It'll be cool. Okay, Bowser,
Let's go!
take it.
Bowser!
No! Round 2. Who wins now? Piranha versus Yoshi.
Oh my gosh.
I vote, of the two eaters, I vote for the underdog, Piranha.
Plant.
Let's go. Nice.
This is where it turns around for us.
Exactly. All right,
I love
Amy
Piranha Plant.
versus,
He's one of my favorites.
Amy versus Omega. Now, Amy's nice, but Omega. Let's go.
Yeah, it turns around for us. It turns around.
Okay, and now let's go for
How could we not?
Undertales. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, you gotta take Undertales. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
It's a dark day today. Okay,
Yo,
Mario.
Charlemagne, let's go.
Oh no. Honestly.
Rosalina deserves to win after everything's happened to her on Alphared's channel.
Yeah. And everything on ours. Alright, Rosalina. Oh no.
This is turning around real fast.
Okay, Eggman. Oh wait, no, Bowser Jr. Yes, I want Bowser to win over Eggman. So, let's go for the Bowser's little son.
Bowser's little son.
Yeah, Bowser Jr.
Alright.
Yeah!
Beat up the old guy.
Yeah. You want to beat up the guy with glasses? Well, he just did. And now, let's go with, who was that?
Wait.
Is that 9?
Yeah, wait. Yeah, I think that's 9.
9 versus, we gotta go with 9.
I mean, come on. Like, against Daisy?
Yes, let's go. 9 stab Daisy. And then, now it's Metal Sonic versus Donkey Kong. I like Metal Sonic's design more.
That's a fan-made me, Dain.
Yeah, and I, you know what?
But what about the Donkey Kong cartoon? Hey, yo, Donkey Kong, let's go.
Maybe
Here he comes, Banana Slammer.
Maybe if he was Eddie the Meat Old Yeti?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm going Metal Sonic. Oh no. Oh no. Round 3. This is getting intense.
I think I'm pulling for Piranha Plant to win the whole tournament.
You know what? Yeah, Piranha Plant, you can kill the robot.
Yes, we can do it.
Okay, Piranha, you're gonna go, baby. Let's do this.
I think that Mario should have to face his mortal enemy in the semifinals.
That's true. All right, Mario, you got this one.
No.
Okay. All right. The two lackeys. I personally.
Lackeys? What?
I'm sorry.
Diddy Kong.
Don't you know?
Donkey Kong's lackey.
I'm a Mario hater. These characters mean nothing to me. Bowser Jr. will win. Dang it.
Or like, dang it.
Oh, shut up.
Like you haven't heard that one 10,000
Tails
times.
versus 9 versus Donkey Kong. 9.
9.
Come on.
9.
Yeah, let's go.
Semi-final.
Okay. Let's do this.
Come on, Piranha Plant. Come on, Piranha Plant.
No! You need to watch the rest.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see this one out.
Come on.
Nine.
Yes!
Yes! Okay, 9. You
9
gotta
can
take
beat
the
this.
whole
Can beat Jet the
thing.
Hawk. Alright, let's watch this one play out.
Alright, shoutouts to our voice actor, Bobby Terramina. I'm so glad you did not get more involved in this. Yeah. you didn't have it coming your way. You're just a good, hard-working guy. We hope you get more opportunities.
Notice how we haven't been talking about the fight or the Mii's at all so far?
Well, there's really nothing to say. It's 9 versus Jet, and
how do you
9
feel
is
about
losing.
Jet the Hawk?
He's green.
How do you feel about 9?
I kind of like him. They totally assassinated his character in season 2. But in season 1,
we're not talking about anything else.
One of the
we can talk about how bad Prime got after season 1.
It was very disappointing.
It really was.
Like season 1 had issues. We were like, you know what? We like it. It could go somewhere pretty cool. And season 2 just really dropped the ball. It was so underwhelming. It assassinated 9's character. It assassinated Pirate Knuckles' character.
It had so many plot holes,
They returned to the jungle for no reason.
It's like they did their analytics to figure out who was watching, and realized it was all kids, and so they didn't actually have to care.
Yeah, except that we know how, production works, and that's not what happened.
Obviously.
They just messed up, I guess. There are people who think the things are made really weak. Like, when WandaVision was coming out, I was seeing threads like, oh yeah, they changed like the ending stuff because people guessed it in the fan theories. Like, no. Do you think they're superheroes in real life?
Yeah. You see this all the time in Death Battle too. So many people being like, please, wait. They'll announce like, oh, our next episode is, give me a random matchup.
Bowser versus Jet.
Yeah, it's Bowser versus Jet. And then a lot of people in the comments, a lot of the kids would be like, please, after Bowser versus Jet, make Billy the Kid versus Omni-Man. like
right after.
Yes, like that's their idea. It's like they're gonna hear that idea and be like, man, for this kid, that's a good idea. Let's do it. And then right after the next episode comes out, it's announced and it'll be done in a week. Like, I understand they're children, but I feel like even children should have some standards, right?
I mean, I thought a lot of weird things,
That's true.
Honestly,
this fight has gone on for 10 years.
Yeah.
I would not have said to if this... Yeah. Oh, I think it's about to end, though.
That's...
yeah. Oh, wow. He goes to explore the new world. I used to think that factories made clouds.
That's kind of sadly understandable when you look outside and see the things factories put in the sky.
But I was very young, but yeah.
That's what they're gonna say in the debunk. You shouldn't believe this guy. He thinks factories make clouds.
But they do. Factories make copies of Final Fantasy VII Remake, which has clouds.
Alright. Okay, listen. So, again, we're done with Death Battle stuff. Our supercut is next. That's going to be stuff we're doing going forward. If you're interested at all, we'd love it if you checked it out. It'll be long. You don't have to watch all of it if you just don't care partway through. But we'd love it if you gave it a chance, right? We want to retain a little bit of viewership, we hope.
Yeah, that is one nice thing to come out of this. We got access to community posts.
That's pretty funny.
And we got a lot more subscribers, and hopefully 1 or 2 of them even stick around.
Yeah. But yeah, stay tuned for that if you're interested. Otherwise, if you don't care about that, then we aren't doing any more of this. So, it's kind of your cue to leave, and I mean that in the best way possible. It's just we really aren't doing more. Even if you want to see more, and we appreciate it, we just aren't doing more Death Battle. We are very done.
Yeah, we don't want you to watch anything that you won't enjoy. So.
But, that's about it. Thanks for listening the whole way through if you did. Thanks for listening to part of it if you did. And, sorry about the mess this turned out to be. Why are we apologizing to you?
In the end, I would like to quote the famous, we already did the Qui-Gon Jinn quote.
We did.
Okay. I would like to quote the famous Sam. 2 quotes here. First, if you don't like what we did, make your own. And second, well, capes and carpets, they touch stuff, you know. That's a quote for the ages.
The end.
Wait, he didn't say that.